Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 12, Atlanta. On the 17th of July, Sherman began his march upon Atlanta. Thomas moved directly towards that city. Schofield took the road to Decatur, and McPherson, still further to the left, was to strike the railroad between Decatur and Stone Mountain. Johnston, being instantly apprised of this order of march, took up his position for defense on Peachtree Creek, a little rivulet north and east of Atlanta, which flows into the Chattahoochee near the railroad bridge. He resolved to throw the greater part of his own force against the right wing of Sherman, under Thomas, before Schofield and McPherson could come up from the left. But, while planning his attack, he received this dispatch from the Confederate Adjutant General. Quote, I am directed by the Secretary of War to inform you that as you have failed to arrest the advance of the enemy to the vicinity of Atlanta, far in the interior of Georgia, and express no confidence that you can defeat or repel him, you are hereby relieved from the command of the Army and Department of Tennessee, which you will immediately turn over to General Hood. Unquote. This action of the Confederate government was entirely unexpected by General Johnston. He was aware of the hostile feeling existing towards him in the Confederate executive, but only a few days before, General Bragg had passed through his camp on his way to Kirby Smith's department to ascertain, as he said, what reinforcements could be forthcoming from that region to General Johnston. And he had also received from Governor Brown of Georgia the gratifying intelligence that within a few days he could give him reinforcements of 10,000 state militia. It is true he had received dispatches from Richmond indicating a certain degree of dissatisfaction with his policy of retreat, and he had only recently had a telegram from the Secretary of War demanding positive information as to his plans and purposes, to which Johnston had replied in his usual manner, declining to commit himself positively to any especial course of action. It was this reply of Johnston's, Jefferson Davis says, which induced him to take the decisive step. He had long hesitated to do this, knowing Johnston's popularity in the Confederacy, and conscious that his own prejudice against him was well known and criticized throughout the country. Johnston at once wrote and published an order transferring the command of the army to General Hood, and the next morning, announcing his action to the Secretary of War, he permitted himself to say, quote, as to the alleged cause of my removal, I assert that Sherman's army is much stronger compared with that of Tennessee than Grant's compared with that of Northern Virginia. Yet the enemy has been compelled to advance much more slowly to the vicinity of Atlanta than to that of Richmond and Petersburg, and penetrated much deeper into Virginia than into Georgia. Unquote. Replying to the Secretary's charge that he expressed no confidence in his ability to defeat the enemy, he added, quote, confident language by a military commander is not usually regarded as evidence of competence. Unquote. General Hood, though he had been extremely free in his criticisms of Johnston, and had in fact done what he could to undermine the confidence of the Confederate War Department in his chief, felt himself greatly embarrassed by this sudden and unexpected promotion. He was, he himself says, comparatively a stranger to the Western Army. He was a fanatical admirer of Stonewall Jackson, and could see no merit in any military operations which differed from those of that energetic commander. He had not succeeded in inspiring that army with confidence or enthusiasm, and on the other hand, he entertained an opinion of the troops which he was to command, which was in itself a presage of disaster. He says, quote, "The troops of the Army of Tennessee had for such length of time been subjected to the ruinous policy pursued from Dalton to Atlanta that they were unfitted for united action in pitched battle. They had become wedded to the timid defensive policy, and naturally regarded with distrust a commander likely to initiate offensive operations." Unquote. On the morning of the 18th of July, General Hood, after a sleepless night, took General A.P. Stuart, who had succeeded to the command of Polk's corps, and rode to the quarters of General Johnston, and there requested that Johnston should pocket the secretary's dispatch, leave Hood in command of his corps, and fight the battle for Atlanta. To this preposterous proposition Johnston naturally replied that the order of the President must stand unless it were countermanded. Hardee and Stuart then joined Hood in a telegram to Jefferson Davis, requesting that the order for removal be suspended, at least until the fate of Atlanta was decided. Jefferson Davis at once replied, quote, "A change of commanders under existing circumstances was regarded as so objectionable that I only accepted it as the alternative of continuing a policy which has proven disastrous. The order has been executed, and I cannot suspend it without making the case worse than it was before the order was issued." Unquote. Even after this telegram was received, Hood says that in a private interview he again urged Johnston to pocket the correspondence and resume his command. He lays great stress on this action in his memoirs, and seems to ascribe credit to himself and blame to Johnston that he refused to entertain this absurd proposal. Johnston explained his plan of attack upon Thomas at Peachtree Creek and, if this were unsuccessful, his scheme to hold the lines with a part of his force and attack the right or left flank of the Federal army as might seem most expedient. Hood accepted Johnston's plan and at once set about carrying it into effect. The news of the change of Confederate commanders reached Sherman on the 18th. The information was conveyed by a newspaper which Frank L. Blair, Jr. had found at a farmhouse and sent to Sherman by a courier. He answered Blair, quote, that it was very good news, but to look out for an attack, that Hood would make it very lively for us, and that it was necessary to be exceedingly cautious. Unquote. The news was received throughout Sherman's army with the greatest joy. Johnston's conduct from Tunnel Hill to Atlanta had been such as to inspire his adversaries with sincere respect. They had found him, at every move, posted across their path in the best chosen positions, behind entrenchments sometimes prepared with forethought, sometimes improvised on the instant, but always so disposed as to make his inferior force equal to twice its number. Cool, cautious, and imperturbable, he always held his ground as long as it was prudent to hold it, and then retired with such care and deliberation as to suffer the minimum loss in men and material. The leading officers of Sherman's army gathered together and hastily compared notes in regard to the new commander. He was personally known to McPherson, Howard, and Schofield. McPherson had been his intimate friend at West Point, had assisted him in his mathematics and helped him through the consequences of many a boyish scrape. Schofield said he was a man bold even to rashness and courageous in the extreme. Howard gave the same testimony as to his courage and energy, and added that he was a man of little flexibility of mind. But all agreed that the change in commanders meant fighting, and before many hours the truth of this was shown. On the evening of the 20th of July, Hardee and Stuart, commanding respectively the corps of the center and left, made a furious attack upon Thomas's corps, which had just got into position on the banks of Peachtree Creek. Cheatham was left on the Confederate right to guard against the arrival of Schofield and McPherson. The battle was one of the hardest fought in this memorable campaign, but Hood's attack, apparently successful at first from the mere momentum with which it was made, met finally with a disastrous repulse. His army suffered more than twice the loss inflicted upon Thomas. The lines were so close together that in many places the troops became commingled and fought hand to hand, but in the end the Confederates were beaten back to their entrenchments, and the Union lines were strongly connected from north to the south of Atlanta, on the east. In this battle, Colonel Benjamin Harrison, afterwards President of the United States, won deserved distinction. Although General Hood pretends in his memoirs that the failure of his attack on the 20th was due to lack of energy on the part of Hardee, this was clearly an afterthought, adopted 6 months later, when the necessity presented itself of explaining his unbroken series of defeats. That he did not lose confidence in Hardee at that time was shown by his assigning to him, 2 days afterwards, the most important and daring enterprise of the campaign, and the one which came nearest succeeding. He was still haunted by the idea of emulating in the West the exploits of Stonewall Jackson in Virginia. The moment his attack on Peachtree Creek failed, he resolved to withdraw his army to the inner fortifications about Atlanta, and to detach a heavy force under Hardee to move by the right flank, pass beyond the Union left, and assail McPherson's flank and rear by a movement which he hoped to make overwhelming in celerity and momentum. This maneuver, which was skillfully planned by Hood, was executed by Hardee with admirable vigor and ability. On the morning of the 22nd, Sherman, finding the line in front of Thomas and Schofield abandoned, thought for a moment that the enemy had evacuated Atlanta, but, moving his whole line forward, he was soon undeceived. He found the inner entrenchments fully manned and strongly held, while shortly after, the rattle of musketry on McPherson's exposed left flank, and what was still more disquieting, the sound of distant artillery in the neighborhood of Decatur, where Joseph Wheeler's cavalry was attacking J.W. Sprague's brigade, put the whole army on the alert to confront the most serious danger to which it had ever been exposed. Sherman and McPherson were engaged in conversation at the moment this attack took place. Sherman instantly gave the necessary orders to meet the emergency, and McPherson rode to his endangered left flank. Fortunately, Hardee had already met with an unexpected and disconcerting obstacle. Instead of finding the vacant space he expected in rear of McPherson's flank, he came upon 2 divisions of Dodge's corps that were marching to join McPherson, and that had only to face into line to be ready to meet his attack. McPherson, seeing this part of the field so providentially provided for, turned to ride through a woodland path to the rear of the 17th Corps, and rushed in a moment upon a squad of Confederate skirmishers, who had penetrated the interval and filled the path which McPherson knew to be clear a moment before. In answer to their summons to surrender, he gave a military salute, and turning to gallop away, was shot dead from his horse. The animal, streaming with wounds, galloped back to where Sherman was still sitting, and a single orderly following conveyed to the commanding general the news of the great calamity which had befallen the army. In the midst of his grief for the loss of his friend, Sherman was greatly disquieted for fear McPherson's wallet, with important papers relating to the campaign, had fallen into the enemy's hands. But within a few moments the ground where he had fallen was regained by the Union troops, his captors captured in their turn, and the papers found in the haversack of a Confederate soldier. John A. Logan was put in temporary command of the Army of the Tennessee, and under the most trying circumstances, conducted the fighting on the Union left throughout the day with perfect coolness and judgment. Hardee, in spite of the untoward meeting with Dodge's corps, pushed his attack with unshaken vigor and determination. It is a singular feature of the history of this battle that we must look for justice to the general who fought it, not from his own commander, but from his opponents. Hood, in his account of it, seeks ungenerously to lay upon the shoulders of Hardee the blame for its failure. He pretends that he did not pass beyond the flank of Blair, whereas he went completely to his rear, that he marched his force only 5 miles, when in fact he made a march of 15 before attacking. Hardee's right flank came, as we have said, against Dodge's command. It struck the latter in line of march, which was instantly converted into line of battle. But Hardee's left burst through the wooded space in rear of Blair, turning his left flank and taking his entrenchments in reverse. His march was as skillful, his attack as vigorous, as that of Stonewall Jackson at Chancellorsville, but he met with a far different resistance from the veterans of Dodge, Logan, and Blair, from that which was opposed to Jackson on Hooker's exposed right by the 11th Corps of the Wilderness of Virginia. The result proved that the Army of the Tennessee was panic-proof. Blair's soldiers, finding the enemy rushing upon their rear, simply leaped over their entrenchments and, fighting from the reverse side, repulsed them and drove them back with great slaughter. Nor was this the only test of their organization and their courage, for Hood, seeing that Hardee was fully engaged on the flank and rear, threw forward the force he had retained, in front of the 17th Corps, to support the flanking movement, so that these hardy soldiers, who from the reverse of their own entrenchments had repulsed the Confederates attacking in their rear, now leapt once more across their own works and drove back this second attack from their front. The Confederate attack on the Union front was made with such energy and was so assisted by the formation of the ground that a gap was opened near the point where McPherson's and Schofield's armies joined. This momentary mishap occurred under the very eyes of Sherman and Schofield, but was at once repaired by Sherman's ordering Schofield to mass his artillery so as to open on the Confederate flank as it pressed towards the east. Cheatham's advance was thus checked with frightful carnage. The 15th Corps rallied and made an irresistible countercharge, which drove the enemy back, re-establishing the line and gaining most of the captured guns. The fighting was too hot to last long. Cheatham and Hardee, being engaged upon the two sides of a right angle several miles apart, could not support each other with the efficiency required. Every instant when the troops of Logan and Blair were not fighting, they were digging, and a light line of entrenchments gradually grew up from the Union salient towards the southwest, which was called Leggett's Hill, from the gallant charge which General M.D. Leggett had made in capturing it the day before, to the point where Dodge's corps still stood in position, who had already covered their own front with that marvelous dexterity and rapidity which distinguished Sherman's army. Hardee's attack had been swift and strong, but the battle was not to him. Its crisis was already past, and although again and again the Confederate forces advanced to the attack with desperate valor, it was all clearly useless. G.W. Smith's Georgia militia struck with the courage of veterans against Schofield's position, but were easily and promptly driven back. Schofield, seeing the failure of the Confederate onset, suggested to Sherman that he could follow up the retreating enemy with his command and interpose a corps between Hood's flanking force and the city of Atlanta, thus finishing the campaign with one crushing blow. Howard agreed to the suggestion, but Sherman, for several reasons, rejected it. The plan was perhaps not absolutely certain to succeed, and the success that had been gained was too much to expose to the risks of failure. And besides this, there was another consideration which had a singular influence with Sherman. His reply to Schofield's suggestion was, quote, "No, let the Army of the Tennessee fight it out this time," unquote. It was his own army, the creation of his own genius, the pride of his heart. He was pleased to think that Hood's whole army had struck with all its force at the Army of the Tennessee, and that army, unaided, had beaten it back. It was only at nightfall that Hardee abandoned the desperately contested field and, making a half-wheel to the rear, withdrew his right wing to a point where he could still oppose the further operations of Sherman to the left flank. But Sherman had no such intention. In moving the Army of the Tennessee upon Decatur, and thence to Atlanta, his only purpose had been to destroy the Augusta road. That having been accomplished, and the desperate attack of Hood upon the left wing having been repulsed, Sherman at once resumed his original intention of moving by the right flank upon the southern line of communication supplying Atlanta. He left Schofield to stretch out so as to rest his left flank on the Augusta Road, and then began to work the bulk of his force gradually around the north to the west of Atlanta. The first important matter demanding his attention, however, was the appointment of a successor to General McPherson to command the Army of the Tennessee. He could hardly hope to replace him, he wrote. Quote, "History tells us of but few who so blended the grace and gentleness of the friend with the dignity, courage, faith, and manliness of the soldier. His public enemies, even the men who directed the fatal shot, never spoke or wrote of him without expressions of marked respect. Those whom he commanded loved him even to idolatry, and I, his associate and commander, fail in words adequate to express my opinion of his great worth." Unquote. General Joseph Hooker was the one officer of that army who in distinction, in rank, and in service would have seemed designated for the vacancy. But his character and temperament were so uncongenial to Sherman that, as he frankly says, he never considered him for the place. General Logan, the commander of the 15th Corps, who had temporarily and with such brilliant valor and success taken charge of the Army of the Tennessee when McPherson fell, thought that he should have been permitted to retain the command, at least until the close of the campaign. Frank P. Blair, Jr., also had claims for the place which could not be despised. But Sherman's insuperable objection to both these able and devoted officers was that they were politicians, and throughout his career he cherished that vague and not quite intelligent suspicion of politicians, to which we have already referred. He regarded Washington with whimsical horror as a sink of corruption and iniquity, and thought no good could come out of it. This prepossession sometimes had ludicrous results. Hearing that General Peter J. Osterhaus had been made a major general, and perhaps stung by the complaints of meritorious subordinates that their claims had not been recognized, he wrote on the 25th of July an angry dispatch to Washington, declaring that it was an act of injustice to officers who stood by their posts in the day of danger to neglect them and advance men like Osterhaus, who go to the rear in search of promotion. "If the rear," he says, "be the post of honor, then we had better all change front on Washington." This dispatch was shown to the President, who, instead of resenting its tone of disrespect and insubordination, wrote in his kindliest and calmest manner a letter to General Sherman, in which he informed him that the promotion of Osterhaus had been made upon written recommendations from no less trustworthy sources than Generals Grant and Sherman. But these recommendations had been made several months before, and Sherman's recollections of the Vicksburg campaign had somewhat faded in his mind during the fiery experiences of the last 60 days. He frankly acknowledged his error, and repeats in his memoirs that he was fairly caught. The government bore him no malice for this incident. They continued to comply heartily with every request he made. They even offered him, voluntarily, 8 promotions to the grade of brigadier general to be distributed on his recommendation among the most meritorious colonels in his command. It is curiously characteristic of the general that in his memoirs he attributes this proof of signal favor to his Osterhaus letter. He finally selected General O. Howard to command the Army of the Tennessee. This was a choice extremely agreeable to Schofield and Thomas, the commanders of the other armies, and General Howard was unquestionably a more comfortable person to live with than General Hooker. The results justified the appointment, and the faithful and devoted service which General Howard thenceforth rendered in his new command makes any vindication of Sherman's course in the matter now superfluous. But General Hooker naturally felt deeply outraged by this appointment. It was not merely that his rank was greater than that of Howard, But he felt that the primary cause of the failure at Chancellorsville, which deprived him of the place which he thought he merited as General-in-Chief of the Army, was due to Howard's fault. Howard went to the West as his subordinate, and Hooker had, up to that moment, exercised with unfailing ability and success a more important command than his junior. On the announcement of Howard's promotion, Hooker at once applied to be relieved of the command of the 20th Army Corps. Sherman warmly approved the application. D. S. Stanley was appointed to command the 4th Corps in place of Howard, and Slocum, as a final humiliation to Hooker, was brought back from Vicksburg and appointed to the command of the 20th Corps. The President did not share the prejudice which Sherman felt towards Hooker, but grateful to the former for his distinguished services, and relying upon him for the success of the arduous campaign in which he was engaged, he felt like denying him nothing which the general himself considered necessary to success. In this manner General Hooker retired from active service in the field. He was not, however, left idle. A few weeks later he was placed in command of the Northern Department, and the next year he commanded the Department of the East, and after the war, for a short period, the Department of the Lakes. He was mustered out of his volunteer commission in 1866, and 2 years later was retired from the service with the brevet rank of Major General in the Army of the United States. His health was at this time completely shattered, and a few years later he died. And the paralytic, querulous old man, whose only subjects of conversation were his grievances against McClellan, Meade, and Sherman, there was little to remind one of the bold, dashing, picturesque soldier of Williamsburg and Lookout Mountain. In the country at large he never lost his popularity, which was founded on a basis of brilliant abilities and honorable service, and gained the final touch of splendid legend in the Battle Above the Clouds. The road to Augusta having been so thoroughly destroyed, the road from Atlanta south to Macon became now the vital objective point of Sherman's campaign. While he pushed his heavy battalions continually to the right, he prepared important cavalry expeditions on both flanks for the purpose of cutting Hood's communications. His cavalry and infantry detachments both moved on the morning of the 27th of July. Our space will not allow us to detail the various striking and unexpected incidents which the two cavalry columns, the one to the right under Edward M. McCook, and the one to the left under Stoneman, met within their march. It is enough to say that both expeditions virtually failed, though McCook saved his force and even inflicted some damage upon the enemy. From Stoneman great things were expected. His force was so large that it ought not to have been stopped by anything thrown in its way, and the task committed to him was one of the most inspiring allotted to any cavalry general in the war, being no less than to break the Macon Railroad and, after that, to proceed to Andersonville and liberate the 35,000 Union prisoners confined there, whose sufferings were a bitter affliction to the nation. This duty had been confided to him at his own request by General Sherman, who saw the difficulties in the way of it, but thought that even a chance of success would warrant the effort. "I will keep the enemy busy," wrote Sherman, "so that you shall have nothing to contend with but the cavalry, and if you can bring back to this army any or all of those prisoners of war, it will be an achievement that will entitle you and your command to the love and admiration of the whole country." Stoneman destroyed a large amount of rolling stock at Griswold, made a demonstration upon Macon, which failed, and then being intercepted and, as he supposed, surrounded by a force which ought not to have delayed him an hour, he gave orders to his brigade commanders to cut their way out, while he, with a few hundred of his men, occupied the attention of the enemy until it was too late to escape, and then surrendered. The movement of the infantry by the right flank at once attracted the attention of General Hood, who sent General S. D. Lee with his corps to attack the Federal flank upon the Lickskillet Road. The assault was made upon Logan's corps with great fury, but indifferent success, and Hood dispatched the corps of General Stuart to the support of Lee. The greater part of his army was thus engaged in an assault upon Sherman's right flank. It was Howard's first battle in command of the Army of Tennessee, and, assisted by the devoted and brilliant services of his corps commanders, he defeated the Confederates with great slaughter. General Hood says, founding his opinion upon that of S.D. Lee, that the Confederate troops could not be brought to act unitedly. Quote, whilst one brigade fought gallantly, another failed to do its duty. Unquote. The officers on the Union side, who saw with what devoted valor the Confederates advanced upon the Federal entrenchments, laying their windrows of dead before the parapet, do not agree in this cruel censure inflicted by the Confederate commander upon his own troops. Hood, with the lack of logic that is seen in all of his operations, now concluded, because Sherman's operations in the Confederate rear had been of little effect, that he could accomplish the discomfiture of his adversary by a raid in the Union rear, hoping, as he says, that the movement would compel Sherman to retreat for want of supplies and thus allow him an opportunity of falling upon the Federal rear with his main body. He suggested this plan to Mr. Davis in Richmond. It met with his hearty concurrence. The terrible consequences of Hood's reckless aggressive policy were, it would seem, beginning to be appreciated in Richmond. Mr. Davis said, quote, the loss consequent upon attacking the enemy in his entrenchments requires you to avoid that if practicable. Unquote. And Hood at once ordered Wheeler, with 4,500 men, to begin operations. He threw himself in Sherman's rear with great activity, burned the bridge over the Etowah, recapturing Dalton and Resaca, destroying a long stretch of railroad track, and capturing some mules and horses. But this movement, comparatively successful as it was, produced no effect whatever upon Sherman's general plans. He ordered John Newton's division to Chattanooga and John M. Coursey's division to Rome, and adopting what measures seemed to him expedient for the repairing and further protection of the roads, pushed his forces steadily on by the right flank. He even took advantage of the absence of Wheeler to throw Judson Kilpatrick with a large force of cavalry upon the Macon road. Kilpatrick, with celerity and with what efficiency a mounted force could bring to bear upon such an object, performed the task allotted to him, and came back reporting that he had destroyed 3 miles of railroad about Jonesboro, that he had fought a division of infantry and a brigade of cavalry, and captured a battery and a few prisoners. He thought he had rendered the road useless for at least 10 days, but his calculations were, as usual in these cavalry raids, wide of the mark, and his report was hardly in before the rattle and whistle of the trains from the south were heard again in the National entrenchments. Sherman, after a month of more or less unsuccessful experiments, now made up his mind definitely that cavalry could not or would not work hard enough to disable a railroad properly. He wrote to Halleck on the 22nd of August after Kilpatrick returned, quote, I expect I will have to swing across to that road in force to make the matter certain, unquote. And having adopted that resolution, he lost not a moment in putting it into execution. Wheeler was up near the Hiawassee, wearing out his horses in a useless raid. The damage he had done to the railroad about Resaca and Dalton had been repaired. Sherman rode down to the Chattahoochee Bridge on the 24th and satisfied himself that it could be defended by a single corps left there for that purpose, by taking advantage of the Confederate works built there by Johnston, and returning to his camp, he telegraphed to Halleck that he would commence the movement round Atlanta by the south the next night, and that for some time they might expect at Washington to hear little from him. On the night of the 25th and the 26th, the whole army drew out of its trenches, abandoning the works it had taken the labor of so many hands to build, and the blood of so many brave men to defend, and swung off round Hood's left flank by the country roads to strike the Macon Railroad at Jonesboro. The corps of Stuart and Lee at once occupied the empty works. Hood, for a moment, with foolish exultation, adopted the belief that terror of Wheeler's cavalry had driven Sherman in retreat to the north across the Chattahoochee. It was not until the 28th that General Armstrong reported to Hood that the enemy was in large force at Fairburn on the West Point Road. It became at once, he says, and the reader will not fail to appreciate the comic force of the adverb, quote, evident that General Sherman was moving with his main body to destroy the Macon Road, and that the fate of Atlanta depended upon our ability to defeat this movement. Unquote. Sherman's primary object in this expedition was the destruction of the Macon Road. A single sentence from his orders to General Thomas showed not only how minute was the attention that he gave to all the details of operations under his charge, but it also gives a most concise and graphic account of the manner in which he went about to destroy railroads. Quote, my own experience demonstrates the proper method to be to march a regiment to the road, stack arms, loosen 2 rails opposite the right and 2 opposite the left of the regiment, then to heave the whole track, rails and ties, over, breaking it all to pieces. Then pile the ties in the nature of crib work, and lay the rails over them. Then, by means of fence rails, make a bonfire, and when the rails are red hot, let men give the rail a twist which cannot be straightened without machinery. Also fill up some of the cuts with heavy logs and trunks of trees and branches, and cover up and fill with dirt. Unquote. Howard marched in advance on the right wing. Thomas held the center and Schofield the left. The 29th was spent in thoroughly breaking the West Point Railroad according to General Sherman's graphic directions. Howard then moved on towards Jonesboro, Schofield on the left towards Rough and Ready, and Thomas in easy support towards Renfrew's. With an adversary like Hood, it was almost impossible for Sherman to foresee and guard against his possible eccentricities. Sherman describes Schofield's attitude as, quote, daring and inviting the enemy to sally out and to attack him, unquote, which Hood says he would have done had not Sherman, quote, been doubly protected by the Chattahoochee, deep intervening creeks and ravines extending to the river, and his wall of parapets. This move not being practicable by reason of these obstructions, I was forced, he says, to await further developments. Unquote. The developments were speedily furnished him. The whole army moved straight for the Macon Railroad. On the 30th, Schofield reached it near Rough and Ready, Thomas at 2 points below, while Howard, arriving at the Flint River, pushed boldly across. Hazen's division carrying the further bank and the barricades which defended it. Logan rushed his whole corps over and took the high ground between the river and the railroad, where he strongly entrenched himself, Hazen on the left and William Harrow on the right, Osterhaus being in reserve. T.E.G. Ransom was placed in position west of the river facing the south, and Blair, when he arrived next morning, faced his corps northeast in the rear of Logan's left. Bridges were hastily constructed, by which Logan on the east and Blair and Ransom on the left were put thoroughly in communication. Hood had by this time recovered from the confusion into which he had been thrown, and had sent Hardee and Lee to attack Sherman's right wing under Howard. In the afternoon of the 31st, Hardee made his assault, the brunt of the fighting falling upon Hazen's division. Hood had given him the orders, so easy to give and so difficult to execute, to attack and drive the enemy across Flint River. This being done, he says, he intended to attack Sherman in flank, with Stewart's corps and the militia whom he retained in Atlanta. Whether or not it be that Hardee, having lost all confidence in the capacity of his commander, attacked with less than his usual energy, his distrust insensibly communicating itself to his troops, the fact is that the Confederate attack here lacked its usual impetuosity. Hood himself says in his official report that the number of men on the Confederate side considerably exceeded that of the enemy, yet the attack failed, easily being repulsed in every part of the field, and in the evening Hood, appearing by this time to have completely lost his head, ordered Lee's corps to march back and take position in the vicinity of Rough and Ready. Lee marched as he was ordered, and Hardee did his best by holding a bold front and stretching out his lines to disguise from the enemy this fatal diminution of his forces. If Howard had known that half of Hardee's army had marched to the north, he could have made short work of the rest, but, as Sherman once observed, there was this great disadvantage in fighting with a fool: you could never conceive what he was going to do. Sherman and Thomas arrived on the ground on the afternoon of the 1st of September, and hearing from Howard what he had just ascertained of the departure of Lee, Sherman hurried orders in every direction for the Army of the Cumberland to push forward and assault Hardee, hoping to capture the whole of his corps. One aide after another was dispatched upon this quest, and at last General Thomas himself rode off at a gallop to bring forward his troops. Several chroniclers think it worthy of mention that this was the first time in the war that the ponderous and deliberate hero of Chickamauga was seen to move with such undignified haste. But the night came too quickly on, and Hardee made his escape. Sherman had sent orders to Slocum to feel forward cautiously from the Chattahoochee to ascertain what Hood was doing at Atlanta. All night Sherman, unable to sleep, waited in restlessness and impatience for the dawn. About midnight he heard from the north sounds like distant detonations. Instead of asking one of his experienced officers of the staff his opinion as to these sounds, he took the characteristic course of waking up a farmer in the neighborhood and asking him what he thought of them. He replied, with the positiveness derived from his summer's education, that it sounded like a battle at Atlanta, and Sherman could only wait for the morning to come to solve the doubt in his mind whether Hood was blowing up his own magazines or Slocum had reached forward and had engaged him in fight. When morning came, it was ascertained that Hardee was gone, and Sherman, starting after him in hot pursuit, came upon his lines at a point near Lovejoy's Station. Here, while feeling the new Confederate position, rumors began to arrive that Atlanta had fallen, and later in the day a letter from Slocum confirmed the momentous news. Slocum had heard the sounds which had so disturbed Sherman, and moving rapidly from the bridge at daylight, had entered Atlanta without opposition. Sherman sent the news to Thomas. This imperturbable soldier, who yesterday had for the first time galloped his horse, now, says Sherman, quote, snapped his fingers, whistled, and almost danced, unquote. Hood saw there was no hope for Atlanta from the moment that Hardee was repulsed at Jonesboro. He says in his memoirs that, had it not been for the necessity of keeping his army between Sherman and the Andersonville prison, he would have met Sherman's bold movement by another far more bold, and it may be said less judicious, that is, to move north across Peachtree Creek and the Chattahoochee, and take a position near the Alabama line across Sherman's line of supplies. But this plan never had a chance of realization. He stopped Lee's corps on its northward march near Rough and Ready, posted him so as to protect the Confederate left flank, marched out of Atlanta at 5 o'clock on the McDonnell Road, and concentrated his army at Lovejoy Station. Sherman telegraphed on the 3rd to Washington, quote, Atlanta is ours and fairly won. Since the 5th of May we have been in one constant battle or skirmish and need rest, unquote. He concluded to make no further pursuit from that point, but ordered his army back to Atlanta on the 5th of September. Ungrudging honors were paid by the government to Sherman and his troops for this magnificent achievement, one of the most important that the cause of the country had yet gained, not only in the value of its results, but in the skill and good conduct by which it was brought about. The President issued an order in these words, quote, The national thanks are tendered by the President to Major General W. T. Sherman and the gallant officers and soldiers of his command before Atlanta for the distinguished ability, courage, and perseverance displayed in the campaign in Georgia which, under divine favor, has resulted in the capture of Atlanta. The marches, battles, sieges, and other military operations that have signalized the campaign must render it famous in the annals of war, and have entitled those who have participated therein to the applause and thanks of the nation. Unquote. Grant telegraphed Sherman from City Point, quote, In honor of your great victory, I have ordered a salute to be fired with shotted guns from every battery bearing upon the enemy. The salute will be fired within an hour amidst great rejoicing." Unquote. Thus, with the thunder of guns, with the ringing of bells, the tumultuous rejoicings of a great people, was celebrated this momentous victory. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.
Chapter 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13. Sheridan in the Shenandoah. General Grant had at last in command of the forces in the Shenandoah a soldier who possessed his utmost confidence and affection. Sheridan was then 33 years old, small and compact in stature, not carrying an ounce of superfluous flesh, unpretending in manner, but quick to exert all proper authority, absolutely at home in the saddle and seemingly incapable of fatigue, an eye for topography as keen and far-reaching as an eagle's, and that gift for inspiring immediate confidence in all around him, which is the most inestimable of all possessions for a soldier. With all his relish for fighting and his brilliant record in action, he was no mere sabreur. He was as cool as he was courageous, as wise in planning as he was energetic in executing. He spent all the time that was necessary in thorough preparation, and while in his hands one man was generally as good as one of the enemy, he always tried to have two men at the point of attack to his adversary's one. There was no luck in the splendid series of victories that attended his career in the Valley. They were all made ready in advance and honestly earned. Anxious as the President and General Grant were that Sheridan should put himself south of the enemy, and ardently as Sheridan sympathized in this desire, it was never to be accomplished. Though brilliant successes awaited him, they were all to be gained over a brave and vigilant adversary, and all attacks had to be made in front. Sheridan, however, never gave up the hope with which he began of getting in rear of his enemy. At the very outset, while Early was still on the Potomac, he said, quote, "I will strike for Winchester, which is the key, and pick up the parties on the north side of the Potomac," end quote. And he moved out from Halltown with that intention on the morning of the 10th of August. But Imboden had, on the day before, reported to Early the concentration at Halltown. The latter at once began a retrograde movement, and while Sheridan was moving in admirable order, his cavalry guarding both flanks, the 6th Corps on the right, the 8th on the left, and the 19th in the center, to take up a line between Clifton and Berryville, Early was hurrying back from Bunker Hill through Winchester up the valley. He was, as usual with the Confederates in Virginia, better informed than his adversary. He knew Sheridan's strength, and he knew also that a large reinforcement was on its way from General Lee to enable him to defeat the national forces, while Sheridan had been expressly told by Grant on the 9th that not one brigade had been sent from Lee against him. Early therefore very properly declined the battle which Sheridan offered him on the banks of the Opequon, and fell back to meet his reinforcements further up the valley in the neighborhood of Strasburg, and Sheridan, not imagining upon what danger he was rushing, pursued Early with diligence when he found he could not cut him off, and heavy skirmishing occurred at several points. The Confederates came to a halt at Fisher's Hill, 2 miles south of Strasburg, and assumed a strong position there. Early sent word to General R. H. Anderson, who, with Kershaw's division of infantry and Fitzhugh Lee's division of cavalry, was on the way to reinforce him to move to Front Royal. Sheridan was soon informed of this movement of Anderson's, and it caused him great anxiety, as this was too important a force to be left on his left flank and rear in case he should attack Fisher's Hill in front. Although Sheridan's effective force amounted in all to some 30,000, his, quote, "effective line of battle strength at this time was," as he says in his report, "about 18,000 infantry and 3,500 cavalry," end quote. Not enough to risk a decisive battle with Early's force, increased not only by the Richmond contingent, but by the remnants Averill had left of McCausland's house-burners. He therefore confined himself to skirmishing and thorough picket searching of the enemy's lines, until on the morning of the 14th, Colonel N. P. Chipman, escorted by a regiment of cavalry, galloped into camp from Washington with a dispatch from Grant announcing the departure of a heavy force from Lee's army to join Early. This time Grant exaggerated the true state of affairs. He said there were 2 divisions of infantry on the way instead of 1, an error which, however, he corrected 2 days later. He therefore enjoined caution, and said Sheridan must act on the defensive until movements at Petersburg should draw Confederate troops away from the Valley. He did not think Early's force exceeded 40,000 men, but this was too much for Sheridan to attack, and when, on the 14th, he discovered that only 1 division of infantry had left his front, he still thought Sheridan had not a sufficient superiority in numbers to warrant an attack upon a fortified position. Sheridan, on receiving these orders, felt his situation to be somewhat critical. He was not justified in going forward. Going backward was a delicate operation in the face of a watchful opponent, and there was not, in his opinion, which events afterwards justified, a good defensive position in the valley south of the one at Halltown. He did the best that could be done under the circumstances. He retired from the valley and gained a long start before Early, on the morning of the 17th, perceived his departure. The Confederates set off at once in hot pursuit, Early from Strasburg and Anderson from Front Royal. The latter had a sharp brush with Wesley Merritt's cavalry, in which the Confederates were severely repulsed. Sheridan, who at first intended to halt at Winchester, concluding that the place was not defensible, moved back to Berryville, where he had Snicker's Gap behind him, through which a reinforcement of 2 divisions was coming to him. He seized on the way all mules, horses, and cattle that could be of use to the army, and ordered all subsistence and forage which could not be taken away to be destroyed, at the same time commanding that no dwellings be burned. These orders were faithfully executed. The army moved with the precision of troops on parade, back to the station assigned them, and afterwards, following a spirited fight near Charlestown between the 6th Corps and Early's advance, took up the stronger position at Halltown. This once more left the lower valley, as far as the Potomac, open to Early. There was nothing in his way but cavalry, and Sheridan had told Averill that he rather desired that the enemy should cross the river. But Early did not accept the invitation. He went far enough to break up the railroad again, and Fitzhugh Lee once more watered his horses in the Potomac. There was more subsistence in the lower valley than in the region which Sheridan had ravaged south of Winchester, so they remained there several days. There were frequent skirmishes between the cavalry of the 2 armies. It seemed at one moment as if Maryland was again to be invaded. Leaving Anderson to amuse the enemy, Early took the rest of his army and marched due north to Shepherdstown, handling Torbert's cavalry very roughly on the way, and cutting off Custer, who only saved his division by crossing the river. Sheridan hastily occupied the South Mountain Gaps, and prepared to strike Early in the rear if he should take the road to Washington, but he probably had no such intention. He went back to Bunker Hill on the 27th, and Anderson, who had been closely pressed by Crook in a reconnaissance the day before, also fell back to Stevenson's Depot. Sheridan acted throughout these operations with the greatest discretion and prudence, constantly resisting the numerous temptations to attack presented by Early's eccentric marches. Thus far he had been following Grant's suggestions in pursuing this waiting policy, but now Grant telegraphed him that in view of the destructive battles that had been raging on the Weldon Road, he believed the force in the valley would be speedily reduced for the benefit of Lee's army. "Watch closely," he said, "and if you find this theory correct, push with all vigor." He reiterated his orders to destroy everything that could assist the enemy. "If the war is to last another year, we want the Shenandoah Valley to remain a barren waste." Sheridan now moved forward, August 28th, with the same caution and perfect order which had characterized all his marches, to take up again the line from Clifton to Berryville, which he accomplished on the 3rd of September. The same day, Averill struck his old enemy McCausland, another stunning blow at Bunker Hill, but on the following day was himself driven from the place by Rodes's infantry. All this while Sheridan had been patiently waiting for the detachment of Confederate troops from his front, which both Grant and he expected as a consequence of the heavy losses Lee had suffered near Petersburg. This move of the enemy, so ardently desired by Sheridan, would have taken place at this juncture if the march of the national troops had not prevented it. On the 26th of August, General Lee had written to Early, informing him that he was in great need of Anderson's troops at Richmond if they could be spared from the Valley, and after consultation with Early, Anderson moved on the 3rd of September upon Berryville for the purpose of crossing the Blue Ridge at Ashby's Gap. But at that point, late in the day, he ran unawares upon Crook's corps, which had just arrived and which barred his way to the mountains. A brisk engagement ensued, lasting as long as the opposing armies could see each other. Early hurried down at dawn to Anderson's assistance, and found him even yet ignorant of what was before him, an ignorance which was shared by Early, both of them thinking it was a Federal detachment raiding towards their rear. Early left one division on Anderson's left, and hurried with the rest of his force to what he imagined was the Union right flank, thinking to make short work of it. But after moving for 2 miles and finding no flank, he came to an elevated outlook, and discovered to his dismay the Union army stretching to his left as far as his best glasses would reach. He rejoined Anderson, and they both retreated hastily to the west side of the Opequon. If Sheridan had been a few hours less expeditious in occupying Berryville, Anderson would have been on his way to Lee, and Early would have been left to his mercy a fortnight earlier than actually happened. For 10 days he held his lines with admirable persistence and patience, exercising his cavalry in constant skirmishes, harassing and damaging the enemy more or less every day. He kept himself 6 miles away from the Opequon, the west bank of which was occupied by the enemy, holding this vacant space with scouting parties, preferring not to advertise his intended movement by occupying it with his main force. At last his long self-restraint and tenacity of purpose were rewarded. On the 14th, as everything seemed quiet in front, and Early had begun to think lightly of an adversary apparently so languid, General Anderson again started for Lee's army, crossing the mountains by way of Front Royal, it is needless to say, without molestation. Sheridan received information of this movement on the night of the 15th, and with every energy of mind and body on the alert, prepared to seize the inestimable chance of the hour. The President was extremely anxious that a move should be made. 3 days before he had made this suggestion to Grant, "Sheridan and Early are facing each other at a deadlock. Could we not pick up a regiment here and there, to the number of, say, 10,000 men, and quietly but suddenly concentrate them at Sheridan's camp, and enable him to make a strike?" Not only was the opportunity a great one, the need was great also. At the very moment when Anderson's column was marching out of its camps, Halleck was telegraphing to Grant that the long-continued interruption of the Ohio and Chesapeake and Baltimore and Ohio railroads was threatening a dearth of fuel in Washington and Baltimore. The gas companies feared they would be compelled to stop their works. If Sheridan was not strong enough to break Early's hold on the railroad, he should be reinforced. The long inactivity of the Army of the Shenandoah was beginning to attract the ready criticism of the Northern press. The enemies of the government were using it in the hot canvass then going forward as an argument for a change of administration. Yet, as General Grant says in his report, the consequences of a defeat at that time would have been so serious, laying open to the enemy the states of Maryland and Pennsylvania for long distances, that he hesitated to allow the initiative to be taken. In this state of perplexity, he left Petersburg and hastened to Sheridan's camp. He found the young general so sure of his ground, so cool, and yet so eager, that he "saw there were but 2 words of instructions necessary: go in." And with these words, leaving Sheridan to himself, Grant started to New Jersey to put his children to school. Sheridan's first intention had been to move to Newtown on the Valley Pike, giving up his own line and taking that of the enemy. This would have been a move of extraordinary boldness and brilliancy, and if successful, would have involved the destruction of Early's army. But on the 18th he learned that Early had, on the day before, with almost incredible carelessness, gone with half his army to Martinsburg, intent, with that fixed idea which was almost a mania with him, on breaking up a party which was repairing the railroad. On the receipt of this news, Sheridan instantly changed his plan, seeing before him the safer prospect of catching Early in his sin and destroying the two halves of his army in succession. He was not, however, to have so easy a victory. Early had heard at Martinsburg of Grant's visit, and concluding that there would soon be a movement, hurried back with his troops to Stevenson's Depot, only 4 miles from Winchester, in the neighborhood of which place his whole force was concentrated the next morning. Sheridan encountered, therefore, double the number he expected. But the excellence of his plans and the spirit of his troops brought him into the battle with all the omens on his side. His army was early afoot. The day was fine, and at the first flush of dawn they marched across the neutral ground which stretched from the Union lines to the Opequon. Wilson, crossing the creek with his cavalry before daylight, hurried through the Berryville Canyon, some 2 miles long, carried by assault the earthworks which guarded its western entrance, and then took position on the extreme left flank. The infantry followed rapidly, the Sixth Corps deploying on the open, rolling ground to the front and left of the defile, and the 19th on the right. The position was about 2 miles from Winchester. A Confederate division under Ramseur was drawn up in front of the town, and every movement of the Union troops was effected under heavy fire. It was noon before all necessary dispositions were completed, and the line was ready to advance. By this time Rhodes and Gordon had been hurried down from Stevenson's Depot and placed in line, in the order named, upon Ramseur's left. The sun was crossing the meridian as the line moved forward across the open fields against the enemy who were posted in a belt of woods. Wilson, on the left, struck the cavalry force of L. Lomax and forced him back. Wright, with the Sixth Corps, advancing on the pike, engaged Ramseur and Rhodes, gaining ground constantly. Cuvier-Grover's division of the 19th Corps pushed forward against Gordon and drove the enemy with such impetuosity as to break the continuity of the Union line. The advance on the right was stopped by a terrific fire from Braxton's guns, and C.A. Battle's fresh brigade of Rhodes's division, which arrived at that moment from Stevenson's, charged at the broken point of junction between the 6th and 19th Corps, and for a moment drove back the center and checked the advance of the whole line. In this charge, General Rhodes lost his life, a damage not compensated by the momentary success. The tide was instantly turned by a charge of equal gallantry from the National side, attended by an equal calamity. A brigade of General D.A. Russell's division, led by Russell and Upton in person, rushed with splendid courage and swiftness into the gap, struck the advancing Confederates in flank, driving them back and taking many prisoners, and reestablished the Union line. But the gallant and devoted Russell fell dead at the moment of his victory. Up to this time Crook had been held in reserve. It had been Sheridan's original intention to throw him in upon the left, to turn the Confederate right, seize the Valley Pike south of Winchester, and cut off Early's retreat, and for a while, even after he had discovered he was fighting Early's whole army, he hoped to accomplish this object. But the energy of the attack upon the Union right at last convinced him that it would be best to turn the Confederate left at whatever cost, and this task was assigned to Crook's force. He moved forward at once along the line of the Red Bud, a little rivulet which bounded the battlefield on the north, as Abraham's Run bounded it on the south. H. F. Duval's division took the north side of the stream, and Joseph Thoburn's the south, and they moved together with irresistible momentum against the bit of woods in which General Gordon's troops were posted. There was no withstanding the rush of this fresh and compact force, and Gordon was driven back towards Winchester. The Union cavalry were at this juncture swarming in upon the Confederate left. Torbert, Merritt, and Averill had been fighting all day, with various degrees of success, on all the roads running north from Stevenson's, They had driven the Confederate cavalry pell-mell before them, and had finally dislodged Breckinridge's infantry from its advanced position and forced it in upon Winchester. While this cloud of hostile horsemen was hovering upon his left, in the open country to his right Early could see the threatening advance of Wilson's column in the direction of the pike, and in his front, Wright and Emory, under Sheridan's personal orders, were executing a left half wheel of the whole line of battle to support the victorious charge of Crook. In this desperate emergency Early behaved with remarkable coolness and skill. Defeat was inevitable. His whole line was breaking and retiring, but he held off the cavalry as well as he could on both flanks, detached a force to the rear to guard his trains, and availed himself of an old line of breastworks just outside of Winchester to rally once more his disordered battalions. But all efforts to retrieve the day were fruitless. The Union cavalry once more swooped around the left flank of the Confederate lines. The noise of battle in their rear was too much for the nerves of the men in the breastworks. They left their shelter and poured, a fluid mass, through Winchester and up the valley by the open pike. Ramseur's division still maintained its organization, and being formed on the east and south of the town, covered the retreat until nightfall. The Sixth Corps occupied the road parallel to the one by which Early was escaping, but could not efficiently pursue him. There is a limit to human endurance, and these troops had been for 15 hours on foot, marching and fighting. The reserve had been put into action on the right, and no flank movement was possible from that side. The cavalry followed up the pike to Kernstown, and came in contact with Ramseur, who still held firm in the rear. But as night came on, the pursuit ceased, and the beaten Confederates marched on through the darkness to Strasburg. The list of the casualties shows how fierce was the fighting in this fairly won battle. The loss on the Union side was nearly 5,000, 4,300 of whom were killed and wounded. Among the killed was the lamented Russell. Among the wounded were Generals E. Upton, J. B. McIntosh, and G. H. Chapman, and Colonels Isaac H. Duval and Jacob Sharp. Early's loss was less, about 4,000, and 2,000 of these were prisoners. He lost heavily in valuable officers, Generals R. E. Rhodes and A. C. Godwin, and Colonel W. T. Patton killed, Generals Fitzhugh Lee and Zebulon York severely wounded. As the Union troops were constantly attacking and always in the open field, their heavier losses in killed and wounded are readily accounted for. The victory was one of the most important of the war. The country had become restive and impatient at the succession of costly and unremunerative battles which Grant had delivered in Virginia. The advance of Early to the walls of Washington and his unpunished retreat, his long visit to the lower valley, his incendiary raids in Maryland and Pennsylvania, had brought the public mind to a point of exasperation which had in it a serious danger to the Union cause. This brilliant victory of Sheridan, unpromised and unheralded, prepared with infinite prudence and pains, and then carried out with such dash and valor, was greeted with an outburst of patriotic joy. Sheridan's dispatch, with its trooper-like phrase, quote, "We have just sent them whirling through Winchester, and we are after them tomorrow," end quote, became a household word in a few hours after it was written. Grant fired 100 guns from each of his armies at Petersburg, and urged Sheridan to push his success. The President appointed the young hero a brigadier general in the regular army, and placed him in permanent command of the Middle Division, and sent him a telegram, the manuscript of which hangs framed in his house, a rich legacy to his children. Quote, "Have just heard of your great victory. God bless you all, officers and men. Strongly inclined to come up and see you. A. Lincoln." End quote. It was, in fact, not easy to exaggerate the importance of Sheridan's achievement. By patiently biding his time, by restraining his own spirit, which was naturally ardent and enterprising, until he saw a prospect of almost certain success, and then by striking with all his might, he had rendered an inestimable service at a time when it was much needed. The lower valley was by the Battle of the Opequon permanently rescued from Confederate control. its loyal inhabitants saved from further spoliation, its rich harvests garnered in peace, the railroads and canals restored to traffic. The national capital was never again subject to threat or insult from an enemy. The soil of Pennsylvania and Maryland was never again trodden by a hostile foot. Early established himself on the 20th 2 miles south of Strasburg at Fisher's Hill, the strongest defensive position in the valley. His right, under Wharton, was protected by the hill and by the north fork of the Shenandoah. His left, the dismounted cavalry under Lomax, was posted at the base of Little North Mountain. The interval was filled by Gordon's, Ramseur's, and Pegram's divisions, in the order named, from right to left. Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry, now under W.C. Wickham, was posted at Milford in the Luray Valley to guard against a movement on the Confederate right and rear, a precaution, as it turned out, of the greatest value. Thus posted, General Early felt himself secure, hoping that Sheridan would arrive, look at his position, and retire, as had happened a month before. But a very different spirit now animated the two armies. The moment the national troops arrived, on the afternoon of the 20th, they began to take up positions which could mean nothing but aggression. All that Early could see in the way of gradual approach and careful reconnaissance convinced him at last that he would have to endure an energetic attack. But what was going on out of his sight was more serious still. Sheridan was engaged during the 21st in posting Wright and Emory, the one on the right, the other on the left, as near as convenient to the enemy, and succeeded in occupying, after a sharp skirmish with the troops of the Sixth Corps, the high ground on the north of the Tumbling Run, a swift brook which ran directly in front of the Confederate position. When this point had been gained, it was quickly fortified, and there was a certain comfort to General Early in the sound of the pioneers' axes and in the work of the engineers under his very eyes. He began, he says, to think Sheridan, quote, was satisfied with the advantage he had gained, and would not probably press it further. End quote. But Sheridan, instantly arriving, had resolved to repeat his tactics of the 19th, and send Crook round the enemy's left flank. With admirable silence and secrecy this was accomplished, without the knowledge of Early's vigilant lookout on Three Top Mountain. Crook, with the Eighth Corps, gained the flank of Little North Mountain, and then stole along its rugged side under cover of the woods until he came upon the Confederate left and rear. In the meanwhile, Ricketts's division of the Sixth Corps was thrown well forward and to the left of the Confederate center, producing the impression that the attack would be made from that direction. General Early, who in his ordinary frame of mind would have welcomed such an attack as he saw himself threatened with, now only wished for night to come, and gave orders for his troops to retire after dark. The sun had already set, and he did not dream that a battle and defeat could come to him in the short hour of twilight. But the time was ample. Suddenly, with no more warning than the lightning gives, Crook burst upon the division of Lomax, taking their works in reverse and putting them to disordered flight. Ricketts immediately joined hands with him, and the rest of Wright's and Emory's men poured like a torrent into the ravine of Tumbling Run, and swarmed up its further slope with an irresistible rush. The whole Confederate line yielded its formidable position almost without striking a blow. Quote, after a very brief contest, says Early, my whole force retired in considerable confusion. End quote. The two defeats exerted their cumulative force upon them. They were so amazed at Crook's sudden apparition that they imagined he had come over the mountains and taken the pike in their rear, and great numbers therefore broke in dismay and disorder to escape on the right by the north fork of the Massanutten Range. The rout on the battlefield was complete. 60 guns were abandoned in the flight of the Confederates, and 1,000 prisoners were taken. The rest escaped in the darkness, and if the cavalry, which had been sent under Torbert down the Luray Valley, could have executed their orders to cross by Massanutten Gap to Newmarket, Early's whole army would have been captured or destroyed. But they found Wickham strongly posted at Milford, and Torbert, knowing nothing of the battle and victory at Fisher's Hill, did not feel justified in making the sacrifice which would have been required to carry the lines by assault. When the news came, it was too late to profit by it. Early was driven up the valley at headlong speed, but pursuing infantry never overtake infantry who are running for their lives, and even the cavalry engaged in this stern chase touched Early's rear guard only once or twice. He marched with the greatest expedition up the valley to Newmarket, but instead of going on to Harrisonburg, he turned to the east and took the Kieseltown road to Port Republic and Brown's Gap, where he arrived on the 25th, and where shelter and succor awaited him. End of chapter 13. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi, ceded land. Chapter 14 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 14, Cedar Creek. General Lee had recognized the error of the detachment of R. H. Anderson when it was too late to be remedied. In fact, he had never been urgent in his demands for those troops. He had merely represented to Early his pressing need, and asked for them if they could be spared. Writing just before the Battle of the Opequon, when, although he did not know it, the detachment was already on the march, he said, quote, "I wish you to defeat Sheridan if your strength is sufficient. He seems disposed to protect himself under his entrenchments. If you could draw him up the valley," this proved an easy task, "and fall upon him suddenly, or throw a body of troops behind him, you might succeed in defeating him." End quote. After the battle had been fought and lost, Early, in the angry candor of defeat, wrote from Port Republic that Sheridan's superiority in cavalry and the inefficiency of the Confederate horse had been the cause of his disaster; that the first trouble at Fisher's Hill would, quote, "have been remedied if the troops had remained steady, but a panic seized them at the idea of being flanked, and without being defeated they broke, many of them fleeing shamefully. The artillery was not captured by the enemy, but abandoned by the infantry." End quote. On the receipt of this letter, in which the beaten general unpacked his heart with such bitter words against his unfortunate soldiers, Lee at once ordered all available force to his support, Kershaw's infantry and Rosser's cavalry, besides promising the cooperation of Breckinridge, and wrote a letter of kindly and cheerful encouragement. Quote, "I very much regret the reverses that have occurred in the Valley, but trust they can be remedied. The arrival of Kershaw will add greatly to your strength. It will require that everyone should exert all his energies and strength to meet the emergency. One victory will put all things to rights. Maneuver so, if you can, as to keep the enemy in check until you can strike him with all your strength." End quote. He urged upon him a policy of concentration and the utmost vigilance, told him that he had sent him all the reserves in the Valley. Quote, "The enemy must be defeated, and I rely upon you to do it. Set all your officers to work bravely and hopefully, and all will go well. The enemy's force cannot be so greatly superior to yours. His effective infantry I do not think exceeds 12,000 men," end quote, an estimate somewhat under the truth, but far nearer to it than the frantic exaggeration of Early. The question that now presented itself to Sheridan was whether or not he should follow the enemy to Brown's Gap, drive him out, and advance on Charlottesville and Gordonsville. He could, of course, have done nothing which would have been more agreeable to Grant, but he was sufficiently secure in the confidence and regard of his commander to follow his own judgment, and he acted with his usual intelligence and prudence in deciding against the move. He saw that a considerable force would have been required to protect the new line from Alexandria, another to guard the Valley. Quote, "Then, as he said, there was the additional reason of the uncertainty as to whether the army in front of Petersburg could hold the entire force of General Lee there, and in case it could not, a sufficient number might be detached and moved rapidly by rail and overwhelm me, quickly returning." End quote. It is a remarkable coincidence that at the very moment when Sheridan was balancing these considerations in his mind and wisely acting upon them, the President was sending this dispatch to General Grant. Quote, "I hope it will have no constraint on you, nor do harm any way, for me to say I am a little afraid lest Lee sends reinforcements to Early, and thus enables him to turn upon Sheridan." End quote. Lincoln and Sheridan took precisely the same view of the matter, which was correct, though it was not the view taken at first by Grant, who thought he could prevent any reinforcement being sent by Lee from Richmond. Having resolved upon terminating his campaign at Harrisonburg, and sending a part of his army back to Petersburg, a course which received the approval of General Grant in consideration of the needs of the Army of the Potomac, after Deep Bottom and the extension of his lines to the Weldon Road, Sheridan thoroughly devastated the upper valley and destroyed such bridges as were within his reach, and on the 6th of October began his retrograde movement, capturing or destroying all subsistence as he went, but giving the most stringent orders against burning dwellings. Early, taking renewed heart, both from his strong and welcome reinforcements in horse, foot, and artillery, and from the supposed retreat of his enemy, followed, his cavalry being in advance, in what he imagined was a hot pursuit. On the evening of the 8th, having arrived at Fisher's Hill, Sheridan ordered Torbert to engage and defeat the Confederate cavalry at daylight, which was done with great energy and thoroughness. T. L. Rosser, who had succeeded Wickham in the command of Fitzhugh Lee's division, and Lomax, were utterly routed, after a short engagement, losing, as Sheridan said, quote, everything they had on wheels, quote, and running for 20 miles. The next day Sheridan crossed Cedar Creek and went into camp on the north bank. It was his intention to send the Sixth Corps from this point to join Grant at Petersburg, and the march, by way of Ashby's Gap, was actually begun, but Early, having again advanced and resumed his position at Fisher's Hill, Wright was brought back to await further developments. At this moment Grant once more reverted to his favorite idea of a movement on Gordonsville and the establishment of a base for that purpose in the vicinity of Manassas Gap. Sheridan, not agreeing as to its advisability, after some correspondence with General Halleck, in compliance with an invitation from the Secretary of War, started for Washington for a consultation on the evening of the 15th, believing that the enemy could not accomplish much in his absence, and not thinking best to attack him at Fisher's Hill. He took with him all the cavalry, intending to push it through Chester Gap to Charlottesville, while he went on to Washington by rail. But on arriving at Front Royal he received a telegram from General Wright, who had been left in command at Cedar Creek, indicating that an attack was expected from Early. Sheridan therefore sent the cavalry back to Wright, and proceeded on his way to Washington. He arrived there on the 17th, left the same day, and reached Winchester on the evening of the 18th. All being quiet, he spent the night there, and the next morning rode tranquilly out of the town on the way to his army. About 9 o'clock he was startled by the sound of heavy artillery firing, and immediately after found to his dismay the road filled with fugitives in blue uniforms, quote, trains and men coming to the rear with appalling rapidity. A great disaster seemed in progress, but out of this disaster was to emerge for him an immortal renown. General Early, finding himself by the total destruction of provisions in the valley reduced to the alternative of fighting or retreating, had resolved to attack Sheridan in his position. In planning his attack he had one enormous advantage. From his signal station at the point where the Massanutten Range comes to an end above the Shenandoah, his topographical officers could scan the Union camps like a map, and mark every road, every ford, and every entrenchment for miles around. The point from which General Wright eventually expected an attack to come was on his right, where the back road crossed the shallow rivulet, and he had taken his measures accordingly. But Early discovered that by crossing the north fork of the Shenandoah he could move down the eastern bank, through fields occupied by his cavalry, by a narrow pathway at the foot of the mountain, and crossing again by a ford below the mouth of Cedar Creek, could come in upon the rear of the left flank of the Union army. He therefore resolved upon this scheme, and made his preparations with creditable skill and energy. He placed his flanking force, consisting of 3 divisions, Gordon, Ramseur, and Pegram, under Gordon, and as soon as it was dark on the night of the 18th, sent him across the river with orders to be in position to attack by 5 o'clock in the morning, a little before daybreak. He himself moved an hour after midnight, with Kershaw's and Wharton's divisions, by the turnpike through Strasburg, leaving orders for the artillery to wait until the last moment, and then to gallop down the pike, as he wished to avoid giving the alarm by the rumbling of the wheels over the macadam. it is a curious instance of the personal malevolence which had grown up in his mind against his adversary, that a part of his plan embraced the seizure of Sheridan in his headquarters by a strong force of cavalry. The march was accomplished with perfect success. Early's own column separated at Strasburg. Wharton continued on the pike with orders not to show himself until the attack was made on the left, and Early remained with Kershaw, who bore off to the right to attack Crook's left flank at Bowman's Mill, while Gordon came in on his rear. They came in sight of the Union campfires at 3 o'clock. The moon gave sufficient light to guide their march. With unbounded joy and confidence, Early saw his enemy apparently delivered into his hands. He gave his final commands at his leisure, and at 4:30, the distant sound of carbines having been heard on his left, where Rosser's cavalry was attacking Custer, and a rattle of musketry from the right, which showed that Gordon was brushing the pickets away from the ford, he sent Kershaw forward. His division, veiled by the mist of the morning, poured like phantoms over Crook's entrenchments, capturing 7 guns and turning them on their flying owners, and the troops in camp suddenly aroused out of sleep. The surprise was perfect. Crook's soldiers were good ones, but they had been in battle often enough to know the best thing they could do under the circumstances was to go. Though General Thoburn, the gallant commander of the 1st Division, lost his life in an attempt to stem the disaster. The 2nd Division, under a general who afterwards commanded the armies and navies of the United States, Rutherford B. Hayes, held firm after the first had melted away, and Wright, Crook, and Emory, roused by the tumult, speedily formed a line to resist Kershaw's advance, which would doubtless have been effective, had it not been that the moment it was ready, Gordon, with his 3 divisions, came thundering in from the left and rear out of a heavy fog which had favored his march from the river. The rest of Crook's corps, under this unexpected and terrific onslaught, streamed away to the right and rear, and left the 19th Corps uncovered and wholly unprepared for resistance. General Wright, seeing the serious disadvantage of attempting to hold his original line with the enemy on the flank of the 19th Corps, at once ordered Getty to take the 6th Corps, which was intact and in perfect condition, to tenable ground in the rear, and directed Emory to fall back and take position on the right of the 6th. These orders were promptly executed, and from the moment the tide of battle struck the heroic 6th Corps, the current of Confederate victory was stayed, for although they withdrew first to a point west of Middletown, and afterwards to one north of that place, they fought with undaunted energy, and, making Early pay dearly for every foot gained, finally brought him to a stand. But at first a great victory seemed secured to him. As soon as he saw Crook's entrenchments carried by Kershaw's rush, he rode to the left, where Wharton and the artillery had arrived, and there heard the welcome racket of Gordon's musketry in the rear of the Union lines. The sun was rising, and it must have seemed to him the sun of Austerlitz, as he ordered Wharton forward, and riding in advance of him over the stream, met Gordon on the opposite hill. The success had not been gained gratis, for Gordon reported to his chief that the fighting had been severe. But Crook and Emory, so far as he could judge, were in complete rout, and he anticipated an easy task in the demolition of the 6th Corps. Ramseur and Pegram told him their divisions were in line confronting it, but that there was a vacancy on their right which should be filled. He ordered Wharton's fresh division forward for that purpose. But in a very short time, to his great disappointment, Wharton's division, he says, came back in some confusion. They had gone gallantly in, expecting to share in the pursuit of fugitives, but they were greeted with a withering fire from Getty's division, under command of Vermont, Lewis A. Grant, before which they staggered. Upon this, Grant's troops rushed out from their position and drove the Confederates headlong down the hill. Early's artillery now opened with a furious fire, which checked the countercharge. General Bidwell, who had made the gallant sortie from the works at Washington a few months before, fell mortally wounded at this point. It was now 9 o'clock. The sun had dispersed the fogs of the morning. The sanguine energy of the Confederate attack was constantly diminishing. The defense of the Union officers was becoming more coherent. They were not yet, however, ready to advance, nor even sure of holding their own, and in face of the powerful artillery of Early, which was in full action, and of evident preparations for assault on the Confederate left, Wright withdrew his troops to a point north of Middletown, where he established them in good position and awaited Early's attack behind hastily improvised defenses. Early came on with as much speed as possible, intent upon finishing his day's work, and when he arrived in front of Wright's new lines, he sent pressing orders to his division commanders to attack. But his aides came back to him from every part of the field with surprisingly unsatisfactory reports. Kershaw said, quote, his division was not in condition to make the attack, as it was very much scattered, and there was a cavalry force threatening him in front. End quote. Gordon's division, an aide reported, was not fit to attack, and he had not delivered the order. Early says he himself had seen a number of men plundering the captured camps, and this disorder increased all day. Both on the right and the left, the Union cavalry was strong, and the recollection of their work at Fisher's Hill gave Early great concern for his flanks. This uneasiness so grew upon him that when, at last, on Gordon coming up, he ordered him to attack, in consideration of the strength of the Union cavalry, he told Gordon, if the enemy's line seemed too strong, not to make the assault, and Gordon, availing himself of that proviso, did not assault. It was now apparent, says General Early, that it would not do to press my troops further. They had been up all night and were much jaded. In passing over rough ground to attack the enemy in the early morning, their own ranks had been much disordered, and the men scattered, and it had required time to reform them. Their ranks, moreover, were much thinned by the absence of the men engaged in plundering the enemy's camps. End quote. In this state of things, the only preoccupation of the Confederate general was to get safely away from the field with his spoil. His prisoners, some 1,400, had already been sent to the rear on the way to Richmond, and he hoped, by holding his line until nightfall, to be able either to retire in safety or rally his disordered columns for new successes. But the choice of advance or retreat was no longer his. He had reached his highest tide of achievement. A swift and final ebb was to follow. The initiative had already passed into younger and abler hands than his own. Sheridan had arrived at the lines in his front. He had ridden, with an escort of 20 men, devouring the ground, for 12 miles amid the horrid signs of defeat that encumbered the road, giving orders all the way to stop the stragglers, to park the guns, appealing with vehement energy to the fugitives to turn from the way of dishonor to their duty, and, to use his own admirable phrase, quote, hundreds of the men, who on reflection found they had not done themselves justice, came back with cheers. End quote. Arriving at the front, he was received with an indescribable tumult of joy. He found the Sixth Corps and the cavalry intact, all the horse, and Getty's division of infantry opposing the enemy, and 2 other divisions about 2 miles to the right and rear. He immediately took command, Wright resuming charge of the Sixth Corps, and Getty that of his own division. Sheridan ordered all the troops in the rear up to Getty's line, where he proposed to make his fight, and with his fiery and contagious energy began to put everything in shape for battle. He sent Custer's cavalry back to the right, ordered a line of battle to be formed prolonging that of Getty. His ride to the front, on his well-known black charger, had caused the men to reflect, and the first fruit of their reflection was that they came back, not merely by hundreds, but by thousands, and filled up the depleted ranks of the regiments in line. So that the strange spectacle was presented of an army surprised and beaten in the morning, forced back 4 miles, then suddenly recovering its tone and spirit, and actually increasing its effective strength, while the victorious enemy grew weaker and more languid every hour. When Early made his ineffective attack about 1 o'clock, it was readily repulsed by the 19th Corps and part of the 6th. But Sheridan was not satisfied with repulsing the enemy. As he galloped up the valley, he shouted to his troops, quote, "We are going to get back those camps and those guns," end quote. And at 4 o'clock he felt that he was ready to keep his word. He gave the order to advance, riding up and down the lines in the midst of tempestuous cheering, and the whole command sprang forward with an impulse which made victory secure in advance. Wright was on the left, Emory on the right, Crook in column in reserve. Custer and Merritt led the cavalry on the right and left flanks, respectively. One spirit animated the whole mass, and there was no beating them back. Their advance was by no means unopposed. Early had protected his lines with breastworks, and in front of Emory a vigorous resistance was made. The Confederate flank here overlapped the Union right, but a charge by James W. McMillan's brigade into the re-entering angle thus formed broke the rebel line. Gordon's brigades, mindful of former terrible experiences on the left flank, crumbled away one by one, communicating their confusion to the right as the rest of the line was attacked, and Wright's corps moved forward, driving the enemy before them. Merritt's cavalry charged through Middletown, sweeping the roads on the left, but meeting a heavy loss in the death of Colonel Charles Russell Lowell of the Reserve Brigade, composed for the most part of regular troops, a young officer of the noblest character and the most brilliant accomplishments. Early speaks with perhaps undeserved severity of the conduct of his own troops. Quote, "Every effort was made to stop and rally Kershaw's and Ramseur's men, but the mass of them resisted all appeals and continued to go to the rear without waiting for any effort to retrieve the partial disorder." End quote. Ramseur himself opposed a bold front to inevitable disaster, and gathering a few hundred brave men together, fought till he fell mortally wounded. Horton and Pegram on the pike were the last to give way, but once started their commands also went to pieces, and the rout was complete. The National Infantry pursued no farther than Hupp's Hill, but the cavalry of Custer and Devon dashed upon the fugitives. At a little brook near Fisher's Hill, a bridge broke down, and the road was instantly blocked. Here the cavalry reaped a rich harvest of guns, caissons, wagons, and ambulances. All the captured cannon of the morning were recovered, and 24 more taken. The disorganized force of Early fled in wild confusion up the valley through the night and the next day, never stopping till they got to Newmarket. He had lost in this battle, which was so admirably planned, and which opened so auspiciously, about 3,000 men, of whom he reports 1,860 as killed and wounded. The Union loss was in all 5,665, the loss in killed and wounded being far heavier than that of the Confederates. But the net result was vastly in favor of the national arms. The veteran force of Early, composed of as fine troops as the Confederacy could furnish, was so completely defeated in this battle that it never again, as a whole, did an efficient day's work. The victory of Cedar Creek, gained after a day of such dramatic incidents and contrasts, was received throughout the country with tumultuous enthusiasm. It gave Sheridan not only the immense popularity which he always retained, but also a place in the confidence of the government and of the troops, which greatly increased his efficiency and value. Grant said this action, quote, "stamped Sheridan, what I have always thought him, one of the ablest of generals." End quote. Meade generously joined in unmeasured praise of him. Congress and state legislatures exhausted the language of eulogy in their resolutions. The President immediately sent a dispatch, saying, quote, "With great pleasure I tender to you and your brave army the thanks of the nation and my own personal admiration and gratitude for the month's operations in the Shenandoah Valley, and especially for the splendid work of October 19th, 1864." End quote. And the highest guerdon in the gift of the nation was to follow. On November 8th, Sheridan was appointed a major general in the regular army, and his commission was accompanied by words, dictated by Mr. Lincoln, of the warmest and most cordial appreciation of, quote, "the personal gallantry, military skill, and just confidence in the courage and patriotism of your troops, displayed by you on the 19th day of October at Cedar Run, whereby, under the blessing of Providence, your routed army was reorganized, a great national disaster averted, and a brilliant victory achieved over the rebels for the third time in pitched battle within 30 days." End quote. Thoroughly defeated as he was, however, Early had lost very little of his numerical strength, and the convalescents and conscripts who were sent to him during the weeks he remained at Newmarket, together with George B. Cosby's brigade, which reinforced him from southwestern Virginia, more than made up all his losses. Rosser guarded the valley at Stony Creek, a few miles below Mount Jackson, and Lomax held the Luray road at the strongly fortified post at Milford. In these circumstances the Shenandoah could not be left undefended, and the movement of troops to Grant, which had been checked by Early's advance on Cedar Creek, was not resumed after the battle. One of the advantages of the victory was that Sheridan now felt firm enough in his place to insist upon his own opinion, even against the General-in-Chief, who immediately recurred to his favorite idea of an advance upon the Virginia Central Railroad. This Sheridan disapproved, giving sound reasons against it, and was allowed to have his way. On the 9th of November he moved his army back to Kernstown for greater convenience of quarters and supply. General Early, imagining that Sheridan was preparing to send troops to Grant, moved down the valley, hoping to strike a blow at the diminished force. He crossed Cedar Creek on the 11th, but not being satisfied with the aspect of affairs, hastily retreated on the night of the next day. Sheridan, in his report, attributes this movement to bluster, and says he was unaware that Early's infantry was in front of him, quote, until it was too late to overtake it in its galloping retreat. End quote. In this affair, W. H. Powell severely defeated McCausland on the road to Front Royal. When Early got back to the upper valley, as it was now plain he could do nothing with his force, Kershaw was returned to Lee, and Cosby to Breckinridge. The great campaign was over. During the remainder of the year, there were still reconnaissances and detached movements of cavalry on both sides. Merritt was sent into Loudoun County, so to destroy all forage and subsistence as to make it uninhabitable by the Confederate guerrillas, and he rigorously executed his orders. Rosser crossed the Great North Mountain and captured a post on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Torbert, on the 19th of December, in obedience to Grant's urgent and reiterated requests, was pushed through Chester Gap to strike the Central Road, and Custer rode up the valley to make a diversion in favor of the other column. But Sheridan's judgment was vindicated by the failure of the expedition. The two armies were now rapidly dissolved by the demands of Grant and Lee. Early's Second Corps went to Lee, leaving only Wharton and some cavalry and artillery, with which he moved back to winter quarters at Staunton. Sheridan sent the Sixth Corps to Grant, where they arrived by the middle of December. Crook's Corps, Army of West Virginia, followed them. Only the 19th was left in the Shenandoah, and one of its divisions also went to Grant during the winter. Although events had vindicated in every point the wisdom of Sheridan's view as to an advance upon the Virginia Central Railroad, the advantage of breaking it up was so important to Grant that he continually recurred to the subject, and at last, on the 27th of February, 1865, Sheridan, now unencumbered by infantry, moved up the valley with a magnificent force of 10,000 horsemen, under orders from Grant to destroy the Virginia Central Railroad and the James River Canal, to capture Lynchburg if he found it practicable, and to push south and join Sherman in North Carolina, or return to Winchester, as he might find most opportune. The feeble resistance which Rosser could make against this formidable host was swept aside at a blow. Early was found on the morning of March 2nd, posted on a hill near Waynesboro, with 2 brigades of Wharton, some guns, and cavalry. This Early had hoped, and the hope was not extravagant, would be force sufficient at least to check Sheridan's advance until nightfall, when he expected to cross the river and take position in Rockfish Gap. He had done, he said, more difficult things than that during the war. A division of veteran infantry well posted, with good artillery, on commanding ground, might reasonably expect to hold at bay a division of cavalry indefinitely. But Custer, with 3 brigades of horse, carried the position as easily as if it were a child's snow fort. Without even wasting time in reconnaissance, he sent 3 regiments round the enemy's left flank, and boldly rode at the front with the rest of his force. The enemy, says Sheridan, threw down their arms and surrendered, with cheers at the suddenness with which they were captured. Early himself says, the troops gave way after making very slight resistance, and soon everything was in a state of confusion. The Confederate general A. L. Long, who was present, is singularly explicit as to the nature of the disaster. He says, as Sheridan was without artillery, and the ground was unfit for the operations of cavalry, Early could have maintained his position with reliable troops, but there was considerable disaffection in Wharton's division. Therefore, without his knowledge, his little army harbored the elements of defeat. Its morale was gone. It crumbled at the first energetic touch. The final catastrophe was not far off when a division of hardy foot soldiers surrendered with cheers to the first troopers who leaped over their breastworks. The 5 Confederate generals present, Early, Wharton, Long, R.D. Lilly, and Rosser, saved themselves in the woods, and Early, from a lofty lookout, "had the mortification," he says, "of seeing the greater part of his command being carried off as prisoners." He rode with his staff from one station to another, everywhere finding the hated blue uniforms in possession, but finally made his weary way through the ice and sleet to Richmond, his army having absolutely disappeared. He was kindly received by General Lee, and sent back to "reorganize what was left of his command," but was soon after superseded by General John Eccles. "The only solution of this affair which I can give," he says in his memoir, with that curious absence of the sense of humor which gives such comic force to all his writing, "is that my men did not fight as I had expected them to do." But although his victory at Waynesboro left the Valley at Sheridan's mercy, he was not then or thereafter to take Lynchburg, any more than his predecessors. He went into Charlottesville and destroyed the railroad right and left. Merritt's cavalry wrecked the canal. Manufactories and mills were everywhere burned. Lynchburg had been reinforced by infantry, and Sheridan determined not to attack it, but to push eastward and join Grant, ruining as he went. End of chapter 14. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15, Cabinet Changes. The principal concession in the Baltimore platform made by the friends of the administration to its opponents was the resolution which called for harmony in the Cabinet, and although no method was specified by which such harmony could be attained, it was no secret that the convention requested, and so far as its authority went, required, that the Cabinet should be rendered homogeneous by the dismissal of those members who were stigmatized as conservatives. The President at first took no notice, either publicly or privately, of this resolution, and it was with something akin to consternation that the radical body of his supporters heard of the first change which occurred after the convention adjourned. The resignation of Mr. Chase, whom the extreme radicals regarded as in some sort their special representative in the government, took them entirely by surprise. The demonstration made by Mr. Wade and Mr. Davis some weeks later increased the feeling of restlessness among them, and brought upon the President a powerful pressure from every quarter to induce him to give satisfaction to the radical demand by the dismissal from the Cabinet of Montgomery Blair, the Postmaster General, who had gradually attracted to himself the hostility of all the radical Republicans in the country. The unpopularity into which Mr. Blair had fallen among the radicals was one of those incidents that recall the oft-repeated simile that compares political revolutions to Saturn devouring his offspring. Mr. Blair was one of the founders of the Republican Party. After graduating at West Point and serving for a year in the Seminole War, he resigned his commission in the Army and began to practice law in St. Louis. He soon gained high distinction in his profession and became, while yet a young man, a judge of the Court of Common Pleas. He returned to Maryland and in 1855 was appointed Solicitor of the United States in the Court of Claims. The repeal of the Missouri Compromise made a Republican of him. President Buchanan removed him from office in 1858 on account of his zealous anti-slavery attitude. He was counsel for the plaintiff in the famous Dred Scott case, and presided over the Republican Convention of Maryland in 1860. With the exception of his brother Frank in Missouri and Cassius M. Clay in Kentucky, he was the most prominent opponent of the extension of slavery in all the Southern States. The immediate cause which occasioned his loss of caste among the radical anti-slavery men was the quarrel which sprung up between his family and General Fremont in Missouri. In this also he had the mortification of feeling that he had nursed the pinion that impelled the steel. The reputation of General Fremont was the creation of the Blairs. It was at their solicitation that the President appointed the Pathfinder a major general in the regular army and gave him command of the important Department of Missouri. So late as the 24th of August, 1861, General Fremont relied upon Montgomery Blair for all the support and assistance he required in Washington. The Postmaster General, writing to him on that date, spoke of the President and his colleagues with the indiscreet frankness of confidential friendship. Chase, he said, has more horror of seeing Treasury notes below par than of seeing soldiers killed, and therefore has held back too much, I think. I don't believe at all in that style of managing the Treasury. He goes on lamenting his lack of influence in the government in a style which reminds us of Mr. Chase himself. This, I can see, he says, is partly my own fault. I have been too obstreperous, perhaps, in my opposition, and men do not like those who have exposed their mistakes beforehand and taunt them with them afterwards. The main difficulty is, however, with Lincoln himself. He is of the Whig school, and that brings him naturally not only to incline to the feeble policy of Whigs, but to give his confidence to such advisers. It costs me a great deal of labor to get anything done because of the inclination of mind on the part of the President or leading members of the Cabinet, including Chase, who never voted a Democratic ticket in his life. But you have the people at your back, and I am doing all I can to cut red tape and get things done. I will be more civil and patient than heretofore and see if that won't work. No man can be sufficiently sure of friends to write them such letters as this. A few months later, Fremont was Blair's deadliest enemy, and these letters, being printed, came up like impertinent ghosts between the Postmaster General and his colleagues at the Cabinet table. In the beginning of this quarrel the Blairs were unquestionably right, but being unjustly assailed by the Radicals, the natural pugnacity of their dispositions would not permit them to rest firmly planted on their own ground. They entered upon a course of hostility that was at first confined to their factious enemies, but which gradually broadened and extended till it landed them both in the Democratic party. Montgomery Blair was doubtless unconscious of his progress in that direction. He thought himself the most zealous of Republicans until the moment that he declared himself the most zealous of Democrats. Every admonition he received but increased the heat and energy with which he defended himself. The Union League of Philadelphia, towards the close of 1863, left out his name in the resolutions by which they elected all the rest of the Cabinet honorary members of the League. He chose to consider Henry Winter Davis responsible for some attacks made upon him, and desired to defeat him in Maryland. The President, who had certainly no cause to show personal favor to Mr. Davis, said that as he was the choice of the Union men of Maryland, he merited and should receive what friendly support the Administration could give. Mr. Blair made a speech in Rockville touching upon the subject of Reconstruction, and indulged in vigorous and somewhat acrid allusions to some of his leading Republican assailants. This brought upon him and upon Mr. Lincoln, over his shoulders, much vehement criticism. It was in relation to this speech that the President said: "The controversy between the two sets of men represented by Blair and by Sumner is one of mere form and little else. I do not think Mr. Blair would agree that the States in rebellion are to be permitted to come at once into the political family and renew their performances, which have already so bedeviled us. And I do not think Mr. Sumner would insist that when the loyal people of a State obtain supremacy in their councils and are ready to assume the direction of their own affairs, they should be excluded. I do not understand Mr. Blair to admit that Jefferson Davis may take his seat in Congress again as a representative of his people. I do not understand Mr. Sumner to assert that John Minor Botts may not. So far as I understand Mr. Sumner, he seems in favor of Congress taking from the executive the power it at present exercises over insurrectionary districts and assuming it to itself. But when the vital question arises as to the right and privilege of the people of these States to govern themselves, I apprehend there will be little difference among loyal men. The question at once is presented, in whom is this power vested? And the practical matter for discussion is how to keep the rebellious population from overwhelming and outvoting the loyal minority. It was a year before this that the President wrote the letter of kindly and sensible advice to General Frank P. Blair, Jr., which we have given in another place, a letter which, when published many months afterwards, gave great and lasting offense to the enemies of Blair in Congress and in the country. Although General Blair at this time retired from the contest for the speakership, the Postmaster General continued, with equally bad taste and judgment, to oppose the nomination of Schuyler Colfax for that place. Upon Colfax going to him in person and demanding the motive of his hostility, Mr. Blair was so indiscreet as to give as a reason for his opposition that Colfax was running as a Chase candidate. The opposition to Blair was not confined to the radical demonstrations in the Baltimore Convention and out of it. Some of the most judicious Republicans in the country, who were not personally unfriendly to Blair, urged upon the President the necessity of freeing himself from such a source of weakness and discord. Even in the bosom of the Government itself, a strong hostility to Mr. Blair made itself felt. While Mr. Chase remained in the Cabinet, there was always a condition of smoldering hostility between the two men. Mr. Blair's enmity to Mr. Seward also became more and more violent in its expression, and his relations with Mr. Stanton were subject to a strain which was hardly endurable. There was still, however, so much in his character and antecedents that was estimable. The President had so deep a regard for both the Blairs, and especially for their father, that he had great reluctance to take any action against the Postmaster General. In the middle of July, after the termination of Early's raid upon Washington, General Halleck, exasperated by the report of stringent and sarcastic remarks which Mr. Blair, under the provocation of the destruction by rebels of his property in the suburbs of Washington, had made in reference to the laxity or poltroonery of the defenders of the Capitol, addressed an angry note to the Secretary of War, saying that he wished to know whether such wholesale denouncement and accusation by a member of the Cabinet receives the sanction and approbation of the President of the United States. If so, General Halleck continued, the names of the officers accused should be stricken from the rolls of the army. If not, it is due to the honor of the accused that the slanderer should be dismissed from the Cabinet. Mr. Stanton sent this letter of Halleck's to the President without comment. The President, on the same day, replied in his most masterful manner. After summarizing Halleck's letter, he said: "Whether the remarks were really made, I do not know, nor do I suppose such knowledge is necessary to a correct response. If they were made, I do not approve them. And yet, under the circumstances, I would not dismiss a member of the Cabinet therefore. I do not consider what may have been hastily said in a moment of vexation at so severe a loss is sufficient ground for so grave a step. Besides this, truth is generally the best vindication against slander. I propose continuing to be myself the judge as to when a member of the Cabinet shall be dismissed." Not satisfied with this, the President, when the Cabinet came together, read them this impressive and oracular little lecture: "I must myself be the judge how long to retain in and when to remove any of you from his position. It would greatly pain me to discover any of you endeavoring to procure another's removal, or in any way to prejudice him before the public. Such endeavor would be a wrong to me, and, much worse, a wrong to the country. My wish is that on this subject no remark be made nor question asked by any of you, here or elsewhere, now or hereafter." This, we are inclined to think, is one of the most remarkable speeches ever made by a president. The tone of authority is unmistakable. Washington was never more dignified. Jackson was never more peremptory. The feeling against Mr. Blair and the pressure upon the President to remove him increased throughout the summer. Henry Wilson wrote on the 5th of September, "Blair everyone hates. Tens of thousands of men will be lost to you or will give a reluctant vote on account of the Blairs." The President's mail was filled with such appeals as this, but through the gloom and discouragement of midsummer he declined to act. There was a moment, as we have seen, when he lost heart in the campaign and believed that the verdict of the country would be against him. Yet even then he refused to make the concession to the radical spirit, which he was assured from every quarter would result so greatly to his advantage. But with the victories which came later in the season, and with the response of the country to the pusillanimous surrender of the Chicago Convention, there came a great and inspiring change of public opinion. And before the month of September ended, the assured triumph of the Union cause became evident to one so capable as was Mr. Lincoln to discern and appreciate the signs of the times. He felt that it was his duty no longer to retain in his Cabinet a member who, whatever his personal merits, had lost the confidence of the great body of Republicans. He had learned also during the long controversy, more than he had ever known before, of the violent and unruly candor of the Postmaster General. Exasperated by the attacks made upon him, there were no limits to Mr. Blair's jealousy and suspicion. He wearied the President by insisting upon it that all the leading Republicans were Lincoln's enemies. After Chase left the Cabinet, he insisted that Seward and Stanton were in league against Lincoln, that Stanton went into the Cabinet to break down the administration by thwarting McClellan, and that Seward was coquetting with the Copperheads. Mr. Lincoln listened to these denunciations with growing fatigue and impatience. He protested against them. He said once to Mr. Blair, in the presence of another, "It is much better not to be led from the region of reason into that of hot blood by imputing to public men motives which they do not avow." Towards the end of September, the President, reasonably sure of his reelection and feeling that he ought not any longer to delay complying with the demand of a party which was giving him so earnest and loyal a support, wrote this letter to the Postmaster General. "You have generously said to me more than once that whenever your resignation could be a relief to me, it was at my disposal. The time has come. You very well know that this proceeds from no dissatisfaction of mine with you personally or officially. Your uniform kindness has been unsurpassed by that of any friend, and while it is true that the war does not so greatly add to the difficulties of your department as to those of some others, it is yet much to say, as I most truly can, that in the 3 years and a half during which you have administered the General Post Office, I remember no single complaint against you in connection therewith." Mr. Blair accepted his dismissal in a manner which was to have been expected from his manly and generous character. He called upon the President at once, not pretending to be pleased at what had happened, but assuming that the President had good reasons for his action, and refraining from any demand for explanation. He went immediately to Maryland and busied himself in speaking and working for the Union cause and for the reelection of Mr. Lincoln. He made a speech a few days later in New York at a great war meeting, in which he said that the action of the President in asking his resignation was suggested by his own father. All the family received this serious reverse in the temper of fighting men ready for all the chances of battle, and of bold players whose traditional rule of conduct when the cards go against them is, "Pay and look pleasant." General Blair wrote to his father that he was sure in advance that his brother had acted for the good of the country and in the interest of the reelection of Mr. Lincoln, in which he says the safety of the country is involved. "I believe," he continued, "that the failure to elect Mr. Lincoln would be the greatest disaster that could befall the country, and the sacrifice made by the judge to avert this is so incomparably small that I felt it would not cost him a pang to make. The judge leaves the Cabinet with an untarnished name and the reputation of having administered the department with the greatest ability and success, and that as far as worldly considerations go, it is far better for him to go out than to remain in the Cabinet. As to the future, I have no fear if Lincoln's election is secured. No matter what his personal disposition may be towards us, or what his political necessities may compel him to do, if the country is saved and restored, those who have served the country in its trials will some day be rewarded for the patriotism they have shown by the verdict of a higher power than that of the President. After the death of Judge Taney, Mr. Blair for a while indulged the hope that he might be appointed Chief Justice, a position for which his natural abilities, his legal learning, his former judicial service, and his large acquaintance with the more important matters which would come before the court eminently fitted him. But the competition of Mr. Chase was too strong for any rival, however worthy, and he was chosen, to the bitter disappointment of the Blairs. Even this did not shake their steadfast loyalty to the Union cause, nor their personal fidelity and friendship to the President. Immediately after his second inauguration, Mr. Lincoln offered Montgomery Blair his choice of the Spanish or the Austrian mission, an offer which was peremptorily, though respectfully, declined. Mr. Blair's successor in the Cabinet, ex-Governor William Dennison of Ohio, had been selected beforehand. The President informed him of his appointment in a brief telegram, and directed him to proceed to Washington as soon as possible. Mr. Dennison had rendered admirable service to the Government as Governor of Ohio at the outbreak of the war. He was a gentleman of the highest character, of great ability and perfect integrity, and of peculiarly winning and gracious manners. We find among the President's papers a letter written by his intimate friend, David Davis, on the 2nd of June, suggesting Governor Dennison as a proper person to preside over the Baltimore Convention. Judge Davis wrote, "He is a pure, upright man, one of your most devoted friends. If during this or your subsequent administration you think it your duty to modify your Cabinet, in my judgment you could not get a wiser counselor than Governor Dennison." This, so far as we know, was the first, perhaps the only, suggestion made to the President in favor of Mr. Dennison for a place in the Cabinet. The claim of localities always had a disproportionate weight in his mind. When Mr. Chase resigned, Mr. Lincoln appointed Governor Todd in his place, and after Todd had declined, he was glad to find an opportunity to call another Ohio statesman into his Cabinet. The reconstruction of the Cabinet went on by gradual disintegration rather than by any brusque or even voluntary action of the President. Mr. Bates, the Attorney General, before the end of the year 1864, grew weary not only of the labors of his official position, but also of the rapid progress of the Revolution, of which he had been one of the earliest advocates. Before the war, he was the most eminent of all those Whig lawyers in the South who, while standing by all the guarantees of the Constitution, still opposed the aggressions of the slave power. After the rebellion began, he did not shift his ground in any essential respect. When asked by the Secretary of the Treasury whether colored men could be citizens of the United States and therefore competent to discharge functions reserved exclusively for citizens, he not only answered in the affirmative, but accompanied his answer with an elaborate opinion full of learning and legal acumen, in which he relied exclusively upon the law in the case, without regard to any question of morals or of sentiment involved. Although heartily devoted to the cause of freedom and emancipation, he was wedded by constitutional temperament and lifelong habit to the strictest rules of law and precedent. Every deviation from tradition pained him inexpressibly. The natural and unavoidable triumph of the Radical party in St. Louis politics, and to a certain extent in those of the nation, seemed to him the herald of the trump of doom. He grew weary of it all, and expressed to the President his desire for retirement. If he had not himself wished to resign, the President would probably not have suggested it. Mr. Lincoln was greatly displeased at an announcement made by Simon Cameron, as if upon his authority, that in the event of reelection he would call around him fresh and earnest anti-slavery men. On hearing of this indiscreet and injurious statement, he said, "They need not be so savage about a change in the government. There are now only 3 left of the original Cabinet." He put a vacant judgeship at the disposition of the Attorney General, but Mr. Bates declined it, not without some petulant remarks about the uselessness of a legal system in a State dominated by the revolutionary spirit which then ruled in Missouri. He said he could not work in harmony with the Radicals, whom he regarded as enemies of law and order. There was no such thing as a patriotic and honest American Radical. Some of the transcendental Republican Germans were honest enough in their moonstruck theorizing, but the Americans impudently and dishonestly arrogated to themselves the title of unconditional loyalty when the whole spirit of their faction was contempt of and opposition to the law. While the present state of things continues in Missouri, there is no need of a court, so says Judge Treat, and I agree with him. Considering the subject of a successor to Mr. Bates, the President, his mind still hampered by the consideration of locality, weighed for several days the names of all the leading men of Missouri who were in any way fitted for the place, but found good reasons for rejecting them all. One of his secretaries said to him, "Why confine yourself to Missouri? Why not go to the adjoining State and take Judge Holt?" The President looked up with some surprise and said, "Why, that would be an excellent appointment. I question if I could do better. I had always intended, though I had never mentioned it to any one, that if a vacancy should occur on the Supreme Bench in any Southern district, I would appoint him, but giving him a place in the Cabinet would not hinder that." Mr. Bates tendered his resignation at last on the 24th of November. "Heretofore," he said, "it has not been compatible with my ideas of duty to the public and fidelity to you to leave my post of service for any private considerations, however urgent." Then the fate of the nation hung in doubt and gloom. Even your own fate, as identified with that of the nation, was a source of much anxiety. Now, on the contrary, the affairs of the Government display a brighter aspect, and to you, as head and leader of the Government, all the honor and good fortune that we hoped for has come. And it seems to me, under these altered circumstances, that the time has come when I may, without dereliction of duty, ask leave to retire to private life. In tendering the resignation of my office of Attorney General of the United States, which I now do, I gladly seize the occasion to repeat the expression of my gratitude, not only for your good opinion which led to my appointment, but also for your uniform and unvarying courtesy and kindness during the whole time in which we have been associated in the public service. The memory of that kindness and personal favor I shall bear with me into private life, and hope to retain it in my heart as long as I live. Pray let my resignation take effect on the last day of November. A few days before the end of November, the President offered the place of Attorney General to Joseph Holt, but Mr. Holt, with that modesty and conscientiousness which formed the most striking trait of his noble character, believed that the length of time which had elapsed since he had retired from active service at the bar had rendered him unfit for the preparation and presentation of cases in an adequate manner before the Supreme Court, and therefore declined the appointment. The President was not at first inclined to accept this as a sufficient reason for declination, but on the 30th of November Mr. Holt wrote a letter formally reiterating his refusal to accept the appointment. "After the most careful reflection," he said, "I have not been able to overcome the embarrassments referred to in our last interview, and which then disinclined me to accept, as they must now determine me respectfully to decline, the appointment tendered in terms at once so generous and so full of encouragement. In view of all the circumstances, I am satisfied that I can serve you better in the position which I now hold at your hands than in the more elevated one to which I have been invited. I have reached this conclusion with extreme reluctance and regret, but having reached it, and with decided convictions, no other course is open to me than that which has been taken. I beg you to be assured that I am and shall ever be most grateful for this distinguished token of your confidence and goodwill. In it I cannot fail to find renewed incentives to the faithful and zealous performance of the public duties with which you have already charged me." Failing to secure Mr. Holt, the mind of the President turned to another Kentuckian, James Speed, an able and accomplished lawyer, a man of high professional and social standing in his State, and the brother of the most intimate friend of the President's youth, Joshua F. Speed. Mr. Holt warmly recommended Mr. Speed. He said, "I can recall no public man in the State of uncompromising loyalty who unites in the same degree the qualifications of professional attainments, fervent devotion to the Union and to the principles of your administration, and spotless purity of personal character. To these he adds what I should deem indispensable, a warm and hearty friendship for yourself personally and officially." Soon after the opening of the new year, Mr. Fessenden was again elected to the Senate from Maine and resigned his office as Secretary of the Treasury. In his letter of resignation he said, "I carry with me great and increased respect for your personal character and for the ability which has marked your administration of the Government at a period requiring the most devoted patriotism. and the highest intellectual and moral qualities for a place so exalted as yours. Allow me also to congratulate you upon the greatly improved aspect of our national affairs, to which and to the auspicious result of our prolonged struggle for national life, now, as I sincerely believe, so near at hand, no one can claim to have so largely contributed as the chosen chief magistrate of this great people. The place thus vacated instantly excited a wide and spirited competition of recommendations. The principal bankers of Chicago joined in recommending Hugh McCulloch of Indiana, who had made a favorable official record as comptroller of the currency in the supervision of the national banks. Governor Morgan was strongly presented by nearly the entire State of New York, though a few of the so-called radicals of that State joined with the great mass of the people of New England in recommending Governor Andrew, whose splendid executive qualities, no less than his fiery zeal and patriotism, had endeared him to the earnest anti-slavery people throughout the country. Both branches of the Maine legislature recommended Vice President Hamlin to take the place vacated by his distinguished colleague, Jay Cooke, who was carrying on with such remarkable success at that time the great funding operations of the Treasury Department, reinforced with his recommendation the demand of the Western politicians and bankers for Mr. McCulloch. Montgomery Blair, who still retained his friendly and confidential relations with the President, wrote to him on the 22nd of February, saying that Mr. Hamlin did not wish his claim to be appointed Secretary of the Treasury urged upon the President, that Mr. Morgan positively refused the appointment. He supplemented these two important bits of information with the characteristic and irrelevant suggestion that Mr. Seward should leave the Cabinet, that Sumner should take his place, and that Governor Andrew might then succeed Sumner in the Senate. He also added that it would be a good thing to encourage Garibaldi to drive the French from Mexico. The President concluded to nominate Governor Morgan, who declined the honor. Mr. McCulloch was then appointed, upon which Mr. Usher, on the 8th of March, desiring, as he said, to relieve the President from any possible embarrassment which might arise from the fact that two members of the Cabinet were from the same State, resigned his place as Secretary of the Interior. The President endorsed the resignation, accepted to take effect May 15, 1865. Before that date should arrive, tremendous changes were to take place in the government of the United States. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 16. Lincoln Reelected. From the moment the Democratic Convention named its candidates, the stars in their courses seemed to fight against them. During the very hours when the streets of Chicago were blazing with torches, and the air was filled with the perfervid rhetoric of the peacemen rejoicing over their work, Hood was preparing for the evacuation of Atlanta, and the same newspapers which laid before their readers the craven utterances of the Vallandigham platform announced the entry of Sherman into the great manufacturing metropolis of Georgia. So close together came bane and antidote. The convention had declared the war was a failure and demanded that the government should sue for terms of peace. Lincoln's reply 3 days afterwards was a proclamation announcing the signal success that divine providence has recently vouchsafed the country at Mobile and Atlanta, and calling for devout acknowledgment to the Supreme Being, in whose hands are the destinies of nations. He also tendered by proclamation the national thanks to Farragut, Canby, and Granger, and to General Sherman and the gallant officers and soldiers of their respective commands, and ordered that national salutes of 100 guns should be fired on successive days from all the arsenals and navy yards in the United States in honor of these glorious victories. Thus, amid the prayers and thanksgivings of a grateful people, and the thunder and smoke of great guns uttering from their iron throats the general joy, the presidential campaign began. The darkest hour had come just before the dawn, and the light broadened on the political campaign from beginning to end. It would, of course, be unjust to describe the mass of the Democratic party as lacking in patriotism and as advocates of a dishonorable peace, but parties are judged by their general tendencies and not by the virtues or vices of individuals, and the two parties in the North in 1864 were differentiated with sufficient definiteness in the public mind as the peace and the war parties. In the South there was no shade of doubt as to this distinction. The hopes and prayers of the revolt were centered on McClellan's success. They deplored Confederate military disasters more for their political effect in the North than for any other reason. The Charleston Courier of the 7th of September contained a leader on the fall of Atlanta, in which the dependence of the rebellion upon Democratic success was frankly avowed. All of us perceive, it said, the intimate connection existing between the armies of the Confederacy and the peacemen in the United States. These constitute two immense forces that are working together for the procurement of peace. Our success in battle ensures the success of McClellan. Our failure will inevitably lead to his defeat. The article goes on to lament the disaster at Atlanta, which would cloud the promising prospect of the peace organization by which the entire Democratic Party was meant. One of the earliest speeches of the autumn was made by Mr. Seward at his home in Auburn, New York. He spoke avowedly without authority from the President. Yet, as well from his intimacy with Mr. Lincoln as from his commanding place in the administration, his speech demanded and received great attention. He said, while the rebels continued to wage war against the government of the United States, the military measures affecting slavery, which have been adopted from necessity to bring the war to a speedy and successful end, will be continued, except so far as practical experience shall show that they can be modified advantageously with a view to the same end. When the insurgents shall have disbanded their armies and laid down their arms, the war will instantly cease, and all the war measures then existing, including those which affect slavery, will cease also. And all the moral, economical, and political questions, as well questions affecting slavery as others which shall then be existing between individuals and states and the Federal Government, whether they arose before the Civil War began or whether they grew out of it, will, by force of the Constitution, pass over to the arbitrament of courts of law and to the councils of legislation. Referring to the Chicago Declaration in favor of the immediate cessation of hostilities and the paralyzing effect on the action of the government which would follow the success of the Democrats upon such a platform, he asked in that contingency, who can vouch for the safety of the country against the rebels during the interval which must elapse before the new administration can constitutionally come into power? The opposition journalists immediately seized upon this as a threat that the administration was determined to keep itself in power, whatever might be the verdict of the people. And this clamor went on until the President, as we shall show, put an effectual quietus upon it. Mr. Lincoln himself took little part in the contest. He was forced from time to time to assist with his presence charitable demonstrations in favor of the sick and wounded soldiers, and being always obliged on these occasions to say a few words, he acquitted himself of these necessary tasks with dignity and discretion. He made no personal reference to his opponents, and spoke of his enemies, North and South, with unfailing charity and moderation. Regiments of soldiers returning to their homes after their term of service was over sometimes called upon him, and in brief and pithy speeches he thanked them for calling, and always added a word or two of wise or witty political thought. Speaking to an Ohio regiment, he defined in one phrase the essential character of our Republican government with more accuracy and clearness than ever Jefferson had done. I wish it might be more generally and universally understood what the country is now engaged in. We have, as all will agree, a free government, where every man has a right to be equal with every other man. In this great struggle, this form of government and every form of human right is endangered if our enemies succeed. There is involved in this struggle the question whether your children and my children shall enjoy the privileges we have enjoyed. When you return to your homes, rise up to the height of a generation of men worthy of a free government, and we will carry out the great work we have commenced. To another regiment he said, I happen temporarily to occupy this big white house. I am a living witness that any one of your children may look to come here as my father's child has. It is in order that each one of you may have, through this free government which we have enjoyed, an open field and a fair chance for your industry, enterprise, and intelligence, that you may all have equal privileges in the race of life with all its desirable human aspirations. It is for this that the struggle should be maintained, that we may not lose our birthright. The nation is worth fighting for to secure such an inestimable jewel. Being invited to attend a Union mass meeting at Buffalo, the President at first thought of writing a letter, and we find among his papers the following fragment in his own manuscript. Yours inviting me to attend a Union mass meeting at Buffalo is received. Much is being said about peace, and no man desires peace more ardently than I. Still I am yet unprepared to give up the Union for a peace which, so achieved, could not be of much duration. The preservation of our Union was not the sole avowed object for which the war was commenced. It was commenced for precisely the reverse object, to destroy our Union. The insurgents commenced it by firing upon the Star of the West and on Fort Sumter, and by other similar acts. It is true, however, that the administration accepted the war thus commenced for the sole avowed object of preserving our Union. And it is not true that it has since been or will be prosecuted by this administration for any other object. In declaring this, I only declare what I can know, and do know to be true, and what no other man can know to be false. In taking the various steps which have led to my present position in relation to the war, the public interest and my private interest have been perfectly parallel, because in no other way could I serve myself so well as by truly serving the Union. The whole field has been open to me where to choose. No place-hunting necessity has been upon me, urging me to seek a position of antagonism to some other man, irrespective of whether such position might be favorable or unfavorable to the Union. Of course, I may err in judgment, but my present position in reference to the rebellion is the result of my best judgment, and according to that best judgment, it is the only position upon which any executive can or could save the Union. Any substantial departure from it ensures the success of the rebellion. An armistice, a cessation of hostilities, is the end of the struggle, and the insurgents would be in peaceable possession of all that has been struggled for. Any different policy in regard to the colored man deprives us of his help, and this is more than we can bear. We cannot spare the 140 or 50,000 now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers. This is not a question of sentiment or taste, but one of physical force, which may be measured and estimated as horsepower, and steam power are measured and estimated. Keep it, and you can save the Union. Throw it away, and the Union goes with it. Nor is it possible for any administration to retain the service of these people with the express or implied understanding that upon the first convenient occasion they are to be re-enslaved. It cannot be, and it ought not to be. After he had written thus far, he seems to have changed his mind as to the good taste or the expediency of aiding even thus far in his own canvass. He therefore laid his letter aside unsigned, and wrote a brief note declining to address the meeting, on the ground, first, that it would be a breach of precedent, and secondly, that if he once began to write letters, it would be difficult to discriminate between meetings having equal claims. Although the dignity and self-control with which Mr. Lincoln held himself aloof from the work of the canvass had been generally acknowledged, there is one incident of the campaign which was the object of severe criticism at the time. Governor Johnson, in accordance with the request of the State Convention of Tennessee, had issued a proclamation specifying the manner in which the vote for presidential electors should be taken, the qualification of voters, and the oath which they should be required to take. The Democratic candidates on the electoral ticket of that State, regarding themselves aggrieved by these requirements of the convention and the governor, united in a protest against this proceeding, and one of their number, John Lellyett, was sent to present the protest in person. In the account of his interview with the President, which he published in the newspapers, Mr. Lellyett said that the President told him he would manage his side of the contest in his own way, and the friends of General McClellan could manage their side in theirs. It is not impossible that in a moment of irritation at the presentation of a petition, which was in itself an insinuation that he was making a selfish and corrupt use of his power, the President may have treated Mr. Lellyett with scant courtesy, but he took the protest nevertheless, and told him he would answer it at his convenience. There is certainly nothing of malice or of petulance in the grave and serious tone of the reply which the President sent a few days later to the McClellan electors of Tennessee. He informed them that he had had no communication whatever with Governor Johnson on the subject of his proclamation, that he had given to the subject such consideration as was in his power in the midst of so many pressing public duties. He said, "My conclusion is that I can have nothing to do with the matter, either to sustain the plan as the convention and Governor Johnson have initiated it, or to revoke or modify it as you demand. By the Constitution and laws, the President is charged with no duty in the conduct of a presidential election in any State. Nor do I in this case perceive any military reason for his interference in the matter. The movement set on foot by the convention and Governor Johnson does not, as seems to be assumed by you, emanate from the national executive. In no proper sense can it be considered other than as an independent movement of at least a portion of the loyal people of Tennessee. I do not perceive in the plan any menace of violence or coercion toward anyone. Governor Johnson, like any other loyal citizen of Tennessee, has the right to favor any political plan he chooses, and as military governor, it is his duty to keep the peace among and for the loyal people of the State. I cannot discern that by this plan he purposes any more. But you object to the plan. Leaving it alone will be your perfect security against it. Do as you please on your own account, peacefully and loyally, and Governor Johnson will not molest you, but will protect you against violence so far as in his power. I presume that the conducting of a presidential election in Tennessee, in strict accordance with the old code of the State, is not now a possibility. It is scarcely necessary to add that if any election shall be held and any vote shall be cast in the State of Tennessee for President and Vice President of the United States, it will belong not to the military agents, nor yet to the executive department, but exclusively to another department of the government to determine whether they are entitled to be counted in conformity with the Constitution and laws of the United States. Except it be to give protection against violence, I decline to interfere in any way with any presidential election." The McClellan electors thereupon withdrew from the contest. Lincoln and Johnson electors were chosen, but their votes were not counted by Congress. The most important utterance of the President during the campaign was a speech which he made on the evening of the 19th of October, in which he referred to the construction which had been placed on the remarks of the Secretary of State at Auburn already quoted. He thought the distorted and unjust conclusions which had been drawn from Seward's remarks had gone far enough, and that the time had come to put an end to them, and he seized for that purpose the occasion of a serenade from a party of loyal Marylanders who were celebrating in Washington the victory which the party of emancipation had gained in the elections in their State. He said a few words of congratulation upon that auspicious event, and then added, "A word upon another subject. Something said by the Secretary of State in his recent speech at Auburn has been construed by some into a threat that if I shall be beaten at the election, I will, between then and the end of my constitutional term, do what I may be able to ruin the Government. Others regard the fact that the Chicago Convention adjourned, not sine die, but to meet again, if called to do so by a particular individual, as the intimation of a purpose that if their nominee shall be elected he will at once seize control of the Government. I hope the good people will permit themselves to suffer no uneasiness on either point. I am struggling to maintain government, not to overthrow it. I am struggling especially to prevent others from overthrowing it. I therefore say that if I shall live, I shall remain President until the 4th of next March, and that whoever shall be constitutionally elected therefore in November shall be duly installed as President on the 4th of March, and that in the interval I shall do my utmost that whoever is to hold the helm for the next voyage shall start with the best possible chance to save the ship. This is due to the people both on principle and under the Constitution. Their will, constitutionally expressed, is the ultimate law for all. If they should deliberately resolve to have immediate peace, even at the loss of their country and their liberty, I know not the power or the right to resist them. It is their own business, and they must do as they please with their own. I believe, however, they are still resolved to preserve their country and their liberty, and in this, in office or out of it, I am resolved to stand by them." During the progress of the campaign, Mr. Lincoln was frequently called upon to assist his friends, to oppose his enemies, and to exercise his powerful influence in appeasing discord in different States and districts. He interfered as little as possible, and always in the interests of the party at large, rather than in those of individuals. He took no account of the personal attitude of candidates towards himself. In the case of those who were among his intimate friends, he would go no further than to demand that Government officers should not work against them. When Isaac N. Arnold of Chicago, who had incurred the hostility of Mr. Scripps, the postmaster of that place, complained of the opposition of that official and called upon the President to put a stop to it, the President would do nothing more than to order the offending postmaster to content himself with the exercise of his own rights as a citizen and a voter, and to allow his subordinates to do the same. The postmaster answered, as was natural, that this was precisely what he had been doing, and that this was the source of Mr. Arnold's complaint, that the Congressman wanted his active official assistance and would be satisfied with nothing less. Although Arnold was an intimate and valued friend of the President, he declined to exercise any further pressure upon the postmaster, and Mr. Arnold soon afterwards withdrew from the contest. After candidates had been regularly and fairly nominated, the President had no hesitation in doing all in his power to conciliate hostilities and to unite the party in support of them. He tolerated in these cases no factious or malicious opposition on the part of his office holders, and he laid his hands most heavily upon those injudicious friends of his own who attempted to defeat the reelection of Republican congressmen who had not been especially friendly to him. A large number of the leading Republicans in Roscoe Conkling's district had declared their intention to oppose him. Mr. Conkling's friends appealed to the President, claiming that the Republican opposition to him had its rise and origin among friends of the Secretary of State. The President commended their complaint to the attention of Mr. Seward, and answered for himself: I am for the regular nominee in all cases, and no one could be more satisfactory to me as the nominee in that district than Mr. Roscoe Conkling. I do not mean to say there are not others as good as he in the district, but I think I know him to be at least good enough. Being informed of some hostility on the part of the custom house officials in New York against Frederick A. Conkling, he wrote similar admonitions to them. The postmaster of Philadelphia, being accused of interference against William D. Kelly, the President sent for him, and following his custom in grave matters, he read to him a reprimand which he had committed to paper in the following words: "Complaint is made to me that you are using your official power to defeat Judge Kelly's renomination to Congress. I am well satisfied with Judge Kelly as a member of Congress, and I do not know that the man who might supplant him would be as satisfactory. But the correct principle, I think, is that all our friends should have absolute freedom of choice among our friends. My wish, therefore, is that you will do just as you think fit with your own suffrage in the case, and not constrain any of your subordinates to do other than as he thinks fit with his. This is precisely the rule I inculcated and adhered to on my part when a certain other nomination now recently made was being canvassed for." The reform of the civil service had not at that time been formulated by its friends, nor even adopted in principle by the country at large. Yet it would be difficult, even in the light of this day, to improve upon this statement of its essential principle as applied to the conduct of office holders. The postmaster, of course, promised exact obedience, but later in the summer the President was informed, on authority that he credited, that of the 200 or 300 employees in the post office not one was openly in favor of the renomination of Judge Kelly. Upon learning this, Mr. Lincoln wrote to an influential friend in Philadelphia stating these facts and adding: "This, if true, is not accidental. Left to their free choice, there can be no doubt that a large number of them, probably as much or more than half, would be for Kelly. And if they are for him and are not restrained, they can put it beyond question by publicly saying so. Please tell the postmaster he must find a way to relieve me from the suspicion that he is not keeping his promise to me in good faith." The postmaster felt at last the hand of iron under the velvet glove, and Kelly was renominated and reelected as he was ever after till his death, to the honor and advantage of his district and State. The summer was full of brief panics and flurries among the politicians, and they were continually rushing to Mr. Lincoln to urge him to action or inaction in the interests of the canvass. We believe there is no instance in which he yielded to these solicitations. A matter of especial difficulty was the draft for 500,000 of men which had been issued on the 18th of July. Leading Republicans all over the country, fearing the effect of the draft upon the elections, begged the President to withdraw the call or suspend operations under it. Mr. Cameron, so late as the 19th of October, after the State elections had been secured, advised against the draft in Philadelphia. Mr. Chase, on the same day, telegraphed from Ohio, which had been carried triumphantly by the Republicans a few days before, recommending the suspension of the draft for 3 weeks. Judge Johnson of Ohio reports that he was with the President when a committee came from Ohio to request him to suspend the draft until after the elections, and that Mr. Lincoln quietly answered, "What is the presidency worth to me if I have no country?" But these solicitations were not all in the same direction. General Sherman telegraphed from the field, "If the President modifies it, the draft, to the extent of one man, or wavers in its execution, he is gone forever. The army would vote against him." The politicians and the general probably exaggerated in equal measure. The army would not have rejected him if he had seen fit to suspend the draft, and the people stood by him in his refusal to do it. He went so far in compliance with the earnest request of the Union people in Indiana as to write to Sherman expressing his sense of the importance of allowing as many of the Indiana soldiers as possible to go home to vote. Most of the other States which voted in October allowed their soldiers to vote in the field. Indiana had not passed the necessary legislation for this purpose. The draft was steadily proceeding in that State, and in the opinion of the leading men there was endangering the success of the Union party in the elections. "Anything you can safely do," Mr. Lincoln wrote, "to let her soldiers, or any part of them, go home and vote at the State election will be greatly in point. They need not remain for the Presidential election, but may return to you at once." He was careful, however, not to urge General Sherman to any course of action which he might consider injurious. This is, he added, in no sense an order, but is merely intended to impress you with the importance to the army itself of your doing all you safely can, yourself being the judge of what you can safely do. There were also reports from Missouri that Rosecrans was inclined to deny the soldiers the right of attending the elections on the assumed ground that they would get drunk and make disturbance. The President, on being informed of this, quoted to Rosecrans the following words from the letter which he had written to Schofield: "At elections, see that those, and only those, are allowed to vote who are entitled to do so by the laws of Missouri, including as of those laws the restrictions laid by the Missouri Convention upon those who may have participated in the rebellion." This, said Lincoln, I thought right then and think right now, and I may add I do not remember that either party complained after the election of General Schofield's action under it. Wherever the law allows soldiers to vote, their officers must also allow it. The opposition to Mr. Lincoln within the ranks of his own party did not entirely die away, even after the Chicago nomination and the changed political prospect which immediately followed it. So late as the 20th of September, Thurlow Weed wrote to Mr. Seward that the conspiracy against Mr. Lincoln collapsed on Monday last. It was equally formidable and vicious, embracing a larger number of leading men than I supposed possible. Knowing that I was not satisfied with the President, they came to me for cooperation. But my objection to Mr. Lincoln is that he has done too much for those who now seek to drive him out of the field. Their last meeting was early last week at the house of Dudley Field. It was attended by Greeley, Godwin, Wilkes, Tilton, Opdyke, Curtis, Noyes, and 25 others of the same stripe. He also stated that a circular had been sent to leading Republicans in other states inquiring as to the feasibility of making another nomination for President at that time; that the malcontents, finding themselves in solitude, had concluded to break up operations and try to control the regular State Convention. This letter referred to a movement which at one time assumed a certain importance. About the middle of August, a number of leading Republicans belonging to the faction in New York opposed to Mr. Seward, who had been displeased at the unanimous nomination of Lincoln at Baltimore, and who, by constant conversation among themselves, had become convinced of his unpopularity, endeavored to organize a demonstration against him which should force him to withdraw from the ticket. They had the earnest support and eager instigation of Henry Winter Davis in Maryland, of the editors of the Cincinnati Gazette in Ohio, and what would have surprised Mr. Lincoln if he had known it, of Charles Sumner in Massachusetts. General Butler was the favorite candidate of most of this singular cabal, and he sent a representative to their conferences. Mr. Chase gave in a guarded adhesion, and Daniel S. Dickinson, not having been nominated for the vice presidency at Baltimore, was naturally full of anxiety and alarm over the manifest downward tendency of things. They met with severe rebuffs from several quarters where they expected assistance. Roscoe Conkling refused bluntly to sign their call. Jacob Collamer thought it inexpedient. When the country woke up to the true significance of the Chicago platform, the successes of Sherman excited the enthusiasm of the people, and the Unionists, arousing from their midsummer languor, began to show their confidence and regard towards the Republican candidate. The hopelessness of all efforts to undermine him became apparent, and one by one all the men engaged in this secret movement against him fell into line and did their best to elect him. After every semblance of open hostility had disappeared everywhere else in the country, the fire of faction still kept it alive in Missouri. A singular state of things existed there. The Radical party had almost entirely absorbed the Union sentiment of the State. The Conservative party, the President's friends, had almost ceased to exist. The incumbents of the government offices, a few of the intimate personal friends of Blair, still stood out against the Radicals, and so long as this attitude was maintained, the Radicals, while working vigorously for their State and local tickets, refused to avow themselves in favor of Lincoln. So far as can be ascertained, the only reason for this absurd position was that the Claybanks, as the Conservatives were called, wished the Radicals to declare for Lincoln as a pretext by which they could join the vast majority of their party, and the Radicals spitefully refused to allow them this accommodation. Thomas C. Fletcher, the Radical candidate for governor, refused during the greater part of the campaign to make any public statement that he would vote for Lincoln. His reason for this, privately given, was that he feared such an announcement would alienate from his support a large number of the more furious anti-Lincoln Germans. At last, however, he concluded to declare for the regular Republican presidential ticket, and a meeting was appointed for the purpose. But to the astonishment of the moderate Union men, he went no further at this meeting than to say he would not vote for McClellan. And in explanation of this singular performance, he told the President's private secretary that he had found at the hotel where his speech was made a letter of the Clay Bank Committee offering their support on condition of his declaring for Lincoln, and that he would not be coerced into it. The President sent messages to the moderate Unionists expressing his desire that the childish quarrel should come to an end, and they, to do them justice, desired nothing more. The only condition of their support which they made was that candidates should declare themselves for Lincoln, which they in turn would have been willing to do if it were not that the Claybanks requested it. So far as practical results went, the party was united enough, Mr. Nicolay reported. It seems to be very well understood that, with the exception of very few impracticables, the Union men will cast their votes for you, for the Radical congressmen, for the emancipation candidates, for the State legislature and the State convention, so that in practice nearly everybody is right and united, while in profession everybody is wrong or at cross purposes. This was surmised while the clatter of factious fighting was going on, and was abundantly proved by the result. While the Radical candidate for governor only claimed that he would be elected by a majority of 10,000, which claim by many of his party was considered sanguine, when the votes were counted it was found that Lincoln had carried the State by the immense majority of 40,000. The electoral contest began with the picket firing in Vermont and Maine in September, was continued in what might be called the Grand Guard fighting in October in the great states of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, and the final battle all along the line took place in November. Vermont and Maine were carried by good Republican majorities, the canvass in the latter state having been managed by James G. Blaine with a dash and energy which gave a presage of his subsequent career. Before the October elections came on, auguries of Republican success had become so significant and universal that there was little doubt of the result in the best informed political circles. The President, however, was too old a politician to be sure of anything until the votes were counted, and it was not without some natural trepidation that on the evening of the 11th of October he walked over to the War Department to get from the telegraphic instruments the earliest intimations of the course of the contest. The first dispatch he received contained the welcome intelligence of the election of Rutherford B. Hayes and his Republican colleague from the hard-fought Cincinnati districts. Next came dispatches announcing a Republican majority in Philadelphia and indicating a similar result in the state of Pennsylvania. The news continued very much in the same strain during the evening, and the President, in the lull of dispatches, read aloud to Stanton and Dana selected chapters of the Nasby papers. As the votes of the soldiers in the different camps in the vicinity of Washington began to be reported, they were found to be nearly unanimous in favor of the Republican candidate, the proportion among Western troops being generally that of 10-1. Among the Eastern troops, although there was everywhere a majority, it was not so large. Carver Hospital, by which Lincoln and Stanton passed every day on their way to the country, gave the heaviest opposition vote reported, about 1 out of 3. Lincoln turned to the Secretary and said, "That's hard on us, Stanton. They know us better than the others." The sum of the day's work was of enormous importance. Indiana indicated a gain of 30,000 in 2 years. Governor Morton and the entire Republican ticket were elected by 20,000 majority, with a gain of 4 congressmen. Pennsylvania, whose representatives in Congress had been equally divided, now changed their proportion to 15 against 9, and made her legislature strongly Republican in both branches, with popular majorities ranging from 10 to 15,000. The Unionists carried Ohio by a majority of over 54,000 and effected a complete revolution in her representation in Congress. For while in 1862 she had elected 14 Democrats and 5 Republicans, she now sent to Washington 17 Republicans and 2 Democrats. But the success of the day which lay nearest to the heart of the President was the adoption in Maryland of the new state constitution, abolishing slavery forever on her soil. The majority was a very slender one, the vote of the soldiers in the field being necessary to save emancipation, but it served, and the next month the Union majority was greatly increased. It would seem strange that after this decisive victory there should have been any room left for hope or confidence on the side of the opposition, or for anxiety and panic among Republican politicians. But alternating fits of confidence and despondency are inseparable from all long continued political campaigns, and even after these overwhelming successes we find the Democratic speeches and papers full of boasting, and the private correspondence of experienced Republican leaders full of tremor and apprehension. The President, however, had passed through his moment of despondency, and from this time to the end entertained no shadow of doubt of the result. Mr. Washburne wrote to him on the 17th of October from Galena: "It is no use to deceive ourselves about this State. Everything is at sixes and sevens, and no head or tail to anything. There is imminent danger of our losing the State." And more in the same strain. The President laid away the letter, writing on the envelope the single word "stampeded." 10 days later Washburne had recovered his spirits and wrote: "Logan is carrying all before him in Egypt." Earlier in the campaign Mr. Washburne, desiring to do all in his power to forward the Union cause, had written to Grant asking permission to print a letter from him in favor of Lincoln. Grant replied that he had no objection to this, but he thought that for the President to answer all the charges the opposition would bring against him would be like setting a maiden to work to prove her chastity. A friend of Mr. Seward communicated to him about the same time an astonishing mare's nest, in which he claimed to have discovered that the opposition policy for the Presidential campaign would be to abstain from voting. The Secretary submitted this letter to the President. To Mr. Lincoln, with his lifelong observation of politics, this idea of abstention from voting seemed more amusing than threatening. He returned the letter to the Secretary with this endorsement: "More likely to abstain from stopping when once they get at it." As the time drew near for the election in November, a flight of rumors of intended secessionist demonstrations in the principal States of the North covered the land. The points of danger which were most clearly indicated were the cities of Chicago and New York. We have related in another place the efficient measures taken to prevent any outbreak in Chicago, with the arrest and punishment of the conspirators. The precautionary measures in other States prevented any attempt at disorder. To preserve the public peace in the city of New York, and to secure the guarantee of a fair and orderly election there, General Butler was sent with a considerable force of troops to that city. He issued an order on the 5th of November declaring that troops had been detailed for duty in that district sufficient to preserve the peace of the United States, to protect public property, to prevent disorder, and to ensure calm and quiet. He referred to the charge made by the opposition that the presence of Union troops might possibly have an effect upon the free exercise of the duty of voting at the ensuing election. He hotly repudiated this accusation. "The armies of the United States," he said, "are ministers of good and not of evil. Those who fear them are accused by their own consciences. Let every citizen having the right to vote act according to the inspiration of his own judgment freely. He will be protected in that right by the whole power of the Government, if it shall become necessary." He denounced energetically the crime of fraudulent voting, but did not assume to himself the duty of separating the tares from the wheat. He simply warned the evil intentioned that fraudulent voting would be detected and punished after the election was over. Governor Seymour had been, as usual, much exercised for fear of executive usurpation at the polls, and had issued a proclamation on the 2nd of November, urging the avoidance of all measures which would tend to strife or disorder. He called upon sheriffs of counties to take care that every voter should have a free ballot in the manner secured to him by the Constitution and laws, and to exercise the full force of the law, and call forth, if need be, the power of their districts against the interference of the military in the vicinity of the polling places. There was by no means a unanimous agreement among even the supporters of the administration as to the expediency of sending General Butler to New York at this time. The action was taken by Mr. Stanton on his own responsibility. Thurlow Weed disapproved of it, and up to the day of election thought, on the whole, the proceeding was injurious, in spite of Butler's admirable general order. But Butler acted under the circumstances with remarkable judgment and discretion. He devoted the days which elapsed between his arrival and the election to making himself thoroughly acquainted with the city, with its police arrangements, and the means at his disposal to preserve order. Every hour was occupied with a careful study of maps, of police arrangements, of telegraphic communication between his headquarters and every part of the city, and in consultations with general officers, the creation of an improvised engineer department, and the planning of a system of barricades in case of widespread insurrection. But the object to which he gave special attention, and in which he most thoroughly succeeded, was the avoidance of every pretext for any charge of interference with the rights of citizens at the polls. On the morning of the 8th of November, although the city was absolutely in the hands of the disciplined military force which had been sent to guard it, not a soldier was visible to the thousands of voters who thronged the streets. But everybody knew that they were there, and the result was, as Butler telegraphed to Lincoln at noon on Election Day, the quietest city ever seen. To Mr. Lincoln this was one of the most solemn days of his life. Assured of his personal success and devoutly confident that the day of peace and the reestablishment of the Union was not far off, he felt no elation and no sense of triumph over his opponents. His mind seemed filled with mingled feelings of deep and humble gratitude to the vast majority of his fellow citizens who were this day testifying to him their heartfelt confidence and affection, and of a keen and somewhat surprised regret that he should be an object in so many quarters of so bitter and vindictive an opposition. He said to one of his secretaries, "It is singular that I, who am not a vindictive man, should always, except one, have been before the people for election in canvasses marked for their bitterness. When I came to Congress it was a quiet time, but always except that, the contests in which I have been prominent have been marked with great rancor." In the evening he went over, as was his custom, to the War Department. The night was rainy and dark. As he entered the telegraph room he was handed a dispatch from John W. Forney, claiming 10,000 Union majority in Philadelphia. The figures were so far above his estimate that he said, "Forney is a little excitable." A moment after, a dispatch came from Mr. Fulton in Baltimore, 15,000 in city, 5,000 in the State. All hail free Maryland. A moment after there came messages from Boston announcing majorities for Samuel Hooper and A. H. Rice of something like 4,000 each. The President, astonished, asked if this was not a clerical error for 400. But the larger figures were soon confirmed. Mr. Rice afterwards, in speaking of these astounding majorities in districts where there was never the least charge made of irregularity at the polls, quoted an explanation made by a constituent of his with no irreverent intention: "The Almighty must have stuffed the ballot boxes." The entrance of General Thomas T. Eckert, who came in covered with mud from a fall in crossing the street, reminded the President of an incident of his defeat by Douglas. He said, "For such an awkward fellow I am pretty sure-footed. It used to take a rather dexterous man to throw me. I remember the evening of the day in 1858 that decided the contest for the Senate between Mr. Douglas and myself was something like this: dark, raining, and gloomy. From reading the returns I had ascertained that we had lost the legislature and started to go home. The path had been worn hog-backed and was slippery. Both my feet slipped from under me, but I recovered myself and lit clear. And I said to myself, it is a slip and not a fall." Mr. Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, indulged in some not unnatural exultation over the complete effacement of Henry Winter Davis from Maryland politics. Mr. Davis had assailed the Navy with a peculiarly malicious opposition for 2 years for no cause that Mr. Fox could assign except that he was a brother-in-law of Montgomery Blair. The President would not agree with him. "You have more of that feeling of personal resentment than I," he said. "Perhaps I have too little of it, but I never thought it paid. A man has no time to spend half his life in quarrels. If any man ceases to attack me, I never remember the past against him." All the evening the dispatches kept the same tenor of widespread success, in almost all cases above the estimates. The October States showed increased majorities, and long before midnight the indications were that the State of New York had cast her ponderous vote for Lincoln and made the verdict of the North almost unanimous in his favor, leaving General McClellan but 21 electoral votes derived from New Jersey, Delaware, and Kentucky, 212 being cast for Lincoln and Johnson. It was 2 o'clock in the morning before the President left the War Department. At the door he met a party of serenaders with a brass band, who saluted him with music and cheers, and in the American fashion demanded a speech. He made a brief response, saying that he did not pretend that those who had thought the best interests of the nation were to be subserved by the support of the present administration embraced all the patriotism and loyalty of the country. He continued, "I do believe, and I trust without personal interest, that the welfare of the country does require that such support and endorsement should be given. I earnestly believe that the consequences of this day's work, if it be as you assume, and as now seems probable, will be to the lasting advantage, if not to the very salvation, of the country. I cannot at this hour say what has been the result of the election, but whatever it may be, I have no desire to modify this opinion, that all who have labored today in behalf of the Union have wrought for the best interests of the country and the world, not only for the present, but for all future ages. I am thankful to God for this approval of the people, but while deeply grateful for this mark of their confidence in me, if I know my heart, my gratitude is free from any taint of personal triumph. I do not impugn the motives of any one opposed to me. It is no pleasure to me to triumph over any one, but I give thanks to the Almighty for this evidence of the people's resolution to stand by free government and the rights of humanity." For several days the torrent of congratulations came pouring in. General Blair wrote from Georgia, where he was leading an army corps under Sherman to the sea. "The vote in this army today is almost unanimous for Lincoln. Give Uncle Abe my compliments and congratulations." Grant paused for a moment in his labors in the investment of Richmond to express his sense of the vast importance and significance of the election. He thought a tremendous crisis in the history of the country had been met and triumphantly passed by the quiet and orderly conduct of the American people on the 8th of November. The manner in which the President received these tumultuous demonstrations of goodwill was so characteristic that it seems to us worthy of special attention. He was absolutely free from elation or self-congratulation. He seemed to deprecate his own triumph, and to sympathize rather with the beaten than the victorious party. He received notice that on the night of the 10th of November the various Republican clubs in the District of Columbia would serenade him. Not wishing to speak extempore on an occasion where his words would receive so wide a publication, he sat down and hastily wrote a speech which, while it has not received the worldwide fame of certain other of his utterances, is one of the weightiest and wisest of all his discourses. He read it at the window which opens on the north portico of the Executive Mansion, a secretary standing beside him lighting the page with a candle. "Not very graceful," he said, "but I'm growing old enough not to care much for the manner of doing things." There was certainly never an equal compliment paid to a serenading crowd. The inmost philosophy of Republican governments was in the President's little speech. It has long been a grave question whether any government not too strong for the liberties of its people can be strong enough to maintain its own existence in great emergencies. On this point, the present rebellion brought our republic to a severe test, and a presidential election occurring in regular course during the rebellion added not a little to the strain. If the loyal people united were put to the utmost of their strength by the rebellion, must they not fail when divided and partially paralyzed by a political war among themselves? But the election was a necessity. We cannot have free government without elections, and if the rebellion could force us to forego or postpone a national election, it might fairly claim to have already conquered and ruined us. The strife of the election is but human nature practically applied to the facts of the case. What has occurred in this case must ever recur in similar cases. Human nature will not change. In any future great national trial, compared with the men of this, we shall have as weak and as strong, as silly and as wise, as bad and as good. Let us therefore study the incidents of this as philosophy to learn wisdom from, and none of them as wrongs to be revenged. But the election, along with its incidental and undesirable strife, has done good too. It has demonstrated that a people's government can sustain a national election in the midst of a great civil war. Until now, it has not been known to the world that this was a possibility. It shows also how sound and how strong we still are. It shows that even among candidates of the same party, he who is most devoted to the Union and most opposed to treason can receive most of the people's votes. It shows also, to the extent yet known, that we have more men now than we had when the war began. Gold is good in its place, but living, brave, patriotic men are better than gold. But the rebellion continues, and now that the election is over, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? For my own part, I have striven and shall strive to avoid placing any obstacle in the way. So long as I have been here, I have not willingly planted a thorn in any man's bosom. While I am deeply sensible to the high compliment of a reelection, and duly grateful, as I trust, to Almighty God for having directed my countrymen to a right conclusion, as I think, for their own good, it adds nothing to my satisfaction that any other man may be disappointed or pained by the result. May I ask those who have not differed with me to join with me in this same spirit towards those who have. And now let me close by asking 3 hearty cheers for our brave soldiers and seamen and their gallant and skillful commanders. In this lofty and magnanimous spirit he received all the addresses of congratulations that came in upon him in these days. To a delegation from Maryland, who ascribed it to his rare discretion that Maryland was then a free State, he replied with deep appreciation of their courtesy, and added that those who differed from and opposed us would yet see that defeat was better for their own good than if they had been successful. He not only had no feeling of malicious triumph himself, he had no patience with it in others. When Mr. Raymond, who represented his special friends in New York, wrote a letter breathing fire and vengeance against the officials of the Custom House, who he said had come near defeating him in the race for Congress, the President merely observed that it was the spirit of such letters as that which created the factious malignity of which Mr. Raymond complained. To all those who begged for a rigorous and exemplary course of punishment for political derelictions in the late canvass, his favorite expression was, "I am in favor of short statutes of limitations in politics." He rejected peremptorily some suggestions of General Butler and the War Department having in view the punishment of flagrant offenders in New York. We must not sully victory with harshness. His thoughtful and chivalrous consideration for the beaten party did not, however, prevent him from feeling the deepest gratitude for those who had labored on his side. He felt that the humblest citizen who had done his duty had claims upon him. Hearing that Deacon John Phillips of Sturbridge, Massachusetts, a man who had already completed his 104th year and had voted at every presidential election since the foundation of the government, had taken the pains to go to the polls to vote for him, the President wrote him a grateful letter of thanks. The example, he said, of such devotion to civic duties in one whose days have already been extended an average lifetime beyond the psalmist's limit cannot but be valuable and fruitful. It is not for myself only, but for the country which you have in your sphere served so long and so well that I thank you. The venerable man, who had attained his majority in the midst of the War of the Revolution, and who had arrived at middle age before this century opened, answered in a note which greatly pleased and moved the President, as coming from one of the oldest men living on the earth. He said, "I feel that I have no desire to live but to see the conclusion of this wicked rebellion, and the power of God displayed in the conversion of the nations. I believe, by the help of God, you will finish the first, and also be the means of establishing universal freedom and restoring peace to the Union. That the God of mercy will bless you in this great work and through life is the prayer of your unworthy servant, John Phillips." There is one phrase of the President's speech of the 10th of November which we have quoted, which is singularly illustrative, not only of the quick apprehension with which he seized upon facts of importance, but also of the accuracy and method with which he ascertained and established them. Within a few hours after the voting had closed, he was able to say that the election had shown that we have more men now than we had when the war began. A great bundle of papers which lies before us as we write, filled with telegrams from every quarter, annotated in his own neat handwriting with a mass of figures which would have dismayed an ordinary accountant, shows the importance which he attached to the fact and the industry with which he investigated it. In his message to Congress a few weeks later, he elaborated this statement with the utmost care. He showed from the comparative votes in 1860 and in 1864 a net increase of votes during the 3 years and a half of war of 145,551. The accomplished statisticians of the Tribune Almanac in the following month, after the closest study of the official returns, expressed their surprise at the singular accuracy of the President's figures. An extract from his annual message to Congress gives the best summing up of the results of the election that has ever been written. The purpose of the people within the loyal States to maintain the integrity of the Union was never more firm nor more nearly unanimous than now. The extraordinary calmness and good order with which the millions of voters met and mingled at the polls give strong assurance of this. Not only all those who supported the Union ticket so-called, but a great majority of the opposing party also, may be fairly claimed to entertain and to be actuated by the same purpose. It is an unanswerable argument to this effect that no candidate for any office whatever, high or low, has ventured to seek votes on the avowal that he was for giving up the Union. There have been much impugning of motives and much heated controversy as to the proper means and best mode of advancing the Union cause, but on the distinct issue of Union or no Union, the politicians have shown their instinctive knowledge that there is no diversity among the people. In affording the people the fair opportunity of showing one to another and to the world this firmness and unanimity of purpose, the election has been of vast value to the national cause. On the day of election, General McClellan resigned his commission in the Army, and the place thus made vacant was filled by the appointment of General Philip H. Sheridan, a fit type and illustration of the turn in the tide of affairs which was to sweep from that time rapidly onward to the great and decisive national triumph. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 17. Chase as Chief Justice. Chief Justice Taney died on the 12th day of October, 1864, during the public rejoicings that hailed the success of the Union party at the autumnal elections. He was a man of amiable character, of blameless life, of great learning, of stainless integrity. Yet such is the undiscriminating cruelty with which public opinion executes its decrees, that this aged and upright judge was borne to his grave with few expressions of regret, and even with a feeling not wholly suppressed that his removal formed a part of the good news which the autumn had brought to the upholders of the Union. Toilsome and irreproachable as his life had been, so far as purity of intentions were concerned, it was marked by one of those mistakes which are never forgiven. In a critical hour of history, he had made a decision contrary to the spirit of the age, contrary to the best hopes and aspirations of the nation at large. Before he had assumed the grave responsibilities of Chief Justice, he had not been insensible to those emotions and sympathies which animated the majority of his countrymen in later years. So early as 1818 he had spoken of slavery as a blot on our national character, and expressed the confident hope that it would effectually, though gradually, be wiped away. "Until it shall be accomplished, until the time shall come when we can point without a blush to the language held in the Declaration of Independence," he said, "every friend of humanity will seek to lighten the galling chain of slavery and better to the utmost of his power the wretched condition of the slave." But when he assumed public office, he became a part of the machinery of his party. He accepted its tenets and carried them unflinchingly to their logical result, so that to a mind so upright and straightforward in its operations there seemed nothing revolting in the enunciation of the dismal and inhuman propositions of the Dred Scott decision. His whole life was therefore read in the light of that one act, and when he died, the nation he had so faithfully served, according to his lights, looked upon his death as the removal of a barrier to human progress. The general feeling found expression in the grim and profane witticism of Senator Wade, uttered some months before, when it seemed likely that the Chief Justice would survive the administration of Mr. Lincoln. "No man ever prayed as I did that Taney might outlive James Buchanan's term, and now I am afraid I have overdone it." The friends of Mr. Chase immediately claimed that the place thus vacated belonged to him. They not only insisted that he was the best fitted of all the public men in the country for the duties of that high office, that the great issues of the war would be safest in his hands, that the rights of the freedmen would be most secure with an ardent and consistent abolitionist, that the national currency would be best cared for by its parent, They also claimed that the place had been promised him by the President, and this claim, though not wholly true, was not without foundation. Several times during the past year or two the President had intimated in conversation with various friends of Mr. Chase that he thought favorably of appointing him Chief Justice, if a vacancy should occur. These expressions had been faithfully reported to the Secretary, and promptly entered by him in his diary at the time. When Andrew G. Curtin was a candidate for reelection as Governor of Pennsylvania, John Covode came to Mr. Chase and told him if Curtin was elected he would shape matters in Pennsylvania so as to secure its delegates in the presidential convention, but the majority of the loyal men in Pennsylvania preferred Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase replied that no speculations as to Governor Curtin's future course could excuse the loyal men from supporting him now, that the future must take care of itself, that he, Mr. Chase, was not anxious for the presidency, that there was but one position in the government which he would really like to have, if it were possible to have it without any sacrifice of principle or public interest, and that was the Chief Justiceship. At this Mr. Covode expressed himself satisfied, and went away, resolved to permit the renomination of Curtin, which, it may be said in passing, he could have done nothing to prevent. Mr. Chase's eyes seemed pretty constantly fixed upon the bench in the intervals of his presidential aspirations. For a few days after his resignation, his feelings against the President were of such bitterness that he seems to have given up that prospect. He was on the verge of open revolt from the party with which he had been so long associated. In his diary of the 6th of July, he wrote, quote, "Pomeroy says he means to go on a buffalo hunt and then to Europe. He cannot support Lincoln, but won't desert his principles. I am much of the same sentiments, though not willing now to decide what duty may demand next. Pomeroy remarked that, on the news of my resignation reaching the Senate, several of the Democratic senators came to him and said, 'We'll go with you now for Chase.' This meant nothing but a vehement desire to overthrow the existing administration, but might mean much if the Democrats would only cut loose from slavery and go for freedom and the protection of labor by a national currency. If they would do that, I would cheerfully go for any man they might nominate." End quote. A few days later he wrote recounting his efforts for the public good, and added, quote, "My efforts were stoutly resisted outside, and had not earnest sympathy inside of the administration. They were steadily prevailing, however, when a sense of duty to myself and the country also compelled me to resign." End quote. A few malignant opponents of Mr. Lincoln still continued to write to Mr. Chase, and to keep alive in his mind the fancy of a possible nomination to the presidency. His weakness before the people had been signally shown by an ill-judged attempt to secure him the nomination for Congress in Cincinnati, but in spite of this he still responded readily to suggestions from factious partisans. To one, writing from Michigan, he replied that he was now a private citizen, and expected to remain such. Quote, "No one," he said, "has been authorized to use my name in any political connection, except that I said I should not feel at liberty to refuse my services to the citizens of my congressional district, if spontaneously and unanimously demanded. I think now that I erred in saying this, but it seemed right at the time. No such movement as the one you suggest seems to me expedient, so far as I am concerned. Whether it would be expedient or patriotic in reference to some other name, I am not able to judge. I see only, as all see, that there is a deplorable lack of harmony, caused chiefly, in my judgment, by the injudicious course of some of Mr. Lincoln's chief advisers, and his own action on their advice." End quote. Even to comparative strangers he could not write without speaking slightingly of the President. He kept up this habit to the end of Lincoln's life. To one he said, quote, "I fear our good President is so anxious for the restoration of the Union that he will not care sufficiently about the basis of representation." End quote. To another, with a singular and unusual lack of dignity, he said, quote, "Some seem to think that a man who has handled millions must be rich, and so I should be if I could have retained for myself even 1% of what I saved to the people, but I would not exchange the consciousness of having kept my hands free from the touch of 1 cent of public treasure for all the riches in the world." End quote. Mr. Chase was, of course, absolutely and unquestionably honest, but that virtue is not so rare in public men that one should celebrate it in himself. He passed the heat of the midsummer in the White Mountains. During his absence, his tone of bitter and sullen comment towards the President and his associates in the cabinet continued, but after the fall of Atlanta and the evident response of the country to the Chicago nominations, his tone underwent a sudden change. He announced himself at last in favor of the election of Mr. Lincoln. In his diary of the 17th of September, after he had returned to Washington, he said, quote, "I have seen the President twice. His manner was cordial, and so were his words, and I hear of nothing but good will from him. But he is not at all demonstrative, either in speech or manner. I feel that I do not know him, and I found no action on what he says or does. It is my conviction that the cause I love and the general interests of the country will be best promoted by his reelection, and I have resolved to join my efforts to those of almost the whole body of my friends in securing it." End quote. He continues in his usual tone of self-portraiture, quote, "I have been told that the President said he and I could not get along together in the Cabinet. Doubtless there was a difference of temperament, and on some points of judgment I may have been too earnest and eager, while I thought him not earnest enough and too slow. On some occasions, indeed, I found that it was so. But I never desired anything else than his complete success, and never indulged a personal feeling incompatible with absolute fidelity to his administration." End quote. He repeats over and over again in his letters and diaries that he never really desired the presidency, that he seized the first opportunity of withdrawing from the canvass. From Washington he went to Ohio, where he brought himself at last to make an open declaration of his preference for Mr. Lincoln as against McClellan. He voted for the Republican ticket at the election in October, and sent a telegram to the President that the result was, quote, "all right in Ohio and Indiana." End quote. The death of Chief Justice Taney occurred immediately afterwards, and the canvass for a successor on the part of the friends of Mr. Chase began without a moment's delay. Mr. Sumner was particularly ardent and pressing. Quote, "A Chief Justice is needed," he wrote to the President, "whose position on the slavery question is already fixed, and will not need argument of counsel to convert him." End quote. A mass of solicitations of the same character came in upon the President, and they were reinforced inside the Cabinet by the earnest influence of Mr. Fessenden and Mr. Stanton, and although these and other friends of Mr. Chase were so strongly encouraged by Mr. Lincoln's response that they had no hesitation in assuring him that he would without doubt be made Chief Justice, the President gave no decided intimation of his purpose. It is altogether probable that he intended from the first to appoint him, but he resolved at the same time to say nothing about it until he was ready to act. He said to his secretary, "I shall be very shut-pan about this matter." When one day his secretary brought him a letter from Mr. Chase in Ohio, he said, "What is it about?" "Simply a kind and friendly letter," the secretary answered. Mr. Lincoln, without reading it, replied with his shrewd smile, "File it with his other recommendations." So reticent was Mr. Lincoln in regard to his purpose that the enemies of Mr. Chase, who were especially abundant and active in Ohio, endeavored to prevent his nomination by the presentation of strong and numerously signed protests against it. The President received them not too affably, and while he listened respectfully to all they had to say in regard to the merits of the case, he sternly checked them when they began to repeat instances of Mr. Chase's personal hostility to himself. He treated with the same contempt a more serious statement which he had received from New York, that Mr. Cisco, who had personally declared for McClellan, gave as his reason for such a course that Secretary Chase had told him that Mr. Lincoln was incompetent and unfit for the position he held, though he added that Mr. Chase, on his return to Washington, had informed him that he then considered it his public duty to support Mr. Lincoln for the presidency. Strangely enough, from the Treasury Department itself came an earnest protest against the late Secretary. The Venerable Joseph J. Lewis, Commissioner of Internal Revenue, protested that he was not a man of large legal or financial knowledge, that his selfishness had gradually narrowed and contracted his view of things in general, that he was amazingly ignorant of men, that it was the opinion in the department that he really desired, towards the end of his term of office, to injure, and as far as possible to destroy, the influence and popularity of the administration. By his constant denunciation of the extravagance of disbursements, and his tone of malevolent comment against every act of the President, he clearly indicated his desire to excite popular discontent and grumbling against the government. Judge Lewis said that with the exception of a few sycophants, the entire department was relieved by the change. Even M.B. Field, for whose sake he gave up his place, expressed himself as gratified by it. To all these representations Mr. Lincoln made no reply. He was equally silent as to the merits of other distinguished jurists whose names were mentioned to him. He had the highest esteem and regard for William M. Evarts. He had great confidence in the legal learning and weight of character of Justice Swain. He had a feeling of hearty friendship for Montgomery Blair, and although he had thought proper in the preceding autumn to ask for the latter's resignation, the intimate and even affectionate relations which he maintained towards the ex-Postmaster General encouraged him and his friends to believe that he would receive the appointment. The late Vice President Wilson, shortly before his death, said that Blair met him one day near the War Department and solicited his good word, saying that Chase would certainly not be nominated. Wilson was startled by Blair's confident tone, and went at once to the President, to whom he reiterated the arguments already used in favor of Mr. Chase's nomination, saying that the President could well afford to overlook the harsh and indecorous things which Chase had said of him during the summer. Quote, "Oh, as to that," replied Lincoln, "I care nothing. Of Mr. Chase's ability and of his soundness on the general issues of the war there is, of course, no question. I have only one doubt about his appointment. He is a man of unbounded ambition, and has been working all his life to become President. That he can never be, and I fear that if I make him Chief Justice he will simply become more restless and uneasy, and neglect the place in his strife and intrigue to make himself President. If I were sure that he would go on the bench and give up his aspirations and do nothing but make himself a great judge, I would not hesitate a moment." End quote. So strong was this impression upon Mr. Lincoln's mind that he half formed the intention of sending for Mr. Chase and saying frankly to him that the way was open to him to become the greatest Chief Justice the Supreme Court had ever had, if he would dismiss at once and forever the subject of the presidency from his mind. But speaking on the subject with Senator Sumner, he saw in a moment's conversation how liable to misapprehension such action would be. In his eagerness to do what he thought best for the interests of both Mr. Chase and the country, he lost sight for an instant of the construction which Mr. Chase would inevitably place upon such a proposition coming from his twice successful rival. Convinced as he was of Chase's great powers, and hoping, rather against his own convictions, that once upon the bench he would see in what direction his best prospects of usefulness and fame rested, he concluded to take all risks, and on the 6th of December nominated him to the Senate for Chief Justice. He communicated his intention to no one, and wrote out the nomination in full with his own hand. It was confirmed at once, without reference to a committee. Mr. Chase, on reaching home the night of the same day, was saluted at his door under his new title by his daughter, Mrs. Sprague. He at once sent the President a note, saying, quote, "Before I sleep I must thank you for this mark of your confidence, and especially for the manner in which the nomination was made. I will never forget either, and I trust you will never regret either. Be assured that I prize your confidence and goodwill more than any nomination to office." End quote. The appointment was received with the greatest satisfaction throughout the Union. Although the name of Mr. Chase had been especially pressed upon the President by the public men who represented the most advanced anti-slavery sentiment of the North, the appointment, when once made, met with little opposition from any quarter. Mr. Chase, in a long life of political prominence and constant controversy, had won the universal respect of the country, not only for his abilities, but also for his courage, his integrity, and a certain solid weight of character of which his great head and massive person seemed a fitting embodiment. He had placed his portrait on the lower denominations of the legal tender notes, saying with his customary heavy pleasantry, quote, "I had put the President's head on the higher-priced notes, and my own, as was becoming, on the smaller ones." End quote. His handsome face and features had thus become more familiar in the eyes of the people than those of any other man in America, And though neither then nor at any other period of his life did he become what could be called universally popular, the image of him became fixed in the general instinct as a person of serious importance in the national life. The people who gave themselves the trouble to reason about the matter said it was impossible that an original abolitionist should be untrue to the principles of freedom, or that the father of the national currency should ever disown his own offspring, while those who thought and spoke on impulse took it for granted that such a man as Mr. Chase should never for any length of time be out of the highest employment. After all, the fears of the President in regard to the Chief Justice were better founded than his hopes. Mr. Chase took his place on the bench with a conscientious desire to do his whole duty in his great office, to devote his undoubted powers and his prodigious industry to making himself a worthy successor to the great jurists who before him had illustrated the bench, but he could not discharge the political affairs of the country from his mind. He still considered himself called upon to counteract the mischievous tendencies of the President towards reconciliation and hasty reconstruction. His slighting references to him in his letters and diaries continued from the hour he took his place on the bench. When the fighting had ended around Richmond, and on the capitulation of Lee, the fabric of the Southern Confederacy had fallen about the ears of its framers like a house of cards, the Chief Justice felt himself called on to come at once to the front, and he wrote from Baltimore to the President, quote, "I am very anxious about the future, and most about the principles which are to govern Reconstruction. For as these principles are sound or unsound, so will be the work and its results. You have no time to read a long letter, nor have I time to write one, so I will be brief. And first as to Virginia." He advised the President to stand by the Pierpont government. As to the other rebel states, he suggested the enrollment of the loyal citizens without regard to complexion. "This, you know," he said, "has long been my opinion. The application of this principle to Louisiana is made somewhat difficult by the organization which has already taken place, but happily the Constitution authorizes the legislature to extend the right of suffrage. What reaches me of the condition of things in Louisiana impresses me strongly with the belief that this extension will be of the greatest benefit to the whole population." He advised as to Arkansas an amendment of the Constitution or a new convention, the members to be elected by the loyal citizens without distinction of color. "To all the other States," he continued, "the general principle may be easily applied." He closed by saying, "I most respectfully but most earnestly commend these matters to your attention. God gives you a great place and a great opportunity. May he guide you in the use of them." But the same day the President delivered from the window of the White House that final speech to the people which he had prepared without waiting for the instructions of the Chief Justice, and the day after Mr. Chase wrote again from Baltimore reviewing the record of both, reminding the President of his former errors from which Mr. Chase had tried to save him, discussing in full the Louisiana case, of which the President had made so masterly and luminous a presentation in his speech, insinuating that if the President were only as well informed as he would see things very differently. "I most earnestly wish you could have read the New Orleans papers for the past few months. Your duties have not allowed it. I have read them a great deal, quite enough to be certain that if you had read what I have, your feelings of humanity and justice would not let you rest till all loyalists are made equal in the right of self-protection by suffrage." Chase to Lincoln, April 12, 1865. Shucker's Life of S.P. Chase, page 517. Almost before the ink was dry on this unasked and superfluous sermon, the President was dead. The Chief Justice, writing to a friend in Ohio, said, "The schemes of politicians will now adjust themselves to the new conditions. I want no part in them." He retained his attitude at the head of the extreme Republicans until about the time of the impeachment of Andrew Johnson. Over this famous trial he presided with the greatest dignity and impartiality, with a knowledge of the law which was never at fault, and with a courage which rose superior to all the threats and all the entreaties of his friends. But his action during the trial, and its result, alienated him at once from the great body of those who had been his strongest supporters, while it created a momentary appearance of popularity among his lifelong opponents. His friends began to persuade him, and he began to think, that he might be the candidate of the Democratic party for the presidency. He commenced writing voluminous letters to leading Democrats, expressing his indifference to the nomination, but at the same time saying he had always been a Democrat, was a Democrat still, and that the course which the democracy ought to adopt would be to embrace true democratic principles and declare for universal suffrage in the reconstruction of the Union. He did not flinch for an instant from his position on this important question. He said, quote, "I believe I could refuse the throne of the world if it were offered me at the price of abandoning the cause of equal rights and exact justice to all men." End quote. Following his inveterate habit of taking a subjective view of the world of politics, he thought it possible that the Democratic party might be converted in the twinkling of an eye by virtue of his broad and liberal views. He cherished this pleasant delusion for several months. Whenever an obscure politician called upon him or wrote to him from some remote corner of the country, expressing a desire that he should be the Democratic candidate for the presidency, he would say, quote, "Such indications afford ground for hope that a change is going on in the views and policy of the Democratic party which warrants good hopes of the future." End quote. There was for a moment a vague impression among the leading Democrats that as it was hopeless to make a campaign with one of their own party against the overwhelming popularity of General Grant, it might be worthwhile to try the experiment of nominating the Chief Justice with the hope of diverting a portion of the Republican vote, and a correspondence took place between August Belmont and Mr. Chase in relation to that subject. Mr. Chase wrote, quote, "For more than a quarter of a century I have been, in my political views and sentiments, a Democrat, and I still think that upon questions of finance, commerce, and administration generally, the old Democratic principles afford the best guidance." End quote. But he stoutly asserted, even in the face of this temptation, his belief in universal suffrage, though he coupled it with universal amnesty, and said, quote, "If the white citizens hitherto prominent in affairs will simply recognize their (the Negroes) right of suffrage, and assure them against further attempts to take it from them, I am sure that those citizens will be welcomed back to their old lead with joy and acclamation. A majority, if not all the Southern States, may be carried for the Democratic candidates at the next election." End quote. He repeated this sanguine statement in his correspondence with other leading Democrats, but the negotiation came to nothing. The Democratic Convention met in New York, and Mr. Chase's name, mentioned by accident, gained a roar of cheers from the Assembly and 1/2 of one vote from a California delegate. He professed his entire indifference to the results and took no further interest in the canvass. An injudicious Republican politician in New York asked him to address a Grant meeting. He declined, of course, stating that he could not unreservedly support the Republican ticket, and that this was not the time for discrimination in a public address. Quote, "The action of the two parties has obliged me to resume with my old faith my old position, that of Democrat, by the grace of God, free and independent." End quote. When his old enemy, General Blair, came to the front in the progress of the canvass, and rather overshadowed the more conservative Seymour, the Chief Justice intimated that men of his way of thinking would be constrained to the support of General Grant. But if the political attitude of Mr. Chase in his later years was a subject of amazement and sorrow to his ardent supporters, his decisions upon the bench were a no less startling surprise to those who had insisted upon his appointment as the surest means of conserving all the victories of the war. He who had sustained Mr. Stanton in his most energetic and daring acts during the war now declared such acts illegal. He who had continually criticized, not always loyally, the conduct of the President for what he considered his weak reverence for the rights of states, now became the earnest champion of states' rights. And finally, the man to whose personal solicitations a majority of Congress had yielded in passing the Legal Tender Act, without which he said that the war could not have been successfully carried on, from his place on the bench declared the act unconstitutional. But so firm was the impression in the minds of the people of the United States of the great powers and perfect integrity, the high courage, the exalted patriotism of this man, that when he died, worn out by his tireless devotion to the public welfare, he was mourned and praised as, in spite of all errors and infirmities, he deserved to be. Although his appointment had not accomplished all the good which Mr. Lincoln hoped for when he made it, it cannot be called a mistake. Mr. Chase had deserved well of the Republic. He was entitled to any reward the Republic could grant him. And the President, in giving to his most powerful and most distinguished rival the greatest place which a President ever has it in his power to bestow, gave an exemplary proof of the magnanimity and generosity of his own spirit. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi, ceded land. Chapter 18 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 18. Petersburg. During all the summer campaign of General Grant, while he was intent upon breaking and crushing the army of Lee, he never lost sight of the equally important work of breaking his lines of communication and cutting off his supplies. His first attempt in the Shenandoah Valley having failed by the misadventure of Ziegel at Newmarket on the 15th of May, he asked for the removal of that officer, and Major General Hunter was appointed to supersede him. From Spotsylvania and Jericho Ford, Grant sent orders for Hunter to move up the valley as far as Charlottesville and Lynchburg, if he found it possible, to destroy railroads and canals, and to get back to his original base or join the Army of the Potomac as circumstances might decide. Hunter moved away with his usual alacrity, and on the 5th of June struck a force of 3 brigades under General W. E. Jones at Piedmont, and after a severe engagement routed it, killing Jones and capturing 1,500 prisoners and some guns. 3 days later he formed a junction with Crook and Averill at Staunton and moved towards Lynchburg, while J.C. Vaughn, who had succeeded to Jones's command, fell back on the railroad towards Charlottesville. General Lee, who was naturally disturbed by this menacing expedition, hurried Breckinridge off with a division to meet it, and on the 13th Early, with his corps, was dispatched to the Shenandoah Valley with orders to strike Hunter's force in rear and destroy it, then to move down the valley, cross the Potomac, and threaten Washington. This force moved with great celerity, and part of it reached Lynchburg in advance of Hunter, who arrived before the place on the 16th of June. There was some skirmishing for 2 days between the opposing forces, but Hunter, owing to the exhaustion of his ammunition, was unable to give battle, and was forced to retire by way of Kanawha over a difficult and arduous route through West Virginia, which movement left the valley open to Early in his march northward. But before these movements were developed, General Grant, desiring thoroughly to break the enemy's communication and interrupt his supplies north of the James before crossing that river, ordered General Sheridan to march to Charlottesville, join Hunter in the destruction of the Virginia Central Railroad, and return with him to the Army of the Potomac. He got off on the morning of the 7th of June, and Lee, as soon as the movement was reported, sent after him General Wade Hampton, with 2 divisions of cavalry, his own and Fitzhugh Lee's. They met, and a sharp cavalry fight ensued at Trevilian Station, in which Hampton was worsted and driven several miles. But Sheridan learned from his prisoners that Hunter had moved on Lynchburg, and that a considerable infantry force had passed up the railroad towards Charlottesville, that a junction was therefore impossible, and that he could not effect the object of his expedition in the presence of so large a force of the enemy. There was some sharp fighting on the 12th, and on the night of that day Sheridan withdrew. He reached White House on the 21st, where he supplied his troops, and the next day started with an immense train to join the Army of the Potomac south of the James. Meantime, General Grant had executed the most important of all his turning movements with notable ability and success. His object was now to get south of Richmond and to destroy the lines of supply on that side of the Confederate army. After the destruction of the Virginia Central Road, the capture of Petersburg would leave but one railroad in their hands, the Richmond and Danville. This would be ultimately severed, and Richmond must fall. He chose as his place of crossing the James a guarded and sheltered spot near Wilcox's Landing, far enough from Richmond to give an opportunity for attacking Lee out of his intrenchments if he should attempt to interrupt the passage. All Grant's dispositions for the great movement were skillful and judicious. Warren, with the Fifth Corps, preceded by Wilson's cavalry, crossed the Chickahominy before daylight on the 13th, and took positions on roads leading to Richmond, creating the impression in General Lee's mind that an advance upon that city was in progress. The rest of the army was then withdrawn from its works and moved by long and rapid marches to Wilcox's Landing, where the battalion of engineers constructed, between 4 in the afternoon and midnight, a bridge which was one of the most notable triumphs of military engineering in our times. The river was 2,100 feet wide, 15 fathoms deep in mid-channel, and there was a strong tidal current with a rise and fall of 4 feet. 101 pontoons were required. They were anchored to vessels moored above and below. The Fifth Corps and Wilson's cavalry, having accomplished their mission with perfect success, withdrew from their menacing attitude, and the whole army, with its artillery and trains, was south of the James by midnight of the 16th, General Wright covering the movement and crossing last. General Lee was still holding his force north of the river to protect Richmond from the attack he thought imminent from that quarter. The whole movement was so far brilliantly successful. Grant announced his action to the government at Washington. The President received the news with joy and gratitude. In spite of all assertions to the contrary, he had no apprehensions for the safety of Washington while Lee was kept busy somewhere else. He telegraphed to Grant on the 15th, quote, "I have just received your dispatch of 1 p.m. yesterday. I begin to see it. You will succeed. God bless you all." End quote. The first great object of the movement was the seizure of Petersburg. It was a place of the utmost importance, nothing less than an outlying bastion of Richmond, whose possession by the national troops made the tenure of the rebel capital impossible. An important expedition to effect this momentous capture had been confided to General W. F. Smith. With 16,000 men he started on the morning of the 15th, under verbal orders from General Butler to attack Petersburg as soon as possible. The work had been represented to him at Butler's headquarters as very easy. He was told that he could ride over the fortifications on horseback, that from the heights on the Appomattox his sharpshooters could clear out the Confederate garrison, which consisted only of a few militia. On arriving before the place, however, which he did about noon, after sharp skirmishing on the road, he found the works so much stronger than he had been led to expect, and the artillery fire from them so well sustained, that he came to the erroneous conclusion that they must also be fully supported by infantry. He therefore proceeded with the greatest caution and deliberation. Having no engineer on his staff, he thought himself compelled to reconnoiter the enemy's position in person, and, not willing to risk an assault in column under such a heavy fire from the guns, he concluded to open with his own artillery, and then try to carry the works with a strong skirmish line. But at this juncture he found his chief of artillery had without authority taken the horses to the rear to water them, and an hour of inestimable value was thus lost. It was 7 o'clock, and the sun was setting when his attack was made. His skirmishers sprang gallantly forward to their work and captured the entrenchments, which were immediately occupied by the lines of battle. 1.5 miles of the rebel works, with 16 guns, were in his hands at 9 o'clock. The city of Petersburg, defended only by a force of about 2,500 Confederates, seemed at his mercy. An hour more of daylight would have hastened the capture of Richmond by 6 months. Even as it was, General Smith was severely blamed by General Grant for not having pushed forward in the darkness and possessed himself of the town. But he felt that the risk of a night march forward over unknown obstacles, in the presence of an enemy, was too great. He preferred to hold what he had gained rather than incur the danger of a disaster by groping in the dark about the enemy's inner line of works. He had heard that Lee was crossing at Drury's Bluff, and he did not know what force might be confronting him. He knew that Hancock's corps was on its way to support him, and when, late at night, it arrived, he asked Hancock to relieve his own troops in the captured works, and feeling he had done a good day's work, waited for morning. It was not Hancock's fault that he was not on the ground earlier. He had been delayed several hours in the morning, waiting for rations, and at last was compelled to march without them. He says he was not informed until between 5 and 6 o'clock on the afternoon of the 15th that Petersburg was to be attacked that day, and Meade relieved him of all censure by saying, quote, "Had General Hancock and myself been apprised in time of the contemplated movement against Petersburg and the necessity of his cooperation, he could have been pushed much earlier into the scene of operations." End quote. In the night, the golden opportunity passed away. Beauregard had acted with the greatest energy and promptness. He saw, far more plainly than General Lee, the point of danger. He unhesitatingly stripped the Bermuda Hundred lines and begged for troops to defend Petersburg, while Lee was holding all his forces in hand to fight Grant on the roads to Richmond between the Chickahominy and the James. Lee sent him, however, Hoke's division, which arrived during the night, and in the morning Smith and Hancock saw in front of them a new line of entrenchments, manned by veteran Confederate infantry. Though Lee, still incredulous, so late as 10 o'clock on the morning of the 16th, telegraphed Beauregard that he did not know where Grant was, and could not strip the north bank. Butler's force at daylight had taken the entrenchments in front of Bermuda Hundred, disgarnished by Beauregard, and captured much of the small force left to guard them, but in the evening of the same day Pickett's division, crossing from the north side, retook the works. So that nothing was lost to the Confederates by Beauregard's bold and judicious action, and Petersburg was saved to them, for on the morning of the 16th he had some 14,000 effective infantry, supporting the powerful artillery of his entrenchments, and 2 days later the bulk of Lee's army was there. Now that the last chance of an easy victory was gone, Meade acted with all possible energy and spirit. Hancock was placed in command of all the troops on the ground, and the Second Corps, supported by portions of the 9th and 18th to left and right, assaulted the entrenchments, carrying 3 redans with their connecting lines. At dawn on the 17th, R.B. Potter's division of the 9th Corps, forming in silence in a deep ravine, obeying a whispered word of command, and without firing a shot, carried another succession of redans and connecting lines, with many guns and prisoners. There was heavy fighting all this day, resulting in constant encroachments by the National troops on the Confederate lines, and in the night Beauregard withdrew 500 or 1,000 yards in rear of the line so hotly disputed, and entrenched himself in the new one with that rapidity and skill which both armies had attained. In the morning he was heavily reinforced by the Army of Northern Virginia, with General Lee in person at its head. Meade, not knowing the full extent of the Confederate reinforcements, and being fully impressed with the immense importance of the capture of Petersburg, ordered another vigorous assault on the Confederate works to take place at noon on the 18th. This was made with the utmost spirit and gallantry. Hancock's corps, under Birney, their old commander, having been disabled by the opening of his Gettysburg wounds, the 5th, under the immediate command of Warren, the 9th, under General Parke's personal direction, attacked again and again with high but fruitless valor. Barlow, Potter, Wilcox, Griffin, and J.L. Chamberlain did all that could have been asked of them. The works were too powerful to be carried by assault, though ground was gained. The positions carried close to the enemy were everywhere entrenched, and the national lines were established substantially as they remained until the war ended. Grant, at the close of the day, saw that all which was possible had been done, and he commanded that the fighting should cease, that the troops should be put under cover, and take the rest which had become indispensable. In the 4 days' struggle about 10,000 men had been lost on the Union side. There is no official statement of the Confederate losses. They were, of course, less, as they fought behind entrenchments, but were still not inconsiderable. The Army of the Potomac was exhausted by its incessant and protracted exertions. Its long and arduous marches, its daily assaults upon an entrenched enemy, defended by entanglements in front and guarded by powerful artillery, its heavy losses in brave and experienced officers and veteran soldiers, unrelieved by any decided success, had begun to have their effect not only on the strength but on the spirit of even that brave and patient army. It was time to put them also behind entrenchments, to give them some rest and protection. General Grant determined to invest Petersburg by a line of entrenchments, which might be held by a part of his troops, leaving the rest free for whatever movements might be required. General Butler, with the Army of the James, was assigned to the care of Bermuda Hundred and Deep Bottom, on either side of the river, the two positions being connected by a pontoon bridge. About Petersburg, the Army of the Potomac was disposed in this order, from right to left: Burnside with the 9th Corps, Warren with the 5th, Birney with the 2nd, Wright with the 6th, the last corps holding the extreme left and being refused to the west and south. Grant's first attempt at seizing the Weldon and Southside railroads was unsuccessful. The 2nd and 6th Corps were moved to the left with that purpose on the 22nd of June, but not being well closed up, A.P. Hill's corps was thrust between them, and inflicted considerable damage, taking a large number of prisoners and some guns. A little ground was, however, gained and held, and the armies remained quiescent for several weeks, the Union army being busily engaged in entrenching and fortifying their lines. The position on the Jerusalem Plank Road, midway between the Norfolk and Weldon roads, was made impregnable by 2 strong redoubts by the middle of July. The cavalry in both armies was kept busy in constant raids. While Sheridan was away on his raid to Trevilian's, Wilson was sent with 2 divisions to destroy, if possible, all 3 of the railroads connecting Richmond with the South. He started on the 22nd of June, breaking the Weldon Road at Reams's Station, destroying 30 miles of the Lynchburg Road and as much of the Danville Road where the 2 lines crossed at Burkesville Junction. He did not effect this without some keen fighting with the Confederate cavalry, and when, the object of his expedition being accomplished, he started to return, a heavy concentration of the enemy's cavalry was effected against him. A severe engagement took place at Stony Creek on the Weldon Road, with indecisive results, and at Reams's Station Wilson found himself confronted by a strong force of Confederate infantry and artillery which he was unable to dislodge. He was here compelled to retire and make the best of his way back to Petersburg with a heavy loss in guns and wagons. His loss in killed and wounded was only 240, but 1,261 were reported missing. Brilliant as these cavalry raids were, General Grant in his memoirs intimates that they cost more than they were worth. Both sides were very expert in repairing railroads after they seemed utterly destroyed. The Confederates, especially, were disheartened at the facility with which Sherman would run his trains a few hours after they had raided his tracks, so that it came to be a saying among them that Sherman carried duplicate tunnels in his baggage. At this point General Humphreys, in his admirable history of this campaign, pauses to estimate the losses in the Union Army from the crossing of the Rapidan to the 1st of July. The Army of the Potomac lost in killed and wounded about 50,000, and including the missing, 61,400. The Army of the James about 7,000. A large number of regiments were mustered out. Great numbers of sick were sent home. The constant policy of the Confederate authorities was to conceal their losses. There are, even at this day, no trustworthy estimates of them. The steadfast heart of the President sickened at the slaughter. In a dispatch to Sherman on the 16th of July, Grant announced his intention to, quote, make a desperate effort to get a position here which will hold the enemy without the necessity of so many men, end quote. The President, referring to this, telegraphed to Grant in these words, quote, pressed as we are by lapse of time, I am glad to hear you say this, and yet I do hope you may find a way that the effort shall not be desperate in the sense of great loss of life, end quote. The dull, dry midsummer passed away with little accomplished by the Army of the Potomac. No rain fell for 46 days together. The troops suffered greatly from thirst. The dust lay thick on the roads and the barren fields. The slightest movement of troops filled the air with suffocating clouds. There was no water in the springs or the ponds. The soldiers everywhere were forced to dig wells for themselves. But even amid these hardships they throve and soon recovered their spirits. General Lee, foreseeing the inevitable end if the siege of Petersburg was to endure indefinitely, and yet unwilling to risk a conflict in the open field, was anxious for Grant to attack him in his works. The hope that threatening Washington with a strong detachment might induce Grant to do this was one of the motives which led Lee to send Early down the Valley in the latter part of June. On the 20th he wrote to Jefferson Davis, quote, I still think it is our policy to draw the attention of the enemy to his own territory. It may force Grant to attack me or to weaken his force. End quote. The movement was made, with the results which are more particularly mentioned in another place. Neither the administration at Washington nor General Grant were especially disturbed. The Sixth Corps was sent north to meet Early and drive him south, and General Lee, reporting the movement of troops on the river, expresses his, quote, fear that they are on the way to Washington, end quote, and his deep disappointment at such action. Quote, it is so repugnant to Grant's principles and practice to send troops from him that I had hoped, before resorting to it, he would have preferred attacking me. End quote. 4 days later he again wrote to Mr. Davis. His dissatisfaction with Grant's conduct is confirmed. Quote,
I had hoped that General Grant, rather than weaken his army, would have attempted to drive us from our position. I fear I shall not be able to attack him to advantage." The menace upon Washington failed of its purpose. The siege of Petersburg continued without relaxation. The siege train was on the ground in the latter days of June. On the 9th of July, Meade issued orders regulating the approaches of the Army of the Potomac in front of Burnside's and Warren's corps. Days and nights were filled with the clamor of guns and the labors of the spade. The most noteworthy incident of the summer, though it led to no significant result, was that of the mine in front of Burnside. Near the end of June, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pleasants of the 48th Pennsylvania, a regiment composed chiefly of coal miners, proposed to run a mine under that portion of the Confederate works called Elliott's Salient. The only advantage of the position was that the entrance to the gallery was in a sheltered ravine, which was concealed from the view of the enemy, and even this advantage proved illusory, as Beauregard soon became aware of the work which was going on, and promptly threw up entrenchments at the gorge of the salient and planted batteries to give him a front and flank fire on the point of assault. The work was completed towards the end of July. It was a vast gallery, 511 feet long, with lateral branches of 38 feet each. 8 magazines were charged, each with 1,000 pounds of powder. While the excavation was going on, Burnside had been drilling Edward Ferrero's colored division to make the charge when the mine should be exploded, but this arrangement being reported to General Meade on the 26th of July, and by him referred to General Grant, it did not meet their approval. This division having never been in action, General Meade was not sure of its steadiness. In case of disaster coming to it, he would naturally apprehend severe criticism from Republican sources on the charge that he was sacrificing the colored troops. Burnside, seeing his judgment overruled in this respect, then took the deplorable resolution of leaving the decision between his 3 white divisions to lot, and an evil chance, passing by the able and energetic commanders, Potter and O.B. Wilcox, selected General J.H. Ledlie for a work to which he was totally inadequate. On the night of the 26th of July, General Grant sent the Second Corps with a heavy force of cavalry to the north side of the James River to join with Butler's forces in an attack upon the enemy's positions on that side. His object was twofold: first, to cut, if possible, the railroads between Richmond and the Anna River and disturb the enemy's operations in the Shenandoah, and second, to cause the withdrawal of a large body of troops from Petersburg at the time of the explosion of the mine. The first purpose failed entirely. Though a large body of the Confederates was moved north of the river, it availed Grant nothing in the end. Some ground, it is true, was gained on the 27th, but the enemy reinforced so heavily on the 28th that no advantage resulted to the Union troops from the fighting on that day, and Grant at once resolved to withdraw the Second Corps to the lines of Petersburg to support the meditated assault. This was effected on the nights of the 28th and 29th. On the morning of the 30th, the mine was exploded at 5:15 o'clock. The whole salient rose in the air, a vast mass of earth, and as the smoke and dust cleared away, a crater 200 feet long, 50 feet wide, and 25 feet deep was disclosed where the rebel fort had been. Colonel Pleasants stood on the Union breastworks and watched the effect. His task, at least, had been well done. The enemy were for the moment stupefied by the catastrophe. They ran in horror from the crater on both sides. The breach was virtually 400 yards in extent. Now was the moment for Burnside to pour his men through the gap and gain the crest of Cemetery Hill, which commanded the town of Petersburg. But the advance was languid. General Ledlie was suffering from sickness. He spent the morning in a bomb-proof. Burnside had neglected to level his parapets and remove the abatis in his front, and his leading division made their way slowly out of the works by the flank instead of an extended front. They pushed on, however, to the crater, and crowding into that narrow hole, stayed there, and no efforts could induce them to leave it. In the course of half an hour the enemy recovered from their surprise, and began a furious fire from front and both flanks. Potter's division was sent in on the right, Wilcox on the left. Each of them made some progress, but the frightful chaos and confusion of the center division in the crater continued, and neither of them could hold what they had gained. and when at last Ferrero's colored division was sent forward without their commander, who considered it his duty to remain in the rear, they rushed to the front with great spirit, but under conditions which made disaster certain. Being badly led, they poured over the edge of the crater in great numbers, and although they did their best to get through to the other side, they emerged with their formation shattered. Advancing towards the enemy, they encountered a heavy fire of infantry and cavalry, and were soon stampeded and driven back in great confusion. General John W. Turner had by this time managed to get a division of Ord's corps forward through the disorder, and charged with one brigade upon the enemy's works to the right of the crater, taking possession of about 100 yards of their line. He was just giving the order to another brigade to go forward, when the retrograde rush of the stampeded troops swept his whole command backward to the Union lines. Warren, on the left, saw no opportunity to advance. The enemy in his front kept their works strongly manned, and the confusion in and about the crater was such that the troops already there were more than could be handled, and any addition to their numbers would only have increased the disaster. Grant saw early in the day that the affair was not prospering. He rode forward as far as he could go on horseback, and then went through to the front on foot. He soon convinced himself that the evil was beyond remedy. The impulse of the assault was gone. The enemy had recovered from the shock of the surprise, and were sweeping the edges of the crater and its approaches with a hot and destructive fire. The Confederate infantry now advanced and assaulted the position, and although some good fighting was still done by Potter's command and part of Ord's, the huddled mass in the intense heat was unable to move, recover its formation or its spirit. At 9:30, Meade in a dispatch to Burnside assumed that his attack had resulted in a repulse, and ordered, if in his judgment nothing further could be effected, that he withdraw to his own lines, taking every precaution to get the men back safely. Burnside, on receiving this order, hurried to Meade's headquarters to protest against it. He thought he had not fought long enough, that there was still hope of carrying the crest, but Meade repeated the order in a peremptory manner, leaving, however, the time and manner of retiring to Burnside's discretion, and Burnside sent it to the crater at noon. The lamentable inefficiency which had marked every operation of the day still continued, and even the orders to retire were so languidly executed that a heavy loss in prisoners occurred at the crater and between the lines. This unhappy day closed Burnside's military career. Meade, whose stern and fiery temper often got control of him on the battlefield, had sent some stinging dispatches in the course of the fight, to which Burnside had returned a resentful and contumacious reply, and after his troops had been driven from the crater he preserved a sullen silence, making no reply to Meade's anxious and angry questions. It was possibly this insubordinate attitude, as much as the failure of the attack, that induced Meade to prefer charges against Burnside. Grant also was eager for some process of censure. 2 days after the fight he wrote to Meade speaking of, "the miserable failure of Saturday. I think there will have to be an investigation of the matter. So fair an opportunity will probably never occur again for carrying fortifications. Preparations were good, orders ample, and everything, so far as I could see, subsequent to the explosion of the mine shows that, almost without loss, the crest beyond the mine could have been carried. This would have given us Petersburg, with all its artillery, and a large part of the garrison." Burnside was relieved from command a few days after this battle. A court of inquiry, ordered by the President at the request of General Meade, over which General Hancock presided, censured General Burnside for the neglect of such preparations as would have ensured success, Generals Ledlie and Ferrero, and Colonel Z. R. Bliss for inefficiency and positive misbehavior in action, and General Wilcock for lack of energy in pushing his division forward towards the crest. The court also, by implication, blamed Grant and Meade for not having put all the troops intended to cooperate under one command. Meade preferred charges against Burnside, which were never acted upon. The Committee on the Conduct of the War investigated the same matter, and came to a far different conclusion. The political orthodoxy of Burnside outweighed in their minds the purely military judgment of Grant and Meade. The change made by these generals in the plan of attack, substituting white for colored soldiers, was decided to be the first and great cause of disaster. Their report justified Burnside in every particular, and censured Meade for everything that went wrong. But it was too late to restore Burnside to command. The war was ending by the time the committee reported, and his resignation, tendered on the very day of Lincoln's assassination, was accepted by President Johnson among his first official acts. Burnside returned to civil life, and entered at once upon a career of unbroken and eminent popularity and success. After this disastrous failure, the engineers, under General Grant's orders, went on perfecting the redoubts and the lines connecting them, so that at the proper time the works might be held by a small force, and the rest of the army be free to move upon the enemy's communications. But the summer wore away without the accomplishment of this purpose, though several more or less serious attempts in that direction were made. During the summer and autumn the attention of both Grant and Lee was constantly diverted to the operations in the Shenandoah, to the neglect of important movements about Petersburg. Sheridan was assigned to that field of duty in which he was to win imperishable laurels. 2 divisions of cavalry under Wilson and Torbert were given him, and Lee sent one of his best divisions under Kershaw to reinforce Early. Grant himself made 2 visits to that part of his command, one early in August, at the time he placed Sheridan in command, and one in September, when he gave him the order to begin his glorious campaign in the Valley, which resulted in the victory of Winchester. The Army of the Potomac during this period was by no means idle. Besides their engineering work, several partial movements to the right and left were made, with the result of extending the Union lines and forcing the Confederates to give a corresponding extension to theirs, the effect of which was in all cases to weaken the inferior force. But even in these movements, Grant's mind was occupied rather with Sheridan and Early than with Lee. Near the middle of August, Grant was led to believe that Lee had made a detachment of 3 divisions of infantry and some cavalry from his army to reinforce Early, and he at once resolved to make a heavy demonstration north of the James to prevent the dispatch of any further forces to the Valley, and, if possible, to draw back those already sent. Hancock, who had resumed his command of the Second Corps, and Birney with a part of the Tenth, crossed the river and marched on the 14th along the 3 principal roads between the Chickahominy and the James in the direction of Richmond. But they met the enemy everywhere in full force, under Field, Wilcox, and Mahone, and gained no special advantage, except in learning that no such force as Grant had apprehended had gone to Early, and detaining a large body of troops in that neighborhood. Hancock was kept, however, for several days north of the James, maintaining a menacing attitude and skirmishing constantly, but forbidden to attack the Confederate works, as an assault, under existing circumstances, offered no probable chance of success. While this energetic demonstration was going on, General Warren was withdrawn from the lines before Petersburg, the Ninth Corps being stretched over the space vacated by the Fifth, and ordered to seize the Weldon Road at the Globe Tavern, a point about 4 miles due south from Petersburg, and destroy it from that point as far south as possible. In this movement also Grant's constant preoccupation in regard to Sheridan is seen. "I want," he said, "to make such demonstrations as will force Lee to withdraw a portion of his troops from the Valley, so that Sheridan can strike a blow against the balance." He was under some temptation to go in person with a large detachment to Sheridan's assistance, but wisely concluded to stay where he was. This determination the President heartily approved and applauded. On the 17th he sent to Grant this terse and vehement dispatch, which indicates in a singular manner the close moral sympathy between the 2 men. "I have seen your dispatch expressing your unwillingness to break your hold where you are. Neither am I willing. Hold on with a bulldog grip, and chew and choke as much as possible. A. Lincoln, President." Warren moved out at dawn on the 18th, seized the Weldon Road at the place directed, and immediately began the work of destruction. A force sent by Beauregard under General Heath attacked him about 2 o'clock, and a sharp action ensued, resulting in the loss of about 1,000 men on each side, the Unionists finally holding the field. The next day, both sides having been strongly reinforced, an impetuous attack by the Confederates, now under the command of A. P. Hill, produced for a time some confusion on the right of Warren's force, but Warren speedily reformed his troops and drove the Confederates back to their intrenchments. On the 20th, Warren, feeling sure that Lee would not willingly acquiesce in the loss of the Weldon Road, and that he would have to fight further to retain the advantage he had gained, took up a stronger position a mile in rear and awaited the attack of the enemy. This came on the 21st. Hill opened with a severe artillery fire, and assaulting at 2 o'clock with great energy. He was, however, completely repulsed, leaving his dead and wounded and several hundred prisoners in Warren's hands. No further attempt was made on his position. The Weldon Road, thus boldly clutched and bravely held, remained in the hands of the Union Army till the war ended. The mere possession of a point on the road was not all that General Grant desired. By destroying the road to Rowanty Creek, some 13 miles beyond Warren's left, he could force the Confederates to haul their supplies a distance of 30 miles. General Hancock, with 2 divisions of infantry and Gregg's cavalry, was sent to accomplish this work, and did it so expeditiously that by the night of the 24th the destruction of the road was complete to a crossroad 3 miles south of Reams's Station, leaving only 5 miles of the work undone. But General Lee could not afford to allow this work of destruction to go on undisturbed, and therefore sent A. P. Hill with a large force of infantry, cavalry, and artillery to prevent it. He attacked Hancock on the 25th, and in spite of admirable conduct of the Union general and his subordinates, Miles and Gibbon, they were driven from their position with considerable loss. Night coming on, Hill made no effort to pursue his advantage, and both parties returned to their respective entrenchments near Petersburg. In this battle, as in nearly every engagement since Cold Harbor, there was apparent a certain loss of morale in the army. In the operations of the week before, north of the James, the utmost efforts of such intrepid soldiers as Barlow and Gibbon could not get the requisite work out of their troops, and in this affair the splendid personal conduct of Hancock and Miles was not enough to inspire their commands. The causes of this laxity were not difficult to discover. The weather was hot and enervating, the constant marching and lack of repose had wearied the soldiers. They were composed in great numbers of raw recruits not inured to such warfare, and, worse than all, the terrible loss in competent and experienced officers, which had been suffered on the dozen sanguinary fields of May, June, and July, had for the moment rendered the Army of the Potomac no longer the elastic and perfect-tempered weapon it had been in other days, and which it became once more after a few months of discipline and drill. After Sheridan's victory in the Shenandoah and his hot pursuit of Early, the President was anxious lest Lee should detach a large force to reinforce Early, and Grant, to prevent this and hold Lee in position, made another movement against the Confederate lines north of the James. He sent Ord and Birney with the 18th and 10th Army Corps on the 28th of September to threaten Richmond from that direction, and to take advantage of any favorable opening they might be able to find or make in the enemy's lines. By daylight the next day the whole force was over the river and moving swiftly upon the Confederate skirmishers. At first all went prosperously with Ord's column. George J. Stannard's division captured Fort Harrison, an important Confederate work, with 16 guns and some prisoners, and after a gallant fight in which General Hiram Burnham was killed. But in the attempt to push his success by capturing a redan by the riverside, General Ord was severely wounded, and his troops under General C. A. Heckman met with a serious repulse in the effort to carry Fort Gilmer by storm. Birney on the right carried the skirmish line on the New Market Road, and then, at the order of General Grant, who had arrived at Fort Harrison, assaulted Fort Gilmer with Adelbert Ames's division and William Birney's brigade of colored troops. The attack was made with the greatest energy, the colored soldiers rushing to the ditch with splendid gallantry, and climbing to the parapet on each other's shoulders, only to be killed when they reached it. General Ewell commanded the Confederate troops under the eye of Lee, who was present on the field. Though all the efforts to take Fort Gilmer proved fruitless, the National troops established themselves firmly in the captured Fort Harrison, and with astonishing celerity converted it under the enemy's fire into an enclosed work. A heavy force was concentrated by Lee to retake it, and on the afternoon of the 30th General Anderson, commanding Longstreet's corps, assaulted the work, supported by a heavy fire of Confederate artillery. Stannard, in the fort, reserved his musketry until the rebel columns emerged from the underbrush, and then delivered a deadly volley which swept them from the ground. 3 times the attack was made and as often repulsed, though the resolute Stannard lost his arm in the second assault. The losses in the 2 days were about even, some 2,000 on the Confederate side and 2,272 among the Union troops. The fort was never retaken. During these operations, General Meade was directed to make such demonstrations to his left as should prevent any considerable force from being sent to the other side of the river, and on the 30th a strong reconnaissance was made under command of Warren, which captured the Confederate entrenchments at the junction of the Squirrel Level and Poplar Spring roads. Pushing on from that position in the direction of Boydton Plank Road and the South Side Railroad, the National troops under Parke and Potter met with a severe repulse from a force commanded by Heath and C.M. Wilcox, which General A.P. Hill, who had succeeded Beauregard in command at Petersburg, had thrown out to meet them. The next day, however, General Parke advanced again with sharp skirmishing and established a line about a mile from the enemy's, which was at once firmly connected with the works on the Weldon road and was not thereafter disturbed. The principal event of October was the campaign of Early against Sheridan, which ended in the crushing defeat of the Confederates at Cedar Creek. Grant's anxiety about the Valley prevented any important operations during the early part of this month. The Confederates under C.W. Field and Hoke made a violent assault upon Kautz on the 6th of October, driving him from his position on the Darby road and capturing his guns, but venturing to attack the entrenched infantry lines, they were severely repulsed. A week later, General Butler in his turn assaulted the Confederate works on the north of the James, and was defeated with considerable loss. On the 27th, the Army of the Potomac made one last effort to get possession of the South Side Railroad. A sufficient force was left in the redoubts to hold them, all the available infantry amounting to some 35,000, with a due proportion of artillery and about 3,000 horse, under Gregg, on the 27th moved to the left under the command of Hancock and Warren. The morning was dark and rainy. There were unavoidable delays at the start. The movement was not a surprise, and the enemy was encountered everywhere in force. The different commands met with some partial success during the morning, and at 2 o'clock the leading corps was still 6 miles from the railroad. The movement had failed, and Grant ordered the troops back to their lines. But they were not even to accomplish this order without serious disturbance. The roads were difficult, the topography unknown to the national commanders. There was a considerable gap between the forces of Hancock and those of Warren, and through this, late in the afternoon, the Confederates under William Mahone rushed and made a vigorous attack on Hancock's right and rear. Hancock pulled his force together with wonderful readiness and address, and, assisted by T.W. Egan, Gershom Mott, and Gregg, turned upon Mahone and drove him from the field. By this time it was dark, and the next day the troops were withdrawn to their lines. This action is called the Battle of Hatcher's Run. In support of this movement, General Butler made a demonstration on the same day on the north side of the James, which was unsuccessful. His forces under Weitzel were met by the local defenses under Longstreet, who had recovered from his wounds and had been assigned to command a week before, and were roughly handled. The Union loss was over 1,000 men, that of the Confederates much less. This ended the active operations of the year, so far as concerned any grand movement by the Army of the Potomac. They were still employed in defending and strengthening their lines, and in occasional demonstrations against the enemy's communications, so that by the 7th of February, 1865, the Union lines reached to Hatcher's Run, and the Weldon Road was destroyed to Hicks's Ford. But the hard fighting ended with the close of October. The troops had reached a dangerous condition of weariness. The frightful losses in competent officers and veteran soldiers could not be compensated by any number of raw recruits. Warren said that at the time of the affair at Hatcher's Run, 3,913 of his men had never fired a musket, and that 1,649 of them were ignorant of the manual. Hancock gives the same significant testimony. General Parke, in his report of the movement of September 30th, says, quote, "The large amount of raw material in the ranks has diminished greatly the efficiency of the corps." End quote. The composition of the army was so changed by the inferior material obtained by drafting and the heavy bounties that a rigid system of instruction and discipline was necessary to make the new men homogeneous. It was no longer the old historic Army of the Potomac. But the work of the winter wrought a rapid transformation, and when, in the early spring, the order "Forward" was given, the troops sprang to the summons and finished the war. End of chapter 18. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 19 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 19, Reconstruction. We have related in former chapters the successive acts of President Lincoln on the question of Reconstruction, the appointment of military governors in insurrectionary states, his amnesty and Reconstruction proclamation of December 8, 1863, the local measures to organize loyal state governments in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Tennessee under that proclamation, his veto of the Reconstruction Act passed by Congress in July 1864, and his announcement in the proclamation explaining his veto that he declined to commit himself inflexibly to any exclusive plan. The difficulty of effecting Reconstruction strictly in conformity with any assumed legal or constitutional theories appears clearly enough in the case of Virginia. It will be remembered that when the spontaneously chosen Wheeling Convention of August 1861 repudiated the secession ordinance of the Richmond Convention, the two houses of Congress recognized the restored state government of Virginia, having Governor Pierpont as its executive head, by admitting to seats the senators sent to Washington by the reconstructed legislature and the representatives elected by popular vote. Full Reconstruction being thus recognized by both the executive and legislative departments of the national government, within 2 years from the time of this recognition, West Virginia was organized and admitted to the Union as a separate state, leaving the remaining territory of Virginia within the recognition and rights accorded the whole of the original state. As soon as West Virginia was admitted, Governor Pierpont, with the archives and personnel of the reconstructed state government, removed from Wheeling to Alexandria and continued the executive functions which the President and Congress had recognized before the state was divided. The terms of the representatives in Congress had expired, and within the diminished territorial limits, with a single exception, no new elections were held which were satisfactory to the House of Representatives under its constitutional prerogative to admit or reject. But the senators, elected for longer terms, remained in their seats in unquestioned exercise of their functions, representing in its full authority and power the legislative presence of the state of Virginia in the Senate and in the Union. And this was but repeating the action which the Senate had taken in the case of Tennessee and of Andrew Johnson as its loyal United States Senator, and by the House of Representatives in the cases of Horace Maynard and Andrew J. Clements. But while constitutional theory was thus fulfilled and perfect, the practical view of the matter certainly presented occasion for serious criticism. The state government which Governor Pierpont brought from Wheeling to Alexandria could make no very imposing show of personal influence, official emblems, or practical authority. The territorial limits in which it could pretend to exercise its functions were only such as lay within the Union military lines, a few counties contiguous to Washington, 2 counties on the eastern shore, the vicinage of Fort Monroe, and the cities of Norfolk and Portsmouth. The bulk of what remained of the original state lay south and west of Richmond, subordinate and tributary to the rebel capital and government. Nevertheless, Governor Pierpont made the best of his diminished jurisdiction, gathered a little legislature about him at Alexandria, which went through the forms of enacting laws, and even ventured upon the expedient of authorizing the election of a state convention by an act passed December 21, 1863, under which act delegates were elected who assembled in convention on February 13, 1864. This convention remained in session until April 7th, on which day they adopted and published an amended Constitution for the state of Virginia, which among other changes declared that slavery and involuntary servitude, except for crime, is hereby abolished and prohibited in the state forever. An ordinance was also adopted on April 4th, providing for the establishment of the restored government of Virginia. Under this ordinance and amended constitution, Governor Pierpont carried on his administration, clearly not with the normal health and vigor of an average state government, and yet showing within its circumscribed and fluctuating limits a degree of popular acceptance, or, to say the least, of popular toleration, that justified its continued recognition under the constitutional theory under which the President and the Congress had acknowledged and recognized it before the division of the state. The details of Governor Pierpont's administration are of interest to general history only so far as they touch the questions of constitutional authority which were raised, and in one of which the opinion and interference of President Lincoln were directly invoked. During the spring and summer of 1864, the city of Norfolk lay within the command of General B.F. Butler and under him of Brigadier General G.F. Shepley, and a question arose between the civil authorities under Governor Pierpont and the military authorities under Butler about the regulation of the liquor traffic in Norfolk and vicinity. The civil authorities wished to continue the collection of licenses imposed by existing Virginia laws. The military authorities undertook to give a few firms a monopoly of the importation in order to keep it under better control. When the small retailers refused to pay their licenses under Virginia laws, they were indicted in the local courts, and to circumvent these indictments, General Shepley issued an order on June 22, 1864, providing that on the day of the ensuing municipal election in the city of Norfolk, a poll will be opened at the several places of voting, and separate ballot boxes will be kept open during the hours of voting, in which voters may deposit their ballots yes or no upon the following question. Those in favor of continuing the present form of municipal government during the existence of military occupation will vote yes. Those opposed to it will vote no. Naturally enough, Governor Pierpont resented this action and immediately issued a proclamation protesting against it as a revolutionary proceeding in violation of the Constitution of the United States, adding, "No loyal citizen, therefore, is expected to vote on the proposed question," and repeated his criticism in a vigorous pamphlet in which he descanted upon the abuses of military power. Upon this, General Butler took up the cudgel in behalf of his subordinate, and in a general order, dated June 30th, discussed the incident at some length in the pungent phraseology which he knew how to use upon occasion, alluding to Pierpont as a person who calls himself governor, pretending to be the head of the restored government of Virginia, which government is unrecognized by the Congress, laws, and Constitution of the United States. The general's order further recited that as the loyal citizens of Norfolk had voted against the further trial of the experiment of municipal government, therefore it is ordered that all attempts to exercise civil office and power under any supposed city election within the city of Norfolk and its environs must cease, and the persons pretending to be elected to civil offices at the late election, and those heretofore elected to municipal offices since the rebellion, must no longer attempt to exercise such functions, and upon any pretense or attempt so to do, the military commandant at Norfolk will see to it that the persons so acting are stayed and quieted. Meanwhile, Governor Pierpont had appealed by a memorial to the President and enlisted the sympathy and assistance of the Attorney General of the United States, who, on July 11th, wrote the President a long official letter setting forth his sense of the serious military encroachment by General Butler upon civil law and the authority of Pierpont as the Governor of Virginia. To this, in turn, under date of August 1st, General Butler responded with a letter of 40 pages in caustic criticism of Pierpont's government and administration as a useless, expensive, and inefficient thing, unrecognized by Congress, unknown to the Constitution of the United States, and of such character that there is no command in the Decalogue against worshiping it, it being the likeness of nothing in the heavens above, the earth beneath, or the waters under the earth. The general then extended his animadversion to Attorney General Bates, accusing him of a plot to create a conflict between the civil and military authorities. In the quarrel, each party accused the other of aiding and being aided by only secessionists and traitors, and the arguments of each, passing beyond questions of fact, entered on the discussion of theory and constitutional law. It was easy for President Lincoln to see that the controversy, though involving a grave constitutional principle, was begun in anger and spite, and had degenerated into an interchange of epithets. He did not allow it to ruffle his temper, occupied as he was at that time with vastly more serious matters. The contention had already pretty well exhausted itself when, on the 9th of August, he drafted with his own hand the following reply to General Butler. Your paper of the blank about Norfolk matters is received, as also was your other on the same general subject, dated, I believe, sometime in February last. This subject has caused considerable trouble, forcing me to give a good deal of time and reflection to it. I regret that crimination and recrimination are mingled in it. I surely need not to assure you that I have no doubt of your loyalty and devoted patriotism, and I must tell you that I have no less confidence in those of General Pierpont and the Attorney General. The former, at first, as the loyal governor of all Virginia, including that which is now West Virginia, in organizing and furnishing troops and in all other proper matters, was as earnest, honest, and efficient to the extent of his means as any other loyal governor. The inauguration of West Virginia as a new state left to him, as he assumed, the remainder of the old state, and the insignificance of the parts which are outside of the rebel lines and consequently within his reach certainly gives a somewhat farcical air to his dominion, and I suppose he, as well as I, considered that it could be useful for little else than as a nucleus to add to. The Attorney General only needs to be known to be relieved from all question as to loyalty and thorough devotion to the national cause, constantly restraining as he does my tendency to clemency for rebels and rebel sympathizers, but he is the law officer of the government and a believer in the virtue of adhering to law. Coming to the question itself, the military occupancy of Norfolk is a necessity with us. If you, as department commander, find the cleansing of the city necessary to prevent pestilence in your army, street lights and a fire department necessary to prevent assassinations and incendiarism among your men and stores, wharfage necessary to land and ship men and supplies, a large pauperism, badly conducted, at a needlessly large expense to the government, and find also that these things or any of them are not reasonably well attended to by the civil government, you rightfully may and must take them into your own hands. But you should do so on your own avowed judgment of a military necessity, and not seem to admit that there is no such necessity by taking a vote of the people on the question. Nothing justifies the suspending of the civil by the military authority but military necessity, and of the existence of that necessity the military commander, and not a popular vote, is to decide. And whatever is not within such necessity should be left undisturbed. In your paper of February, you fairly notified me that you contemplated taking a popular vote, and if fault there be, it was my fault that I did not object then, which I probably should have done had I studied the subject as closely as I have since done. I now think you would better place whatever you feel is necessary to be done on this distinct ground of military necessity, openly discarding all reliance for what you do on any election. I also think you should so keep accounts as to show every item of money received and how expended. The course here indicated does not touch the case when the military commander, finding no friendly civil government existing, may, under the sanction or direction of the President, give assistance to the people to inaugurate one. One is always surprised at the ease with which the President took up these cases of contention between his officials, and by a few sentences pointed out the law and the remedy with such clearness as to make it seem that a child ought not to have erred in the original decision. But more admirable still is the benignant and charitable spirit with which he overlooks and excuses the vanity and petulance which so frequently produce them. In this case he only expressed blame to himself for the annoyance and labor growing out of the defective judgment obscured by bad temper of those whose duty it was to have relieved him from the burdens of this character. But even after Mr. Lincoln had written this generous correction, he felt it wiser not immediately to send it, and delayed doing so until he learned that General Butler was about to repeat his error. On the 21st of December following, the President again wrote him, "On the 9th of August last I began to write you a letter, the enclosed being a copy of so much as I then wrote. So far as it goes, it embraces the views I then entertained, and still entertain. A little relaxation of complaints made to me on the subject, occurring about that time, the letter was not finished and sent. I now learn, correctly I suppose, that you have ordered an election similar to the one mentioned to take place on the eastern shore of Virginia. Let this be suspended, at least, until conference with me, and obtaining my approval." The main interest to history in these letters of the President to General Butler consists in the direction that he must keep his acts and orders clearly within the authority of military necessity, and leave undisturbed the existing structure of civil government, except where the former was imperatively needed to transcend or temporarily supersede the latter. But quite as distinctly as this positive direction to the general is the silent but significant implication in these letters that in the absence of such military necessity, the civil authority of Governor Pierpont must continue to be recognized as the executive authority of the state of Virginia. Or, in other words, that so far as the executive department of the government of the United States was concerned, Virginia was a state in the Union, notwithstanding her pretended secession, notwithstanding the division of the state by the erection and admission of West Virginia into the Union, notwithstanding the limited territory controlled by federal troops, notwithstanding the limited power exercised by Governor Pierpont. Though the governor's dominion might have a farcical air and be useful for little else than as a nucleus to add to, it nevertheless was such a nucleus, and useful for that purpose, and was therefore neither to be ignored nor destroyed. The President exhibited the same consistency of opinion and tenacity of purpose in regard to the other states which had begun the work of Reconstruction. His letter to General Steele to give the government and people of Arkansas support and protection, notwithstanding Congress had refused to admit her senators and representatives to seats, has been quoted, and he applied the same policy to Louisiana, the question of whose restoration to the Union remained a prominent issue before Congress. As in the case of Virginia, it was not alone the malcontents in Congress and in politics who gave the President annoyance in this matter. General S.A. Hurlbut had temporarily succeeded Banks in command at New Orleans, and to him Mr. Lincoln was forced to send an admonition somewhat more peremptory in its tone than was habitual with him. Under date of November 14, 1864, he wrote, "Few things, since I have been here, have impressed me more painfully than what, for 4 or 5 months past, has appeared as bitter military opposition to the new state government of Louisiana. I still indulged some hope that I was mistaken in the fact, but copies of a correspondence on the subject between General Canby and yourself, and shown me today, dispel that hope. A very fair proportion of the people of Louisiana have inaugurated a new state government, making an excellent new constitution, better for the poor black man than we have in Illinois. This was done under military protection, directed by me, in the belief, still sincerely entertained, that with such a nucleus around which to build, we could get the state into position again sooner than otherwise. In this belief, a general promise of protection and support, applicable alike to Louisiana and other states, was given in the last annual message. During the formation of the new government and constitution, they were supported by nearly every loyal person and opposed by every secessionist. And this support and this opposition, from the respective standpoints of the parties, was perfectly consistent and logical. Every Unionist ought to wish the new government to succeed, and every disunionist must desire it to fail. Its failure would gladden the heart of Slidell in Europe, and of every enemy of the old flag in the world. Every advocate of slavery naturally desires to see blasted and crushed the liberty promised the black man by the new Constitution. But why General Canby and General Hurlbut should join on the same side is to me incomprehensible. Of course, in the condition of things at New Orleans, the military must not be thwarted by the civil authority. But when the Constitutional Convention, for what it deems a breach of privilege, arrests an editor in no way connected with the military necessity for insulting the convention and forcibly discharging the editor is difficult to perceive. Neither is the military necessity for protecting the people against paying large salaries fixed by a legislature of their own choosing very apparent. Equally difficult to perceive is the military necessity for forcibly interposing to prevent a bank from loaning its own money to the state. These things, if they have occurred, are, at best, no better than gratuitous hostility. I wish I could hope that they may be shown to have not occurred. To make assurance against misunderstanding, I repeat that in the existing condition of things in Louisiana, the military must not be thwarted by the civil authority, and I add that on points of difference the commanding general must be judge and master. But I also add that in the exercise of this judgment and control, a purpose, obvious and scarcely unavowed, to transcend all military necessity in order to crush out the civil government will not be overlooked. And a similar admonition, though in somewhat less imperative phrases, the President felt impelled to send to General E.R.S. Canby, who had been placed in command of the military division of West Mississippi. He wrote him as follows, under date of December 12, 1864. I think it is probable that you are laboring under some misapprehension as to the purpose, or rather the motive, of the government on 2 points, cotton and the new Louisiana state government. It is conceded that the military operations are the first in importance, and as to what is indispensable to these operations, the department commander must be judge and master. But the other matters I mentioned I suppose to be of public importance also, and what I have attempted in regard to them is not merely a concession to private interest and pecuniary greed. As to cotton, by the external blockade the price is made certainly 6 times as great as it was, and yet the enemy gets through at least 1/6 part as much in a given period, say a year, as if there were no blockade, and receives as much for it as he would for a full crop in time of peace. The effect, in substance, is that we give him 6 ordinary crops without the trouble of producing any but the first, and at the same time leave his fields and his laborers free to produce provisions. You know how this keeps up his armies at home and procures supplies from abroad. For other reasons we cannot give up the blockade, and hence it becomes immensely important to us to get the cotton away from him. Better give him guns for it than let him, as now, get both guns and ammunition for it. But even this only presents part of the public interest to get out cotton. Our finances are greatly involved in the matter. The way cotton goes now carries so much gold out of the country as to leave us paper currency only, and that so far depreciated as that every hard dollar's worth of supplies we obtain, we contract to pay 2.5 hard dollars thereafter. This is much to be regretted, and while I believe we can live through it, at all events it demands an earnest effort on the part of all to correct it. And if pecuniary greed can be made to aid us in such effort, let us be thankful that so much good can be got out of pecuniary greed. As to the new state government of Louisiana, most certainly there is no worthy object in getting up a piece of machinery merely to pay salaries and give political consideration to certain men. But it is a worthy object to again get Louisiana into proper practical relations with the nation, and we can never finish this if we never begin it. Much good work is already done, and surely nothing can be gained by throwing it away. I do not wish either cotton or the new state government to take precedence of the military while the necessity for the military remains, but there is a strong public reason for treating each with so much favor as may not be substantially detrimental to the military. Meanwhile, Congress had met on December 5th in its annual session, and the question of Reconstruction was occupied in various forms. The thoughts of members and senators, though not with the same earnestness as during the summer session, when personal and factional politics bore so large an influence. Henry Winter Davis, whose Reconstruction bill Lincoln had declined to sign, was, since that action had been sustained by the President's triumphal reelection, nursing his vindictive wrath in quiet, and allowed another member of the Special Committee on Rebellious States, Representative J.M. Ashley, to introduce a new bill in the House on the 15th of December. The bill was open to the principal objection for which the President had vetoed Mr. Davis's bill, in declaring a wholesale emancipation of slavery in rebellious states by act of Congress. But it contained a few modifications designed to conciliate opposition to it, one of them being a direct recognition of the reconstructed government in Louisiana, though, with singular inconsistency, it failed to embrace that of Arkansas, which could make at least as good a showing. It soon became evident to the committee that it could not be passed in this form, nor if passed approved by the President, and on the 16th of January, 1865, Mr. Ashley offered a substitute for it, in which the committee tended a further compromise by including Arkansas and Louisiana under certain conditions. The measure again meeting opposition from Republicans in this form, its consideration was postponed to February 1st and again delayed until February 18th, before which day Mr. Ashley gave notice of further modification, induced, as he explained, by the passage of the 13th Amendment. But the rapidly changing political conditions were with equal rapidity changing political opinions. On February 20th, Representative Henry L. Dawes, whose position as chairman of the House Committee on Elections had enabled him to study the Reconstruction question with particular care, attacked Mr. Ashley's bill in a vigorous speech, declaring that no form can be prescribed, no law laid down here, no unbending iron rule fixed by the central government for the governing of that people, or prescribing the method in which they shall make their organic law. Each of them shall work out that problem for itself and in its own way. That form and system which is best adapted to Louisiana and Arkansas is quite different from that which is ultimately to be adopted in South Carolina and Georgia. Commenting on the difficulties which the committee had encountered in coming to a conclusion satisfactory to themselves, he stated that this was not only the 4th regular draft submitted by them, but that a 5th draft had been prepared and already printed by the House. After a strong plea in favor of the voluntary action of the people in their own localities, he urged that Reconstruction should be recognized whenever any one of these states comes up here presenting a constitution republican in form, the workmanship of the loyal men of the state, and which is generally acquiesced in by them, and they have power enough within themselves to maintain it against all domestic violence. After further discussion, Mr. Ashley offered still another substitute, apparently the committee's fifth draft, which contained the most sweeping concession the special committee had yet made to the varying currents of political thought. Its last section provided that if the persons exercising the functions of governor and legislature under the rebel usurpation in any state heretofore declared to be in rebellion shall, before armed resistance to the national government is suppressed in such state, submit to the authority of the United States, and take the oath to support the Constitution of the United States, and adopt by law the third provision prescribed in the 8th section of this act, and ratify the amendment to the Constitution of the United States proposed by Congress to the legislatures of the several states on the 31st day of January, A.D. 1865, it shall be lawful for the President of the United States to recognize the said governor and legislature as the lawful state government of such state, and to certify the fact to Congress for its recognition, provided that nothing herein contained shall operate to disturb the boundary lines of any state heretofore recognized by and now represented in the Congress of the United States. This section, which under the supposed miraculous conversion would have required the President, in Tennessee for instance, to recognize the government of Governor Harris and his rebel legislature instead of Governor Johnson and his loyal convention as the legal government of Tennessee, was certainly a strange proposal from a faction which had denounced the President's plan, among other reasons, on the score of its dangerous leniency. It was the exact result which Mr. Lincoln, in his letter to Governor Johnson of September 11, 1863, had declared must not be. The little speech which Mr. Ashley made in support of his changeling was spiritless and perfunctory. He said, with evident frankness, "It is very clear to my mind that no bill providing for the reorganization of loyal state governments in the rebel states can pass this Congress. I am pretty sure that this bill, and all the amendments and substitutes offered, will fail to command a majority of this House." Henry Winter Davis rallied but feebly to the support of his discomfited colleague. His short speech was noticeable only for its continued accusation of the President as a selfish usurper, and for his ill-natured flings at his Republican colleagues of the House, who had changed their minds or refused to vote with him, as being influenced by the will of the President, and prone to act upon the winking of authority. With all his recognized logic and eloquence, Mr. Davis was one of those men who possessed the comforting faculty of seeing that everybody but himself was arbitrary, selfish, and subservient. The undecided, vacillating, and shifting propositions of the committee demonstrated, even more than discussion, the impolicy, if not the impossibility, of effecting Reconstruction upon any rigid, preconceived theory. The House was unwilling to follow a leadership either of the committee as a whole or of Henry Winter Davis as its inspiring genius, since neither could apparently frame a plan to suit itself for a single week, scarcely a single day at a time. But even had there been unity of opinion, the session was too near its end for legislation of this character and gravity, and at the close of the debate, the bill and amendments were laid on the table by a vote of 91 to 64, with 27 not voting. The subject was momentarily revived on the following day by a substitute for a House bill reported from the Judiciary Committee, providing that no insurrectionary state should elect representatives to Congress until, among other conditions, by a law of Congress such state shall have been declared to be entitled to representation in the Congress of the United States. A spirited debate followed, and Mr. Ashley again endeavored to substitute for it his defeated bill of the day before, slightly altered. But the House had had enough of the topic, and once more, by a vote of yeas 80, nays 65, not voting 37, laid the bill and its amendment on the table. In the Senate, the question came up in a somewhat different form. The legislature of Louisiana had, in October 1864, elected United States senators who presented their credentials at the beginning of the session, and their claim was referred to the Judiciary Committee of the Senate. The chairman of the committee, Lyman Trumbull, appears to have conferred with the President and, as was natural, to have asked his opinion. Mr. Lincoln wrote him the following reply on January 9, 1865, which, considering the accusations of dictatorial intentions leveled at him by radical senators and representatives of the Wade-Davis type, is most remarkable in its entire omission of any intimation that might even savor of attempted executive influence on the legislative department of the government. The paper relating to Louisiana, submitted to the Judiciary Committee of the Senate by General Banks, is herewith returned. The whole of it is in accordance with my general impression, and I believe it is true, but much the larger part is beyond my absolute knowledge, as in its nature it must be. All the statements which lie within the range of my knowledge are strictly true, and I think of nothing material which has been omitted. Even before General Banks went to Louisiana, I was anxious for the loyal people there to move for reorganization and restoration of proper, practical relations with the Union, and when he at last expressed his decided conviction that the thing was practicable, I directed him to give his official cooperation to effect it. On the subject I have sent and received many letters to and from General Banks and many other persons. These letters, as you remember, were shown to you yesterday, as they will be again if you desire. If I shall neither take sides nor argue, will it be out of place for me to make what I think is the true statement of your question as to the proposed Louisiana senators? Can Louisiana be brought into proper, practical relations with the Union sooner by admitting or by rejecting the proposed senators? On the 18th of February, Senator Trumbull made a report from his committee, submitting a joint resolution that the United States do hereby recognize the government of the state of Louisiana, inaugurated under and by the convention which assembled on the 6th day of April, A.D. 1864, at the city of New Orleans, as the legitimate government of the said state, entitled to the guarantee and all other rights of a state government under the Constitution of the United States. He stated that though the facts in the case of Louisiana and Arkansas were very similar, the committee had thought it more advisable to act upon the case of Louisiana separately, and, if the joint resolution were agreed to, the same course could be applied to any other state. Though the session was nearing its end, there was an evident desire by nearly all the Republican senators to pass the resolution, but a violent opposition to the measure on the part of a small minority of them developed itself at the very outset. As the parliamentary custom of the Senate does not embrace the use of previous question, it was comparatively easy for this minority to postpone debate and action. This opposition was led by Senator Sumner, whom Trumbull openly charged in the Senate with being, in a combination here of a fraction of the Senate to delay the important business of the country, associating himself with those whom he so often denounces for the purpose of calling the yeas and nays and making dilatory motions to postpone the action of this body upon what he says is a very great public measure. Sumner practically admitted the charge, answering, "The question between the senator from Illinois and myself is simply this. He wishes to pass the measure, and I do not wish to pass it. He thinks the measure innocent, I think it dangerous, and, thinking it dangerous, I am justified in opposing it. And justified, too, in employing all the instruments that I can find in the arsenal of parliamentary warfare." Senator James R. Doolittle further defined the situation by stating, "There are but 5 who usually act with the administration who are making and voting for these dilatory motions, and there are 18 of the friends of the administration opposed to them." It is scarcely necessary to add that in the pressure of public business then existing, this minority of 5, at least 3 of whom, Sumner, Wade, and Chandler, were second to no one in obstinacy of purpose, were able to defeat the measure. The Journal of the Senate shows that on February 27th the subject, by a vote of 34 to 12, was postponed to tomorrow, and its tomorrow did not come during the remainder of the session, which closed at noon on the 4th of March, 1865, with Mr. Lincoln's second inauguration. Though representatives could be querulous and senators obstinate, the President could be persistent, as he had shown by his treatment of the Reconstruction Act and his correspondence with his generals, and continued persistence on his part was plainly justified by the rapidly waning opposition to his views in both houses of Congress. But new and important events were also daily strengthening his attitude. Since the adjournment of Congress he had visited the army under Grant, witnessed its start on its final campaign, and taken part in the first step of its triumph by his personal visit to the conquered rebel capital. He had barely returned from that visit to his duties at Washington when, on Sunday the 9th of April, there came to him the culminating news of Lee's surrender. The end of the rebellion was obviously so near that it would soon be necessary to take up the question of Reconstruction in a form more practical and more urgent than had yet confronted him. The popular excitement over the victory was such that on Monday the 10th crowds gathered before the Executive Mansion several times during the day and called out the President for speeches. Twice he responded by coming to the window and saying a few words, which, however, indicated that his mind was more occupied with work than exuberant rejoicing. As briefly as he could, he excused himself, but promised that on the following evening, for which a more formal demonstration was being arranged, he would be prepared to say something. Accordingly, on Tuesday evening, April 11th, Mr. Lincoln made his last public address, reading to his listeners a carefully written paper which was almost entirely devoted to a discussion of the question of Reconstruction as recommended in his various official documents, and as practically tried in the Louisiana experiment. We quote almost the whole of it, as furnishing the shortest and clearest explanation of both his past and future intentions. But these intentions were not destined to be realized. Before the lapse of a week, the nation was in sorrow over his death, and the subject and experiment of Reconstruction was resumed and carried on under widely different conditions and influences, which it is not the province of this work to bring into comment or comparison. After a few words of joyous congratulation, the President said, "By these recent successes, the reinauguration of the national authority, Reconstruction, which has had a large share of thought from the first, is pressed much more closely upon our attention. It is fraught with great difficulty. Unlike a case of war between independent nations, there is no authorized organ for us to treat with. No one man has authority to give up the rebellion for any other man. We simply must begin with and mold from disorganized and discordant elements. Nor is it a small additional embarrassment that we, the loyal people, differ among ourselves as to the mode, manner, and measure of Reconstruction. As a general rule, I abstain from reading the reports of attacks upon myself, wishing not to be provoked by that to which I cannot properly offer an answer. In spite of this precaution, however, it comes to my knowledge that I am much censured for some supposed agency in setting up and seeking to sustain the new state government of Louisiana. In this I have done just so much as, and no more than, the public knows. In the annual message of December 1863 and in the accompanying proclamation, I presented a plan of Reconstruction, as the phrase goes, which I promised, if adopted by any state, should be acceptable to and sustained by the executive government of the nation. I distinctly stated that this was not the only plan which might possibly be acceptable, and I also distinctly protested that the executive claimed no right to say when or whether members should be admitted to seats in Congress from such states. This plan was in advance submitted to the then cabinet and distinctly approved by every member of it. One of them suggested that I should then, and in that connection, apply the Emancipation Proclamation to the theretofore accepted parts of Virginia and Louisiana, that I should drop the suggestion about apprenticeship for freed people, and that I should omit the protest against my own power in regard to the admission of members to Congress. But even he approved every part and parcel of the plan, which has since been employed or touched by the action of Louisiana. The new Constitution of Louisiana, declaring emancipation for the whole state, practically applies the proclamation to the part previously accepted. It does not adopt apprenticeship for freed people, and it is silent, as it could not well be otherwise, about the admission of members of Congress. So that, as it applies to Louisiana, every member of the cabinet fully approved the plan. The message went to Congress, and I received many commendations of the plan, written and verbal, and not a single objection to it from any professed emancipationist came to my knowledge until after the news reached Washington that the people of Louisiana had begun to move in accordance with it. From about July 1862, I had corresponded with different persons supposed to be interested in seeking a reconstruction of a state government for Louisiana. When the message of 1863, with the plan before mentioned, reached New Orleans, General Banks wrote me that he was confident that the people, with his military cooperation, would reconstruct substantially on that plan. I wrote to him and some of them to try it. They tried it, and the result is known. Such only has been my agency in getting up the Louisiana government. As to sustaining it, my promise is out, as before stated. But as bad promises are better broken than kept, I shall treat this as a bad promise and break it whenever I shall be convinced that keeping it is adverse to the public interest. But I have not yet been so convinced. I have been shown a letter on this subject, supposed to be by an able one, in which the writer expresses regret that my mind has not seemed to be definitely fixed on the question whether the seceded states, so called, are in the Union or out of it. It would perhaps add astonishment to his regret were he to learn that since I have found professed Union men endeavoring to make that question, I have purposely forborne any public expression upon it. As appears to me, that question has not been nor yet is a practically material one, and that any discussion of it, while it thus remains practically immaterial, could have no effect other than the mischievous one of dividing our friends. As yet, whatever it may hereafter become, that question is bad as the basis of a controversy, and good for nothing at all, a merely pernicious abstraction. We all agree that the seceded states, so called, are out of their proper practical relation with the Union, and that the sole object of the government, civil and military, in regard to those states, is to again get them into that proper practical relation. I believe that it is not only possible, but in fact easier, to do this without deciding or even considering whether these states have ever been out of the Union, than with it. Finding themselves safely at home, it would be utterly immaterial whether they had ever been abroad. Let us all join in doing the acts necessary to restoring the proper practical relations between these states and the Union, and each forever after innocently indulge in his own opinion whether in doing the acts he brought the states from without into the Union, or only gave them proper assistance, they never having been out of it. The amount of constituency, so to speak, on which the new Louisiana government rests, would be more satisfactory to all if it contained 50,000 or 30,000 or even 20,000, instead of only about 12,000 as it does. It is also unsatisfactory to some that the elective franchise is not given to the colored man. I would myself prefer that it were now conferred on the very intelligent and on those who serve our cause as soldiers. Still, the question is not whether the Louisiana government, as it stands, is quite all that is desirable. The question is, will it be wiser to take it as it is and help to improve it, or to reject and disperse it? Can Louisiana be brought into proper practical relation with the Union sooner by sustaining or by discarding her new state government? Some 12,000 voters in the heretofore slave state of Louisiana have sworn allegiance to the Union, assumed to be the rightful political power of the state, held elections, organized a state government, adopted a free state constitution giving the benefit of public schools equally to black and white, and empowering the legislature to confer the elective franchise upon the colored man. Their legislature has already voted to ratify the constitutional amendment recently passed by Congress abolishing slavery throughout the nation. These 12,000 persons are thus fully committed to the Union and to perpetual freedom in the state, committed to the very things and nearly all the things the nation wants, and they ask the nation's recognition and its assistance to make good their committal. Now, if we reject and spurn them, we do our utmost to disorganize and disperse them. We, in effect, say to the white man, "You are worthless or worse. We will never help you nor be helped by you." To the blacks we say, "This cup of liberty which these, your old masters, hold to your lips we will dash from you, and leave you to the chances of gathering the spilled and scattered contents in some vague and undefined when, where, and how." If this course, discouraging and paralyzing both white and black, has any tendency to bring Louisiana into proper practical relations with the Union, I have so far been unable to perceive it. If, on the contrary, we recognize and sustain the new government of Louisiana, the converse of all this is made true. We encourage the hearts and nerve the arms of the 12,000 to adhere to their work, and argue for it, and proselyte for it, and fight for it, and feed it, and grow it, and ripen it to a complete success. The colored man, too, in seeing all united for him, is inspired with vigilance and energy and daring to the same end. Grant that he desires the elective franchise. Will he not attain it sooner by saving the already advanced steps toward it than by running backward over them? Concede that the new government of Louisiana is only to what it should be as the egg is to the fowl. We shall sooner have the fowl by hatching the egg than by smashing it. Again, if we reject Louisiana, we also reject one vote in favor of the proposed amendment to the national constitution. To meet this proposition, it has been argued that no more than 3/4 of those states which have not attempted secession are necessary to validly ratify the amendment. I do not commit myself against this further than to say that such a ratification would be questionable, and sure to be persistently questioned, while the ratification by 3/4 of all of the states would be unquestioned and unquestionable. I repeat the question: can Louisiana be brought into proper practical relation with the Union sooner by sustaining or by discarding her new state government? What has been said of Louisiana will apply generally to other states, and yet so great peculiarities pertain to each state, and such important and sudden changes occur in the same state, and withal so new and unprecedented is the whole case, that no exclusive and inflexible plan can safely be prescribed as to the details and collaterals. Such exclusive and inflexible plan would surely become a new entanglement. Important principles may and must be inflexible. In the present situation, as the phrase goes, it may be my duty to make some new announcement to the people of the South. I am considering and shall not fail to act when satisfied that action will be proper. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 20. The March to the Sea. Sherman saw that it was not worth while to attack Hood's entrenchments at Lovejoy Station. He said to Halleck on the 4th of September, "The enemy hold a line facing us, with front well covered by parapets, and both flanks protected by streams of water. The position was too strong to attack in front, and to turn it he thought would carry him too far from his base. He was not at that moment prepared for a long journey, and concluded to go back to Atlanta to give his army the rest it had so nobly earned, and himself a little time for reflection as to his next move. He marched back with great deliberation, feeding high on the cornfields of the Confederacy. There was a certain ostentation in his leisure. He wanted to show the enemy that he was not in a hurry. He burned some cotton on the way, but saved enough, he says, to pay the expenses of the national salute. The salutes were all fired, and the national rejoicings were over before, on the 8th of September, he rode into the city which was the magnificent prize of his summer's work. He immediately put into execution a plan he had already formed of converting the ruined city into a military post. Before leaving Lovejoy's, he had informed Halleck that he intended to move all the inhabitants of Atlanta, sending those committed to the Union cause to the rear and the rebel families to the front. He foresaw the passionate criticism which this action would provoke, and was prepared for it. "If the people," he said, "raise a howl against my barbarity and cruelty, I will answer that war is war, and not popularity-seeking. If they want peace, they and their relatives must stop the war." On arriving at Atlanta, he at once announced this intention to local and municipal authorities. He had already notified his purpose to General Hood, and proposed to him a truce in the neighborhood of Rough and Ready, where each side could send an officer with a small guard to maintain order and oversee the deportation of the citizens with their effects. Hood accepted this proposition, saying he would render all assistance in his power to expedite the transportation of citizens south. He could not close his letter, however, without remarking that the unprecedented measure you propose transcends, in studied and ingenious cruelty, all acts ever before brought to my attention in the dark history of war. From which it would seem either that General Hood was a very reckless writer, or that his historical reading had been limited. Sherman replied in his usual spirited fashion, showing that such acts were by no means unprecedented, even in the recent history of the Confederate Army, and then administered a sincere and searching sermon to General Hood in regard to the crime of rebellion and treason against the government, and counseled him to drop his hypocritical appeals to God and humanity, and, "If we must be enemies, let us be men and fight it out. God will judge us in due time," he said, "and he will pronounce whether it be more humane to fight with a town full of women and the families of a brave people at our back, or to remove them in time to places of safety among their own friends and people." General Hood answered in a long letter full of florid declamation, and concluded by expressing his personal preference to die 1,000 deaths than to submit to live under you or your government and your Negro allies, though in the sequel he did all this before dying the one death which is allotted to men. The mayor and council of Atlanta also protested against the measures adopted by Sherman. To them he replied with equal firmness, but in a tone of far greater kindness. The use of Atlanta, he said, for warlike purposes is inconsistent with its character as a home for families. There will be no manufactures, commerce, or agriculture here for the maintenance of families, and sooner or later want will compel the inhabitants to go. Why not go now, when all the arrangements are completed for the transfer, instead of waiting till the plunging shot of contending armies will renew the scenes of the past month? He could not give, either to Hood or the citizens, the real reason for his action, which was that the Confederate works about Atlanta were so extensive that they would require an army of 30,000 to guard them. He had resolved to build a compact inner line which could be held by 1/5 that number, and he thought the removal of the citizens, independent of the question of supplying their wants in time of active operations, was a military necessity. This action of Sherman was approved by the War Department. Halleck wrote on the 28th of September, "Not only are you justified by the laws and usages of war in removing these people, but I think it was your duty to your own army to do so. We certainly are not required to treat the so-called non-combatant rebels better than they themselves treat each other. Even here in Virginia, within 50 miles of Washington, they strip their own families of provisions, leaving them, as our army advances, to be fed by us or to starve within our lines. Sherman also arranged with Hood an exchange of 2,000 prisoners from those captured at Jonesboro, and the business connected with this exchange and the deportation of the citizens was satisfactorily transacted at Rough and Ready, the Confederate officers and men harmonizing perfectly with their courteous adversaries and parting good friends. Hood continued his solemn admonitions to Sherman in regard to the law of God and the laws of nations, and Sherman dryly answered, "I think I understand the laws of civilized nations and the customs of war, but if at a loss at any time to know where to seek for information to refresh my memory." Sherman had no idea of spending the winter or even the autumn in Atlanta. Even while he was watching the entrenchments of Hood at Lovejoy's, his mind was already full of his next move. He telegraphed to Halleck asking for his share of the proceeds of the pending draft and suggesting a campaign in cooperation with Canby in Alabama. A few days later he told him that he would have Atlanta a pure Gibraltar by the 1st of October. On the 10th of September he wrote to General Canby, "I will be ready to sally forth again in October, but ought to have some assurance that in case of necessity I can swing into Apalachicola or Montgomery and find friends." On the same day Grant was telegraphing to Sherman to give the enemy no peace while the war lasted. "Now that we have all of Mobile Bay that is valuable, I do not know but it will be the best move for Major General Canby's troops to act upon Savannah whilst you move on Augusta. I should like to hear from you, however, on this matter." And Sherman at once replied, "If you can manage to take the Savannah River as high as Augusta, or the Chattahoochee as far up as Columbus, I can sweep the whole state of Georgia. Otherwise I would risk our whole army by going too far from Atlanta." And in all of his letters and dispatches of this month, the control of the Savannah River is assumed by him as a condition precedent to his march to the seacoast. All this while Wheeler's cavalry was busy in his rear, and Forrest held a threatening attitude in Middle Tennessee, but Sherman paid little attention to them and none at all for the moment to Hood. On the 19th of September he telegraphed to Grant, "I can quickly bounce him out of Lovejoy's, but I think him better there, where I can watch him, than farther off." Finally, on the 20th of September, Colonel Porter, having visited him directly from Grant, and having given him the latest tidings and views which Grant could send, Sherman wrote a careful letter to the General-in-Chief discussing the entire situation and concluded by saying, "The more I study the game, the more I am convinced that it would be wrong for me to penetrate much further into Georgia without an objective beyond. It would not be productive of much good. I can start east and make a circuit south and back, doing vast damage to the state, but resulting in no permanent good. But by mere threatening to do so, I hold a rod over the Georgians, who are not over loyal to the South." He therefore gives it as his opinion that Grant's army and Canby's should be reinforced to the maximum, that after the capture of Wilmington, Grant should strike for Savannah, that Canby should send a force to Columbus, Georgia, that he himself should keep Hood employed and put his army in fine order for a march on Columbus, Augusta, and Charleston, and be ready as soon as Wilmington is sealed to commerce and the city of Savannah in the possession of the national armies. Before Sherman had been a week in Atlanta, two prominent Georgians named Hill and Nelson came through the lines to his headquarters, representing themselves as having been friends in Congress of the general's brother, John Sherman. Mr. Hill's explanation of his visit was that he was in quest of the body of his son who had been killed in battle. They were kindly received and invited to dinner by the general and, as was inevitable, with so genial a host and so good a talker, there was a great deal of unrestrained conversation. The Southerners admitted their belief that further resistance was madness and suggested the possibility of state action being initiated by Governor Joseph E. Brown to withdraw Georgia from the Confederacy. Through these gentlemen and through Mr. Wright and Mr. King, also men of prominence in the state, Sherman sent messages to Governor Brown offering, if he would issue his proclamation withdrawing his state troops from the Army of the Confederacy, that Sherman would, instead of devastating the land as he went forward, keep his men to the high roads and commons and pay for the corn and meat which he needed and should take. He also authorized the visitors to invite Governor Brown to visit Atlanta. He would give him a safeguard, and if he wanted to make a speech, he would guarantee him as full and respectable an audience as any he had ever spoken to. On the 15th of September, Sherman telegraphed Halleck that Governor Brown had disbanded his militia to gather the corn and sorghum of the state. I have reason to believe that he and Stevens want to visit me and have sent them a hearty invitation. This telegram being shown to President Lincoln was, of course, read with the liveliest concern, and he at once telegraphed to Sherman, "I feel great interest in the subjects of your dispatch mentioning corn and sorghum and the contemplated visit to you." Sherman replied, giving the details of the negotiations he had initiated with Governor Brown, saying, I am fully conscious of the delicate nature of such assertions, but it would be a magnificent stroke of policy if we could, without surrendering principle or a foot of ground, arouse the latent enmity of Georgia against Davis. Sherman had no doubt at the time that Brown seriously entertained his proposition, but he took no action further than that of withdrawing the state troops from Hood's army. He wrote a long letter to William King, filled with words to no purpose, breathing defiance towards the government of the United States and an almost equal contumacy towards that of Richmond, but holding out no hope of separate negotiations. A.H. Stevens wrote more briefly, saying that the lack, on both sides, of authority to treat would preclude any conference between himself and General Sherman. Hood, on the 3rd of September, had telegraphed to Jefferson Davis representing his pressing need of reinforcements. Mr. Davis answered that no resources for that purpose were at hand. Hood therefore decided to begin operations at the earliest moment possible in rear of Sherman. He had found that his troops were so disheartened that he dared not trust them in direct conflict with Sherman's victorious army. He telegraphed to Richmond on the 6th of September, asking that the prisoners at Andersonville should be so disposed of that his army might be free to move where he thought best. He continued, in his bewildered way, "According to all human calculations, we should have saved Atlanta had the officers and men of the army done what was expected of them. It has been God's will for it to be otherwise." Feeling, however, the necessity of blaming some of the human instrumentalities, he asked that General Hardee should be removed from duty under him. In response to an urgent invitation from Hood, Mr. Davis himself resolved to visit the Confederate army in Georgia, and he arrived on the 25th at Palmetto, where Hood had by this time encamped, being the first stage of his progress in the movement to Sherman's rear. The next morning the Confederate general and president rode to the front to review the troops, and Hood was subjected to the unspeakable humiliation of hearing brigade after brigade welcoming the executive with the shout, "Give us General Johnston!" In the evening Mr. Davis was serenaded, and the usual florid and defiant speeches were made by himself, by Howell Cobb, and by Isham G. Harris, governor of Tennessee, in partibus. The next day was devoted to the discussion of Hood's plan and the reorganization of his army. The question of the removal of Hardee from the command gave Mr. Davis considerable embarrassment. He had known him too long and too well to share Hood's prejudice against him, and had probably by this time learned that he had overrated Hood's own capacity. He solved the difficulty finally by giving Hardee command of the Department of South Carolina and Florida, which was nominally a promotion, and by placing Beauregard over Hood in the command of both his department and that of General Richard Taylor. He apparently made no objection to Hood's scheme of cutting Sherman's communications, selecting a position on or near the Alabama line, in proximity to the Blue Mountain Railroad, and there giving him battle. Hood urged that an offensive movement would improve the morale of his army to a degree that would render it equal to fighting the enemy, but that at the moment it was totally unfit for pitched battle, and that the plan in question offered the sole chance to avert disaster. The supersession of Hood by Beauregard involved at first no modification of his plans, and he at once pushed forward to strike the railroad in Sherman's rear. Sherman became aware of his plan shortly after its execution had begun. He told Halleck on the 25th of September that Hood seemed to be moving to the Alabama line, an announcement which drew from Grant the query whether it would not be impossible for Hood to subsist his army on that line. Sherman put a strong garrison in Chattanooga and one in Rome, and with much reluctance, for he was anxious to start on his southern enterprise, moved north of the Chattahoochee himself with a great portion of his army to see if he could bring Hood to battle. Hood, marching in light order, moved his force with expedition to the railroad, which Stuart's corps struck at Big Shanty and at Ackwood, destroying several miles of the road. A division under S.G. French was sent to capture Allatoona, at which important post there were stored some 3 million rations. Sherman had sufficient notice of this intention to order General John M. Corse from Rome to Allatoona. His timely arrival increased the garrison to nearly 2,000 men. French arrived before the place at daybreak on the 5th of October, and after a furious cannonade demanded its surrender, to which Corse made the plucky reply which might have been expected from his character. One of the most stubborn engagements of the war now took place between the Confederate division outside and the little garrison. All the commanding officers were badly wounded. Lieutenant Colonel James Redfield was killed, Lieutenant Colonel James E. Tortelot and Colonel Richard Rowett fell with disabling wounds. Corse was knocked senseless for nearly an hour by a rifle bullet in the face, but rallied and conducted the defense the rest of the day. Sherman, from the crest of Kennesaw, 18 miles away, conversed by means of signal flags with the gallant defenders of the fort, and received from Corse at 2 o'clock the famous dispatch, over whose profanity it is doubtful whether the recording angel wept or smiled. I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but am able to whip all hell yet. Whether the powers of darkness did or did not recognize the uselessness of attempting to conquer such men, General French at least came to the conclusion that they were more than he could manage, and at 3 o'clock retired. Lieutenant Mackenzie, commanding the signal squad, himself signaled the news to Sherman that the attack had failed amid the whistling of a storm of bullets fired at him by the sharpshooters in the Confederate rear. In spite of this check, however, Hood was so elated by his rapid progress and his work on the railroad that he decided to move further north and again strike the road between Resaca and Tunnel Hill to destroy it thoroughly, and then move in the direction of the Tennessee. He imagined in this way he might entice Sherman as near the Tennessee line as possible, and there turn upon him and defeat him. He therefore marched through Dallas to Coosaville, crossed the Coosa River on the 11th of October, and marched upon Resaca and Dalton. Sherman, who always found it difficult to comprehend the eccentric movements and to deduce from them the intentions of Hood, was more annoyed than disturbed by this maneuver. He telegraphed Grant on the 9th of October, "It will be a physical impossibility to protect the roads now that Hood, Forrest, Wheeler, and the whole batch of devils are turned loose, without home or habitation," and proposed to break up the railroad from Chattanooga and start out with wagons for his southern trip. "Until we can repopulate Georgia," he said, "it is useless for us to occupy it. But the utter destruction of its roads, houses, and people will cripple their military resources. I can make this march and make Georgia howl." He took, however, the most energetic means to find Hood, and if possible to fight him, but could not effect this purpose. S.D. Lee, with his corps, moved on Resaca, and in Hood's name demanded its surrender, adding, "If the place is carried by assault, no prisoners will be taken." This barbarous threat, however, did not intimidate the garrison and its commander, Colonel Clark R. Weaver, and Lee, failing to take the place, was not put to the painful necessity of slaughtering its defenders. On the 13th, Hood in person demanded and received the surrender of Dalton. He then quickly retired from the railroad, and, moving towards Villeneuve, he passed through the gaps in the mountains and halted for 2 days at the crossroads in a beautiful valley 9 miles south of Lafayette. He says it was his intention there to select a position and deliver battle, but upon consulting his officers, the opinion was unanimous that his army was not in condition to risk a fight. He passed a day in deep doubt and perplexity, and at last resolved to march into Tennessee. Sherman desired nothing better than this. At the very moment that Hood says he conceived this resolution, Sherman was telegraphing to Schofield, "I want the first positive fact that Hood contemplates an invasion of Tennessee. Invite him to do so. Send him a free pass in." Hood moved to Gadsden on the 20th of October, at which point Beauregard joined him and gave his approval to the proposed Tennessee campaign. Sherman thought it useless to follow him. It was hard to make him believe that Hood really dared to go into Tennessee. He thought so ill of his adversary's capacity that he was sure that General Thomas, who was at Nashville, with a small and imperfectly equipped force then at his disposal, could handle Hood and his army, while Sherman marched southward. He made no pursuit of Hood after he started westward, but devoted himself at once to preparations for his march to the sea. "This movement," he said to Halleck, October 19th, "is not purely military or strategic, but it will illustrate the vulnerability of the South. They don't know what war means, but when the rich planters of the Oconee and Savannah see their fences and corn and hogs and sheep vanish before their eyes, they will have something more than a mean opinion of the Yanks. Even now our poor mules laugh at the fine cornfields, and our soldiers riot on chestnuts, sweet potatoes, pigs, and chickens." On the next day he sent Thomas full orders as to the general plan of action for the rest of the season. "To pursue Hood is folly," he said, "for he can twist and turn like a fox and wear out any army in pursuit. To continue to occupy long lines of railroads simply exposes our small detachments to be picked up in detail and forces me to make countermarches to protect lines of communications." He therefore proposed to take General Howard and his army, Schofield and his, and 2 corps of Thomas's for the southern trip, leaving Thomas only the 4th Corps under Stanley, though afterwards, when Hood's intentions were more fully developed, he also sent Schofield with the 23rd Corps to Thomas. Serious as the movement of Hood and Beauregard appeared in the latter part of October, it never shook Sherman's serenity. Even while the railroad was broken behind him, he enjoyed the comfort and plenty which came with his perfect system of foraging on the enemy, among the corn and potatoes, which cost nothing a bushel. "If Georgia," he said, "can afford to break our railroads, she can afford to feed us. Please preach this doctrine to men who go forth and are likely to spread it." Grant, however, was not so entirely at his ease in regard to Hood. On the 1st of November he asked Sherman, "Do you not think it advisable, now that Hood has gone so far north, to entirely ruin him before starting on your proposed campaign? With Hood's army destroyed, you can go where you please with impunity. I believed, and still believe, if you had started south while Hood was in the neighborhood of you, he would have been forced to go after you. Now that he is far away, he might look upon the chase as useless, and he will go in one direction while you are pushing in the other. If you can see a chance of destroying Hood's army, attend to that first, and make your other move secondary." Sherman replied, giving it as his opinion that if he turned against Hood with his whole force, he would retreat to the southwest, and insisted that he regarded the pursuit of Hood as useless. "If I turn back," he continued in a second dispatch, "the whole effect of my campaign will be lost." Grant next day assented to this view and said, "Go on as you propose." On the 3rd of November, Sherman reported to Halleck the situation of affairs, announcing his settled intention to move forward as soon as he could send back all rubbish to the rear and get forward the necessary supplies with which to start. Advised cooperative movements from Thomas's and Canby's front, which, he said, would completely bewilder Beauregard and make him burst with French despair. On the 6th, he issued orders to all commanding officers of forts directing preparations to go forward with as much speed as possible, but intimating that time would be allowed in present camps for the complete payment of all troops, the sending home of the soldiers' money, and the voting of the soldiers in their camp for president. He found time on the same day to write a long letter to Grant, explaining and justifying his conduct in the October movement, expressing his confidence that with Stanley and Schofield Thomas would be able to take care of Hood, and enlarging upon the vast moral benefit to be derived from the contemplated march. "If we can march a well-appointed army right through his territory, it is a demonstration to the world, foreign and domestic, that we have a power which Davis cannot resist. There are thousands of people abroad and in the South who will reason thus. If the North can march an army right through the South, it is proof positive that the North can prevail in this contest. Mr. Lincoln's election, which is assured, coupled with the conclusion thus reached, makes a complete logical whole." He then discusses the 3 routes open to him, decides in favor of that having its terminus at Charleston or Savannah, but leaves himself open to adopt either alternative. All preparations being completed, he caused the foundries, mills, and shops of every kind in Rome to be destroyed on the 10th of November. The next day he telegraphed Halleck, "All appearances still indicate that Beauregard has got back to his old hole at Corinth, and I hope he will enjoy it. My army prefers to enjoy the fresh, sweet potato fields of Ocmulgee." He started on the 12th with his full staff from Kingston to Atlanta. Resting at noon, his telegraphic operator, with a small pocket instrument which he held in his lap, called the Chattanooga office and received this last message from General Thomas. The Rock of Chickamauga had not been especially pleased with his assignment to defend Tennessee, but he accepted it as he did every duty ever confided him with modest confidence and devotion. "I have no fears," he said, "that Beauregard can do us any harm now, and if he attempts to follow you, I will follow him as far as possible. If he does not follow you, I will then thoroughly organize my troops and, I believe, shall have men enough to ruin him unless he gets out of the way very rapidly. I am now convinced that the greater part of Beauregard's army is near Florence and Tuscumbia, and that you will at least have a clear road before you for several days, and that your success will fully equal your expectations." Sherman began to reply, "Dispatch received, all right," and at that instant the wires were cut and communication ceased. As Sherman rode towards Atlanta that night, he met railroad trains going to the rear with furious speed. He was profoundly impressed with the strange aspect of affairs. 2 hostile armies marching in opposite directions, each in the full belief that it was achieving a final and conclusive result in the Great War. "I was strongly inspired," he writes, "with a feeling that the movement on our part was a direct attack upon the rebel army and the rebel capital at Richmond, though a full 1,000 miles of hostile country intervened, and that for better or worse it would end the war." The result was a magnificent vindication of this soldierly intuition. His army consisted in round numbers of 60,000 men, the most perfect in strength, health, and intelligence that ever went to war. He had thoroughly purged it of all inefficient material, sending to the rear all organizations and even all individuals he thought would be a drag upon his celerity or strength. His right wing, under Howard, consisted of the 15th Corps, commanded by Osterhaus in the absence of John A. Logan, and the 17th Corps, commanded by Frank P. Blair, Jr. The left wing, commanded by Slocum, comprised the 14th Corps under Jeff C. Davis and the 20th Corps under A.S. Williams. In general orders, he had not intimated to the army the object of their march. "It is sufficient for you to know," he said, "that it involves a departure from our present base and a long, difficult march to a new one." His special field orders are a model of clearness and conciseness. The habitual order of march was to be, wherever practicable, by 4 roads as nearly parallel as possible and converging at points to be indicated from time to time. There was to be no general train of supplies. Behind each regiment should follow one wagon and one ambulance, a due proportion of wagons for ammunition and provision behind each brigade. The separate columns were to start at 7 in the morning and make about 15 miles a day. The army was to subsist liberally on the country. Forage parties, under the command of discreet officers, were to gather near the routes traveled whatever was needed by the command, aiming to keep in the wagons a reserve of at least 10 days' provisions. Soldiers were strictly forbidden to enter dwellings of inhabitants or commit trespass. The power to destroy mills, houses, cotton gins, etc., was entrusted to corps commanders alone. No destruction of property was to be permitted in districts where the army was unmolested, but relentless devastation was ordered in case of the manifestation of local hostility by the shooting of soldiers or the burning of bridges. The cavalry were ordered to appropriate freely horses, mules, and wagons from the country passed through. It was strictly enjoined that the Negroes should not be encouraged to follow the army, and that none but a certain proportion of able-bodied young men, whose services were needed, should be allowed to follow. Precisely at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 16th of November, the great army started on its march. A band struck up the anthem of John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. The soldiers caught up the refrain, and, to the swelling chorus of Glory Hallelujah, the great march was begun. The month that followed will always remain, to those 60,000 men, the most romantic and inspiring memory of their lives. The weather was favorable all the way. To veterans, the marches were of reasonable length. The work of destroying the Southern railroads was so easy to their experienced hands that it hardly delayed the day's march. With the exception of the affair on the 22nd of November, when P.J. Phillips, with a division of Smith's Georgia troops, attacked C.C. Walcutt's brigade, which was marching as the rear guard of the right wing at Griswoldville, and met with a severe repulse, and a series of cavalry fights between Wheeler and Kilpatrick near Waynesboro, there was no fighting to do between Atlanta and Savannah. A swarm of militia and irregular cavalry hung, it is true, about the front and flank of the marching army, but were hardly a source of more annoyance than so many mosquitoes would have been. The foragers brought in every evening their heterogeneous supplies from the outlying plantations, and although they had to defend themselves every day from scattered forces of the enemy, the casualties which they reported each evening were insignificant. The utmost efforts of Sherman and his officers to induce the Negroes to remain quietly at home were not entirely successful. The promise of freedom which was to come to them from the victory of the Union cause was too vague and indefinite to content them. When they saw this vast army moving by before their cabins with flaunting banners, which were to them the visible sign and symbol of emancipation, in spite of every effort made to drive them away, the simple-hearted freedmen gathered in an ever-increasing cloud in the rear of the army, and when the campaign was over, they peopled the sea islands of Georgia and furnished, after the war, the principal employment of the Freedmen's Commission. The march produced an extraordinary effervescence throughout the Confederacy. If words could avail anything against heavy battalions, Sherman would have been annihilated in his first day's march. Beauregard fulminated his proclamations, filled with lurid Creole rhetoric, to the people of Georgia, calling them to rally round their patriotic governor, an adjective which hardly agreed with Jefferson Davis's recent characterization of Governor Brown. He called on them to obstruct and destroy all the roads in Sherman's front, flank, and rear, promising that his army should soon starve in their midst. From Richmond the same vehement proclamations were rained upon Georgia. The people were assured that President Davis and the Secretary of War had done and were still doing all that could be done to meet the emergency. "Let every man fly to arms," shouted the Georgia members of Congress. "Remove your Negroes, horses, cattle, and provisions from Sherman's army, and burn what you cannot carry. Assail the invader in front, flank, and rear, by night and by day. Let him have no rest." As Sherman drew near to Milledgeville on the 23rd of November, the Georgia legislature passed an act to levy the population en masse, but this act of desperate legislation had no effect in checking the march of the Yankees, and the governor, state officers, and legislature fled in the utmost confusion as Sherman entered the place. The Union general occupied the executive mansion for a day. Some of the soldiers went to the State House, organized themselves into a constituent assembly, and after a spirited, mock-serious debate, repealed the ordinance of secession. Sherman took the greatest possible pains to prevent any damage to the city, and marched out on the 24th on the way to Millen. He ordered his force of cavalry in the direction of Augusta, but pushed steadily forward with his main body, and on the 3rd of December entered Millen with Blair's corps, and paused there a day to bring the army together. Finding it impossible to stop him, the Georgia State troops, by sharp marching, had made their way directly to the vicinity of Savannah, where Sherman himself arrived and invested the city from the Savannah to the Little Ogeechee River on the 10th of December. General Hardee had found it impossible to hold his outer line of works. He destroyed the Charleston and Savannah Railroad bridge over the Savannah River and withdrew to his inner line. He had had in the last days of November a piece of singular good fortune. The Georgia militia, under General G.W. Smith, had arrived at Grahamsville on the Charleston Railroad exactly at the proper time to repulse an attack of a division of the national troops under General John P. Hatch, which had been sent by General J.G. Foster to occupy that important road in the rear of Hardee. Several spirited assaults were made by Hatch's troops, but they were all unsuccessful, so that this inestimable route of retreat by way of the Union Causeway and the Charleston Road was saved to Hardee. He had no confidence in his ability to hold Savannah permanently against Sherman. He and Richard Taylor, who had hurried across the Confederacy from the west to join him, agreed that Hardee ought to be ready to abandon Savannah before it could be thoroughly invested. It was of the utmost importance that his army and the garrison of Charleston should be saved and united to oppose the northward march of Sherman after Savannah should be taken, and the repulse of Hatch made this most desirable consummation entirely practicable. The Union Causeway was so protected by inundated rice fields that it was impossible, or at least exceedingly difficult, for Sherman to close this avenue of retreat without making a large detachment from his army and a long detour to the north. But the first necessity of the situation to Sherman was to establish his communications with the sea. Howard had sent an intelligent scout, Captain William Duncan, down the Ogeechee in a canoe, but he had heard no report as to his success in communicating with the fleet. The way to the sea was barred by a formidable work called Fort McAllister on the south side of the Ogeechee River. Sherman determined to reduce this work by assault, and assigned for the purpose his own favorite division of the 15th Corps, the same which he had commanded at Shiloh and Vicksburg. His engineers, to whom nothing now seemed difficult, speedily built a bridge over the river, and at sunrise Hazen's division passed over with orders to march rapidly down the right bank of the Ogeechee and to assault and carry the fort by storm. Sherman reasoned that the strongest side of the work would be that which was constructed to resist an attack by sea, and that the gorge would be comparatively weak. Hazen, however, found so many and such formidable obstacles in his way that it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon before he was ready for the assault. Sherman waited with intense anxiety on a signal station in full sight of the work. Finally he received from Hazen a signal message that he was ready, and at that moment a small steamer approached from the sea, whose officers inquired by signal whether Fort McAllister was taken. Sherman answered, "Not yet, but it will be in a minute." Never was a promise more promptly and perfectly kept. At that instant, as Sherman says, we saw Hazen's troops come out of the dark fringe of the woods that encompassed the fort, the lines dressed as on parade, with colors flying and moving forward with a quick, steady pace. Fort McAllister was then all alive, its big guns belching forth dense clouds of smoke, which soon enveloped our assaulting lines. One color went down, but was up in a moment. On the lines advanced, faintly seen in the white, sulphurous smoke. There was a pause, a cessation of fire, the smoke cleared away, and the parapets were blue with our men, who fired their muskets in the air and shouted so that we actually heard them, or felt that we did. Fort McAllister was taken. Sherman, without losing a moment's time, took a boat and pushed out to sea to visit General Foster, who, on account of the breaking out of an old wound, was unable to visit him. He also visited Admiral Dahlgren on his flagship, the Harvest Moon, and having arranged with these officers for assistance and supplies, he returned to Fort McAllister. The capture of this important work had placed his right wing upon impregnable ground, and assured permanently and perfectly his communications with the fleet. At this moment, when all his energies and all his resources should have been free for operations on his left against Savannah, he was thrown into great perplexity by the dispatches from General Grant. An aide-de-camp arrived on the 14th with a letter from the lieutenant general, somewhat indefinite in terms, but it was followed on the next day by one written on the 6th, saying, "I have concluded that the most important operation toward closing out the rebellion will be to close out Lee and his army." He therefore suggested that Sherman should establish a base on the seacoast, leaving there all his artillery and cavalry, and with the rest of his army come north by water with all dispatch. The contents of these letters, says Sherman, gave me great uneasiness, for I had set my heart on the capture of Savannah, which I believed to be practicable and to be near. For me to embark for Virginia by sea was so complete a change from what I had supposed would be the course of events that I was very much concerned. Slocum had already occupied Argyle Island and the upper end of Hutchinson Island, and had a brigade on the South Carolina shore opposite, and was urging that he might be permitted to pass one of his corps to the north side of Savannah to operate against Hardee's communications with South Carolina. But Sherman, feeling hampered by Grant's orders, supposing that a fleet of vessels would soon be pouring in ready to convey his army to Virginia, instead of acting at once with his usual energy against Hardee, set about preparing the ground around Fort McAllister for the fortified camp which Grant had directed him to establish. Betaking himself to his pen, which he handled with as much ease and alacrity as his sword, he wrote, on the 17th of December, a summons to Hardee for the surrender of Savannah. He assured him that he had sufficient means for the reduction of Savannah, that he had guns that could cast heavy and destructive shot to the heart of the city, that he held and controlled every avenue by which Savannah could be supplied, and was therefore justified in demanding its surrender. Had his note ended there, it would have been liable to no criticism, except ineffectiveness, but he closed by the threat that if forced to assault, he should feel justified in resorting to the harshest measures, and should make little effort to restrain his army. He enclosed, as a final blunder, a copy of Hood's demand for the surrender of Resaca, in which, it will be remembered, that indiscreet warrior had threatened to put the garrison to the sword, and on his demand being refused, had marched away from the place. Sherman thus suggested a historical parallel which he should have avoided at any cost. Hardee answered with great calmness and propriety, denying all General Sherman's premises, and refusing to surrender the town. In reply to the menace of Sherman, Hardee said, "I have hitherto conducted the military operations entrusted to my direction in strict accordance with the rules of civilized warfare, and I should deeply regret the adoption of any course by you that may force me to deviate from them in the future." Sherman now resolved, in consideration of the short time allowed him by his understanding of Grant's orders, to assault the place, but, in view of the difficulty of the ground, the only avenues of approach being narrow causeways running across inundated rice fields, he determined to make a final effort to invest the city completely, so that in case of success Hardee's entire army might be captured. The only avenue by which Hardee remained in communication with South Carolina was the Union Causeway, connecting his pontoon bridge with the outlying works at Grahamsville, which had been thus far held successfully against Foster by the Georgia militia. Sherman visited Foster again to request him to move Hatch's division down to Buffton, a point from which it might reach the Union Causeway, fortify, and hold it. Foster at once engaged to perform this work, and Sherman returned, after a tedious trip, so delayed by contrary winds and low tides that it was evening on the 21st of December before he arrived at his camp. The startling news that awaited him was that Hardee had successfully evacuated Savannah. During the night of the 20th and the morning of the 21st, he had marched his garrison over the pontoon bridge and northward along the Union Causeway, undisturbed by Foster's troops. He had carried away his men and his light artillery, but had destroyed his ironclads and the navy yard, leaving, however, Savannah, a rich prize in itself, and made still richer in spoil of every kind. So quietly was the change of government of the city effected, that a blockade runner, which had eluded the fleet outside, steamed up to the wharf unconscious of danger, and its captain did not learn he had lost his vessel until he presented his papers at the custom house. Though somewhat disappointed at Hardee's escape, whatever chagrin Sherman may have felt speedily passed away in view of the enormous importance of the acquisition he had made. Riding into Savannah, he sent a brief dispatch to the President in these words: "I beg to present you, as a Christmas gift, the city of Savannah, with 150 heavy guns and plenty of ammunition, also about 25,000 bales of cotton." His gratification was increased by the receipt, a few days later, of letters from Grant and Halleck full of generous and unqualified praise for his great campaign, and what was still more grateful to his feelings, an absolute revocation of the orders to proceed north by sea. General Halleck said, "General Grant's wishes are that this whole matter of your future action should be left entirely to your own discretion." Grant said, "If you capture the garrison of Savannah, it certainly will compel Lee to detach from Richmond or give us nearly the whole South. My own opinion is that Lee is averse to going out of Virginia, and if the cause of the South is lost, he wants Richmond to be the last place surrendered. If he has such views, it may be well to indulge him until we get everything else in our hands." He closed by congratulating Sherman upon the splendid results of his campaign, the like of which is not read of in past history. To crown the year's work with the most transcendent gratification possible to a soldier, came also letters detailing the check inflicted upon Hood at Franklin, and the glorious victory at Nashville, where Thomas had utterly broken in pieces the last invading army of the Confederates in the West. This was to Sherman the final vindication of his great campaign, proving, as he held, that his army had been properly divided, and that each part was duly proportioned to its work. Congress passed at once a joint resolution tendering the thanks of the nation to Major General William T. Sherman, and through him to the officers and men under his command for their gallantry and good conduct in their late campaign from Chattanooga to Atlanta, and the triumphal march thence through Georgia to Savannah, terminating in the capture and occupation of that city. But no expression of appreciation and of gratitude equaled in the mind of Sherman the letter with which the President acknowledged the receipt on Christmas Eve of his dispatch from Savannah. For Mr. Lincoln, in this remarkable letter, gave to Sherman, as he had given to Grant after Vicksburg, the inestimable assurance that the credit of the victory was exclusively his own, that the government claimed no part in it. My dear General Sherman, many, many thanks for your Christmas gift, the capture of Savannah. When you were about leaving Atlanta for the Atlantic coast, I was anxious, if not fearful, but feeling that you were the better judge, and remembering that nothing risked, nothing gained, I did not interfere. Now the undertaking being a success, the honor is all yours, for I believe that none of us went farther than to acquiesce. And taking the work of General Thomas into count, as it should be taken, it is indeed a great success. Not only does it afford the obvious and immediate military advantages, but in showing to the world that your army could be divided, putting the stronger part to an important new service, and yet leaving enough to vanquish the old opposing force of the whole, Hood's army, it brings those who sat in darkness to see a great light. But what next? I suppose it will be safe if I leave General Grant and yourself to decide. Please make my grateful acknowledgments to your whole army, officers and men. Upon this letter, General Sherman may safely rest his claim to the glory of the march to the sea. It would be fruitless toil to examine and refute the claims which are made by the friends of other generals that Sherman only adopted and executed the original thought of somebody else. It is not to be questioned that many other people had thought of marching through the center of Confederacy. Hunter had proposed to march a column westward from Hilton Head. Burnside, while at Knoxville, had suggested to Halleck that he should be allowed to move by Bragg's flank to Atlanta to destroy the enemy's communications, and thence to move to such a place on the coast where cover can be obtained, as shall be agreed upon with you. It is proposed to take no trains, but to live upon the country. But it is idle to multiply these quotations from men who imagined such a march. There were men before Columbus who dreamed of sailing west to find India. The glory and honor belong of right to the man who translates the vague thought into substantial achievement. General Sherman has the right to have his own account of the ripening of this plan in his mind implicitly accepted. He says, "As soon as Hood had shifted across from Lovejoy's to Palmetto, I saw the move in my mind's eye, and after Jeff Davis's speech at Palmetto September 26th, I was more positive in my conviction, but was in doubt as to the time and manner. When General Hood first struck our railroad above Marietta, we were not ready, and I was forced to watch his movements further till he had carromed off to the west of Decatur. Then I was perfectly convinced and had no longer a shadow of doubt. The only possible question was as to Thomas's strength and the ability to meet Hood in the open field. I did not suppose that General Hood, though rash, would venture to attack fortified places like Allatoona, Riscassa, and Decatur, and Nashville, but he did so, and in so doing he played into our hands perfectly." End of Chapter 20. And end of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay.